It is once again finals day in the North American Strikers League Season 5, and my voice is out. Wow.
Hey, someone else
Okay.
take it. Oh, he's got
Real
it.
voice.
He's good.
Whoa.
Yeah, finals day.
There we go. Wow, that was rough. It was like totally fine 3 seconds ago. It wasn't totally fine. I've been congested for about the past 3 days. But I wouldn't miss Nassau Finals Day for anything. It's came out here, joined by some general culprits on the desk. I'll start with you, Borg. Borg, today you are continuing a record for the North American Strikers League, maintaining the most grand finals appearances.
Well, don't spoil it
as
for the fans.
6 as a caster. How you feeling heading into the
Why
day?
would they add as a caster there?
Is it well, we all know I've never my face has never seen grand finals ever in my life besides like a random weekly. So, and that's okay. I was not built for the field. Those who can't do cast. That's what we say around
That's
here.
true.
And I got two fine gentlemen below me right now
Amen.
that are joining me in this. So I'm not. I'll finish my piece, but I'm leaving you with that. All right. Look, feels good to be here. Obviously, I always love casting for not only you guys but myself. I just like yapping a lot, so this is the perfect kind of job for me here. Oh, job. But yeah, glad to be here. Glad to be on the pre-show, and it feels good to not be playing in a season for once because it feels like I'm more mellow right now. You know, I don't have that hype from like playoffs day one or trying to get to the race to playoffs. I feel more mellow. I can really enjoy the teams. I don't have any emotional attachment as much, you know, in this one. So
Yeah,
I'll now
imagine
bring
that.
it down to someone else who does have a little bit more emotional attachment. Just to save your voice a little bit, K-Bot. Vaughn. There you go. How you doing?
No idea. I'm a robot. No emotions. It's all good. I'm excited to see some day 2 games. I'm also we're all firing on all cylinders here.
Oh yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, Threezy and I, just two fellas who want nothing more than to be on the desk today. You know, I thought one of us was gonna be playing, but it's neither. So now we get to sit here and yap about the players that beat us and pretend like we're not sad about it. So Threezy, my man. How we feeling today? How we feeling about these matches today?
Well, my good friend Vaughn, it's certainly going to be a day of Omega Strikers here.
Amen.
In Nassau Season 5 playoffs, day 2. Shout out to the Bozo Bunch, man. So inspirational. It'll be a shame to see their dreams fall today to Demons Raw, potentially.
Whoa.
But hey, listen, I've been eliminated by Demons Raw too many times at this point. I know what happens to people that haven't appeared in a grand finals with S tier before. Hey, Bozo Bunch, try your hardest. Do it for all the other teams that couldn't make it. But yeah, I'm just excited to watch some good OS today, in all honesty.
Well, it is the last day of the season for Season 5, and that means we should take a look back and reflect on the season up to this point, which is why we're joined by the power rankings that were done before the season even began. Each one of the people on the panel at that point gave us their top 10. And a couple of things overall, but Vaughn, looking back at where we thought things were, the percentage of realness aside, where are your reactions looking back and reflecting all this?
Well, I would say, not to just, glaze my buddy on the desk here, but obviously looking at this, there was little faith in Cosmic Calamities, and they're definitely a success story this season. Even if they fell short on day 1, I can't ever imagine you look back on this season as a calm head and think that it wasn't a success. First time any of those players, well, I mean, Carvox is essentially a rookie in my eyes. Subbing, if you're a starter or versus a sub. So, I mean, you essentially have a rookie finish second in MVP voting. You have your whole team make second and NASL All-Star votes, which none of them have ever even been on them before. Tied for the first seed, took games off of the top teams. That definitely seems like the one as well. And I would also say, in terms of the real success stories, it would be RTF. That team is 1 point, literally 1 point away from making playoffs, and Bozo is out, and now Bozo is top 3 locked. So it was a single 1 point difference. 1 point goes differently. Bozo Bunch 2-0's the tiebreaker, and they are 5th seed. And they had a wonderful resurgence. Hook Resets could have won most improved player in my eyes, no doubt. I thought he had an absolute stellar breakout season compared to any other season I've seen him play. And Moffin had a wonderful debut as a rookie under, of course, everything came together under the veterancy of Leo Leon. So those two teams, 100%, just everyone on the desk had no idea. They were not familiar with the game. That was RTF and Cosmic Calamity. So those are the big successes. I'd say maybe, I mean, I know Borg, you weren't on the desk at the time, so maybe you feel differently, but I'm curious if there's anything either on the other side of the pendulum or just in general that you're noticing, maybe some of the teams that we thought maybe would do better. What are some other things that you've noticed over the course of this season that really have taken us by surprise over the course of this very long and prestigious season 5?
Not to address the elephant in the room here, but I mean, in terms of teams that no one expected except you, I guess, to do, I mean, as really, no offense, as bad as they did, Bun Bun Bonanza, I mean, I think one of my favorite teams to watch historically. So it was kind of a shock to see kind of what happened with them this season. Hopefully they return in full force in the future as well. So we'll see about that. Return to form. I wish I was one of the people on here. Sadly, I couldn't make it this day, I remember. But I would have put them higher because I believe in my favorite brawler, my idol, Leo Leon, and then obviously my former teammate, Hook, who is always done fairly decent. I always thought he was a good role player. So I agreed with all your takes there. I thought Return to Form did great this season. But yeah, other than that, I mean, we've kind of just had one of those. I feel like a lot of NASL seasons have kind of gone of a similar script, but slightly different teams in terms of the changes. Demons always slacking off in the beginning, except for that one season where they just destroyed everyone. But in recent Nationals, I mean, slacking off into now bringing it back in for playoffs. Sad Boys, a little bit of a slower start, I think you can agree, Vaughn, than due to some roster issues in the beginning and everything. And some deadlocking per se, maybe a little bit there.
That game's
but
name.
manages to come back. I mean, at the end of the day, it might not be a success for you, but still make playoffs back from a really rough, I'd say, start to the season. So I'd consider that pretty. I'd give that a little bit of round of applause there for sure. And then obviously, Cosmic Calamities, big fans. Obviously, Threezy Breezy. I love seeing you on the pitch there. I love seeing your resurgence after last season, last call. Bring it on the name single-handedly. So I think overall this season was a big success, and obviously, I don't need to talk about Bozo Bunch. I can I can let Mr. Threezy Breezy talk about Bozo Bunch a little bit there, as he's played against them this season.
Well,
but the success of them so far has definitely shocked me the most, I would say.
First, Threezy, I want you to actually address, do you feel like, from your point of view, Calm Season was a success?
100%. I mean, there's one thing, like, losing in playoffs is, like, obviously a failure, but you can't just let that wipe out all the success that you built up during the regular season. We had like 8 or 9 really solid weeks. I'd say I was the main disappointments for me this season were how I played against EKC, and then obviously playoffs. But besides that, I mean, this season was a great success for my team. Like, we didn't have much time to gel. We immediately had to play the top teams like Demons, Raw, Sad Boys the first 2 weeks. We played Modern Magic, who were supposed to be scary at the time, and we kind of just rolled them. So we had like a great season. I'm super proud of my team. It's funny looking at the rankings. I remember Vaughn's rankings were just the logos. So I was looking at why Modern Magic was third, and then I remembered. But yeah, kind of like Borg said, this is kind of how most seasons go, right? With you have this top 3: Demons, Raw, Showtime, Sad Boys. Like last season. Bun Bun, I guess what happened there is they just role swapped because they already got bored of midfielding. So that happens. For return to form. I always say Leo Leon is every brawler's favorite brawler. That guy is so fun to watch. So I'll give them their flowers once again. Then yeah, Boza Bunch just again, they were 1 point away from not being in playoffs. They had a great day one. And that's always how it is with OS. Like if you show up to play, like all that matters is the one day, right? Like if you're there on that day, like at a LAN, at an ST or whatever, like you're gonna do well. Like if you're there to play and you show up, it just matters how you're performing on that day. And so Boza Bunch did it. Let's see if they can do it again.
The last thing I want to ask each of you is at the beginning of the season, we thought that this season had the potential to be the closest season of the North American Strikers League. Up to this point, the league's been running for about 2 years. Do you think at the end of it, we can definitively say that this was the closest season? Vaughn, I'll start with you.
Well, it's definitely been a good season. I always struggle with that because it's almost hard to compare like eras.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if we transplant a team from NASL 1 into now, they would get smoked. But at the time, it was a lot of the same players. And even if it's not the same players, a lot of the top of the game is the top of the game no matter where it's at. I'd say this has definitely been a season that feels similar to last in regards that it felt like any team could take games off any other team. That's something that I have really come to appreciate recently. I still think that I wouldn't necessarily give this over one season over the other because at the end of the day, well, I'm excited because even though I've lost, Boza Bunch cracking top 3 is huge because historically it's almost always been a Joker team, a Demons team, and a Boys, except for NASL Season 3. So I'm very excited to see that Bozo especially is cracking into this because they have made grand finals before, or they were 1 point away from making grand finals versus Demons Raw and Afrika. So they've always been relevant. They've always been good. I every season I vote this Gret guy to top 3. I think he's a beast. And I almost teamed with Drop for a LAN. That's like a deep cut almost now, but that people know that was the plan. So I've always been a fan of the Bozizzle bunch. I even played with both of them in tournaments before, that forward duo as a goalie. So it's hard for me to say whether one is more competitive than the other because when I'm in the moment, they all feel competitive as one of the guys who's played in all 5 seasons. So, but I did like the fact that it felt like I could show up to any week, and if I didn't play well, I would lose. And that's definitely not been the case in the earlier seasons, but this just feels like another solid addition to the squad. I don't think this is definitively the most competitive, but I really have really liked watching 2 of the rookie teams, or actually all 3 of the rookie teams. That's the mark of a strong season. And every rookie team this season had a really interesting storyline and took games off of the established top teams. So in that regard, I would say it was a success.
3Z, how about you?
Yeah, I think it's hard to compare seasons just because of team structure, meta, right? Like the game evolving. Like this season, quite frankly, we had just the most disgusting meta on planet Earth. I'll just say it. Like Mag Souls meta is just so boring to play.
Mag Souls plus this, yeah.
Chrono
like Gone, W.
It's not the greatest meta. But hey, like the season was really fun regardless. The games were fun, competitive. So I wouldn't say it's any less competitive than last season. I just say it's different. And I think we've kind of maintained like a level. We've leveled out over the past couple seasons. We see like different teams kind of dab at, the former S tier winners to see like who's going to break through. And this time it's Bozo Bunch making it to day 2. So yeah, it's just exciting to compete and to watch OS. I always get excited watching NASL every week, and I think that's just like a mark of how competitive it is. Because I'll just sit there for the 2 or 3 hours after my match every day and just watch.
Yeah.
As long as you're like, as long as it's fun to watch, it's competitive. As long as it's competitive, it's fun to watch. So yeah.
Long live Omega Strikers as it goes. And today's going to be even more fun to watch with the 9 players about to take the pitch. And let's go roll by roll through those players. Yeah, sorry, Borg, we're running out of time, but I'll let you yap about the brawlers if you want.
I was going to make it short anyway.
players.
Well, you want to talk about something?
No,
Go
you
for it.
keep going, keep going. I'll just go first next
Okay.
time. It's all right. It's all right.
All right, all good. Let's go roll by roll through the players that we'll be seeing today, starting with the brawlers. Joker, Snake, and Dropletto. You see some of the stats lines from last week's games, but the real player I want to highlight here, Borg, is Snake. Most people might not think about Snake when you're talking about Demon's Raw. You think about Kaido, you think about Gooby. So those two tend to be the most flashy overall. But Snake has been consistent. Snake continues to dominate in these S tiers. He is the winningest player in S tiers. And should Demon's Raw win today, Snake will have done a three-peat back to back to back twice for these S tiers. What does Snake do so well in the brawler position?
So I've actually had to think about this a lot, right? As someone who was playing and a brawler as well. I always thought kind of what separated the top brawlers, what was the difference? Because they definitely are differences. It's just kind of hard to tell unless you really deep dive and look into stuff. And I think Snake's biggest strength is his consistency. If you look at pretty much every game that he's in, it doesn't matter what team he's on. It's the fact that he can literally enter a roster. As long as he has other decent players with him, he can win because he does his job. He does it every single time. He's always incredibly annoying for the goalie and the midfield to play against because he's always peppering you with damage. He's always in your face, making it really hard. He's in the perfect spot at the perfect time, making it really easy for his midfielder to pass him the ball as well. So he has really good awareness. And that's kind of his biggest strength is he's always doing the thing that you want him to do as a midfielder, as a goalie, right? As a teammate, he is always doing his job. Whereas a lot of other brawlers, they tend to try to maybe take things into their own hands, try to do more than they need to, try to carry a little more. They try to get a little more crazy into it. Snake doesn't really need to do that. I'd say, especially over the years, he's kind of gotten a bit slower and slower with his playstyle, and he's just doing what he needs to do to win. And it shows, right? He's won what'd you say, like 5, 6 S tiers, and he's done a
6.
three-peat. And if he wins today, he has his second three-peat in a row. So, I mean, the stats show for themselves.
Stats do show for it themselves. But what they don't show, to your point, Borg, is being open for passes and conversion rates to actually put the core in the net, which at the end of the day is what needs to happen for brawlers to get it done. 3Z, these are some of your compatriots in the brawler position in the league. Who else stands out to you in terms of the way they approach the role?
I think it's kind of been a running idea for a few seasons that the brawlers are just all really talented and all kind of excel in their own right in Nassau. And I think it's really interesting to look at each brawler individually because they function so differently in the capacities of their teams. If you look just here in the stats screen, right, you look at Joker, 7 goals, 72 shots versus Snake, 6 goals, 36 shots. It just shows you how differently, for example, those two brawlers play. With Showtime having more core control, kind of exhaust, wear you down with their offense style. Whereas Snake kind of plays a little bit more forward, relies on his back line and just trusts them to get him the ball in the right spot while putting pressure on the midfielder. Then you look at someone as well like Dropletto, who's just kind of brawling, right? Putting a lot of damage on the midfielder, kind of just being a menace, if you will. So Snake kind of using, I feel like, what Joker does and what Drop does together, kind of putting on a lot of that damage and pressure on the midfielder and the goalie, as well as just that really good offense with his midfielder. Snake is underrated in terms of his actual offense. He's made a lot of great plays just passing with his midfielder in the forward half of the field when Kaido actually does come up and participate in offense. That duo is really deadly. So it's definitely fun to watch. But yeah, I just like to appreciate what every brawler does differently because they all excel at things differently and kind of help their teams win that fits their play style.
Next, let's go on to midfielders here, Vaughn, and I will give you a larger floor to expand on what I does so incredibly well, because this is a fundamental part of the Bozo Bunch roster, right? Everyone, the meme is I telling Dropletto, go do score, right? But really, it's the synergy between these two that's allowed Bozo to get to this point so far.
Yeah, I think the progression of Bozo Bunch with Gret as the beating heart is quite interesting over the seasons. I think you can go back to essentially the first season they were in Nassau, and I always had a pretty strong uh, kinship is not the right word, but I always appreciated how they played a lot. I talked about that before, so I won't harp on that too much. I actually pretty strongly believe that one of the reasons that Bozo Bunch is so difficult to play against is something that is very often not discussed, which is when they're just one day it felt like I and Obscure Breads figured something out together. And they have this very interesting coordination where it feels like it's difficult for, especially if I play against them myself, it feels difficult to push the ball past Gret, not just because he's a good player, but because Breads is so good at working in tandem with him. When a lot of times it feels like most of the teams that I play against, their goalie and midfield stack vertically. Breads almost plays behind him in a way that is unique and is difficult to punish, and I think that's quite interesting. I think that's something that's very rarely discussed and is something you might not think about until you're on the pitch against them trying to win interactions. But I definitely felt that last week. I also think that this is a very, very interesting meta for the midfield of Bozo, as it feels like every single one of his best characters is good. Not that that's to say like he's not good at other characters, but like I've never known him as an Estelle player. He historically has not really done anything with Rune, who is another top pick right now, Estelle in previous formats. Even with the removal of Chrono, you're welcome, everyone. Saved the day. All good. Jedi Mind Trick Aesop on that one. We all should thank me. Even with that being taken out and all these dumb people who don't understand balance saying that Octavia would need like help buffs, which were wrong. The character is filthy. I expect to be picked today at some point by any of the teams. I think that's part of the reason why it's so good. He's really blossomed into a two-way star. I think he's got wonderful defense, understands the how to layer strikes defensively, which is something that every midfielder below a top level fails to do accurately. It's one of the best ways to distinguish a true top player in the midfield role versus not. And then on the other side, he's so obviously good with Dropletto. They've been playing for as long as any other top brawler midfield pair, and it really comes together for something special. So I think this is the strongest Bozo Bunch has looked. I think they're coming in with a lot of momentum after a great day one. I expect them to make waves. And if you remember in Nassau 4, they were just like one set away from beating Showtime. And Barcode has a lot of props for Gret. I've spoken to Sean more than once. I think that this Bozo Bunch team, like I could sit here and talk about Xi'an Zurkainib. I've heard it too many times. I've done it myself too many times. So I just want the focus just on that team. They're ready to make waves today. I think they have a real chance to put it away off of their just cohesive strategy they've built, Kbot.
And I think to your point, the midfielder plays a very critical role in that overall cohesive strategy. When you're talking about getting the core from your goalie through your midfielder to your brawler, that's what it is at the end of the day. And to your point about being able to sit there, layering those strikes in, winning strike wars, that's one of the reasons why Kainoobs now is so difficult to deal with. Especially when this guy gets monumentalist like he did in 2 games consecutively last week. That's exactly how difficult that is. Isn't that right, 3Z?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, K.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, giving me some flashback. That's awesome. But yeah, no, I think yeah, anyone who said that speed would be dead, I'm on the patch. Clearly they've been proven wrong. The thing about speed is when there's less of it in the pool, it's more valuable. And it's even more valuable against damage. So with the strength of Strike Shot, Maxwell's, and where the melee goalies are at, these speed characters that have a lot of core control, like now Octavia, even Kai, they're so strong. Now especially with her healing, with her repositioning ability, with her low cooldowns. That's another thing we talk about now is that her cooldowns are just insanely low. And
She's
so
so
when
weak.
so when she
So
gets
weak.
something like Perfect
So
Form or Spark of Focus or any CDR,
A weak character.
just makes it really impossible to move the core in a straight line against her. And then you have to go vertically, right? And then she just presses her secondary and runs up with Mag Souls. So now definitely will be high pick ban rate today. Among other characters for sure. Definitely a problem.
All right. Lastly, let's take a look at the goalies here. And Borg, I want to send it to you first. Barcode's a player that was around for a long time, took a little bit of a hiatus, now is
Just stayed
back.
dead.
He's kind of the original Iron Wall, right?
Barcode.
Now
Oh yeah.
he's back. He's in a top 3 in Nassel, and here we are. What is it not only about the melee goalies that make it pretty good to play in this meta, but what Barcode's able to do in that role?
So I've known Barcode or Sean. You guys can't call him that. I can. Haha.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I bet.
Not a big deal. But
Yeah.
anyway, I've known him for a while. I've known him for a long time. I kind of know his mindset in other things as well as Omega Strikers, and I think his mindset, he's basically just a huge grinder. He loves the grind. He loves to sit down, nose to the grindstone, just get it done. He knows what works. He has his formula, and he does that over and over again. As a brawler, I'm very suited to say this. Maybe you guys in the audience too, especially of the lower-ish elos, will be able to attest to this. A lot of times, when you're playing, you have this thing in your head that's like, what if this works? And then you do it and it just does not work at all. And you throw core control and it just doesn't work. You waste the possession. Barcode never does that.
Megaverse.
Barcode does the complete opposite. Or hey, we don't need to call it. We don't need to say names. Barcode does the opposite, where he goes, instead of what if this works, he goes, I know this is going to work, and he does it. Which is why probably one of the reasons and one of the ways to score on Barcode is there's two ways. You either kill him, so he can't do the things, right? That's the Barcode strategy, number one. Or two, you overwhelm him so much where he literally has no options. To score on Barcode, you have to checkmate him. And that's kind of one of Showtime's strengths, where they have such an explosive and such a very core control heavy team to give Barcode those cooldowns, to give him those options, so he saves literally everything, no matter what. I'm expecting almost no mistakes from this guy today. And in terms of the other goalies, I think they got a tough matchup in the goalie position here.
And sure, it's a tough matchup, but each one of them has a very different personality, I think, across the board. Cough, cough. Not at all. No, I didn't watch Mako walk into the enemy goal box last week at all.
Look at the saves.
But the other thing that I want to talk about, yeah. Well, actually, oh yeah, no, that wasn't the night market game. So, well, whatever. In any event, the other thing though is that we've talked a lot this season about melee goalies being good, but Obscure Bread sits here and is kind of showing the opposite. Last week was on now in the game I pulled up here, has played Finny very consistently in the past, especially for Bozo Bunch when they want to favor more of a damage style. And Vaughn, you were talking a little bit about Breads earlier. What does, why does this work? Because everything I've heard this season says that melee goalies should be what's winning. And yet, here's Brett's.
He's him.
I mean,
that's all I gotta say. I mean, he has played those characters in the past. I very vividly remember him locking in the classy Mako in days gone by. But I think it's just the thing about goalie, in my eyes at least, is anything can work if you put the time into it within reason. Like just yesterday, I was scrimming Showtime like the night before, and I picked Luna goalie a bunch, and we were doing great with it. The pickup team that I was on. So I think that at the end of the day, this isn't like a full-time job. The amount of time you have to put into OS to win these things now is it's a lot. Okay. And there's something to be said about it's just easy and consistent if you stick with the same characters. If you've put in the time to learn them, you just refine that further and further. I mean, there is a reason why my team stuck with our tried and true Amy plus Estelle backline. That was like our super bread and butter defensively, because you just learn, you get a sense for your teammates' cooldowns, you know how to play around the character better, you know the limitations it might have when your teammate is piloting it. And so he's put in a lot of time learning these characters like Finny, and was one of the goalies that spent the time to understand more of this now pick with those CDR changes. And it was probably the biggest flavor of the month pick this season, like kind of new. And I think it shows the fact that they've just worked on it so much. It shows a lot of dedication that Breads is able to pilot it. And the thing about Finny is, before the Mom Boots menace took over, the strike shot Finny always seemed very fine. I mean, the Mom Boots Finny was just so powerful. It's easy to skim over the fact that the character was always pretty solid. I know it wasn't super popular. I really strongly feel like I can say that. If I have stream watchers, they know that I would always like bringing out Finny. I hit rank 1 playing Finny in a ranked season before. Like, the character it rewards a pilot who puts time into it, and it's very flexible defensively, more so than people think. The primary and secondary are just so annoying to play around. So I think it speaks volumes to the fact that Bozo isn't afraid of their own style, and they're definitely a very flexible team. Speaking as the guy who just lost to essentially a glorified core control comp in our series, and then immediately got KO'd like 20 times. The next game, they can really pivot between any style. So I think Breads is really proving his own this season. He's always been a great goalie, with a bit unorthodox, wacky picks like Rasmus in the past, and we're seeing it kind of culmination. And it's a Bozo sweep today, potentially, K-Bot.
I want to talk real briefly about the general picks as we take a look at the bracket and the way that it's shaped up today. Of course, hopefully you all are familiar at this point, but we'll see Showtime versus Demons Raw first. Loser will drop down to play against the Bozo Bunch, and then the winner of that will go on to the grand final. But I want to talk about what picks we're going to see, because this is the first season where the rules of the league haven't changed. There was no addition this season, which is new for the North American Strikers League. In season 2, we had central servers. In season 3, it was map picks. And in season 4, we started doing the snake draft. Now we have the continuation of the snake draft. And I think today that snake draft has very strong implications for how these games can potentially go, because it feels like there's a lot of overlap in the kinds of strikers that each team wants. 3Z, what strikers do you expect to be most impactful today?
There's a few. There's a few strikers. We're gonna have the melee goalies be pretty prevalent today. Alice, Mako, Showtime. If they can't get either of those, probably picking Asher. Maybe we'll see a fourth mystery goalie from Barcode, but those are the three that he's picked all season historically in Nassau. So yeah. As far as midfielders go, like I said before, now Octavia, and then we've got the special characters, right? The characters that can really do anything. Rune, Juno, Amy, characters that give you a lot of flexibility between damage and core control. Maybe if we're playing damage, maybe we'll see something like a Luna or a Vice. Probably not. I'm hoping, but probably not. Realistically, it's going to be now Rune, Juno, Amy, with the side of Octavia Kai. And then for Brawler, good news. Every Brawler is pretty playable. Probably won't see a lot of Kazan or Rasmus today. But who knows? Rasmus is something that can be good into a lot of these melee goalie picks. Has a lot of speed in the midfield as well. It's hard to stop that primary if you have no abilities up. But we're most likely going to be seeing X, Asher, Juliet, Centauro. Can't forget about him. Those four are probably going to be the most prevalent today.
Vaughn, I want to talk about these picks that have been flexed back and forth. Yesterday, we saw a lot of Asher in the brawler position, but also in the goalie position when Barco pulled it in. Breads is played now in the goalie position. Some of these picks go back and forth between where they get picked. Do you expect there to be any draft strategy that the teams are coming up with heading into the day-to-day with that knowledge at the ready?
Yeah, I think Asher is the pivotal pick between Show and Demons. Both teams have compositions they very strongly want to pair with it. Demons debuted their Mako, or not Mako. I mean, it was a part of the comp, but the Asher plus Now combination is so frustrating to play against unkillable bulldozers. But on the other side, Showtime picks Asher. As we've seen, Sean has only picked 3 characters over the course of the last 2 seasons. Atlas, Mako, Asher. That's it. That's all he needs. He's the ultimate 9 to 5er in this league, and he gets it done. So something that we could very easily see: Mako banned, Atlas picked, forcing Barcode on the Asher, taking it away from Joker. Now Joker can play other characters, but there is something quite vintage about the Joker Asher in combination with, let's say, a Xianzhu now, right? If that ban phase came through, so. We'll definitely see. I think Asher is extremely prevalent for both teams, all 3 teams, even as Drop Leto has an Asher himself. Didn't pick it against us, at least in day 1, but is 100% completely serviceable on the character. We'll see how that goes. But I think Asher is the de facto. I expect to see it picked or banned every single ban phase, pick phase for Showtime Demons, with a little behind it now, just because that is Xianzhu's best character. You'll never convince me otherwise. That guy on that character is so potent. I don't mess with it at all. A lot of times I think it'd be better to just ban it or pick it away from them. And then on the flip side, I think that Showtime is going to pay a lot of respects to Juno. Kind of very infrequently picks it, but he does in situations where it looks good. He picked it in NASL Season 4 Winners Finals. He picks it when the character is just too good to pass up, and it truly is arguably the best character in the game for midfield. I'm a very strong believer of it. It's really just can answer any character. And furthermore, if the Asher has been taken away, Juno historically, or maybe unknowingly, Juno really struggles versus Asher specifically, as Asher's primary interaction is the only brawler or melee goalie character in the game where they win straight 1-to-1 primary to primary, which is something that matters a lot, which a lot of players were not aware of going into this playoff season. But a lot of scrims have been happening where those characters have been picked. Sources say, and I've seen it firsthand. So I think those will be the big back and forth on that series, K-Bot.
Borg, any meta predictions from you before we start getting into our match predictions for the winners finals?
Just all the really boring picks, like what everyone else said: Asher forward, melee goalies, now Octavia. All the stuff that just really grinds my gears. The reason I retired, per se. That's my prediction, and I'm not joking. We're gonna see all that today, but I'm hoping, please God, I'm hoping Joker maybe will do it. Let's see some Zentaro. Let's see some Kazan. Let's see some X. Let's see something that gets it done. All right, gentlemen, let's do it.
Hey, Joker did pull out Zentaro once last week. We saw an X from Dropletto once last week. I think that's more likely than you assume, Borg. Let's get into
we'll get it.
Predictions for the match. We have stalled on for far too long here. Borg, you're first.
Alrighty, we're back.
We're back,
everybody. Hey, wait, I think I'm the only other one on the screen. Everyone else is gone.
It's all right. Ooh, the ghost.
We're back.
Ooh.
It's okay. We're going to get through this, and we'll start the games, I swear. I'm going Showtime. I think Demons Raw has been missing something this playoff so far, and that's going to losers bracket for fun, just to knock out a team in the losers bracket, as they've done a few times before. I'm not going to name any names here, but that's what's going to happen here, and poor Bozo Bunch. That's my next prediction as well, but I think that's what's going to happen. Showtime's going to Grands, baby.
Vaughn, to you here. Winners finals.
All right. I'm going to say Demons Raw. I think Showtime is honestly the stronger team at this exact moment in time. But Kaini was my boy till I die. Snake and I won the last S tier together. And Gumi is the pampered princess that gets to play with them. And Sean was late to scrims and then canceled early, so I hate his guts. So it's a Demons Raw sweep. Next.
Breezy.
Hey, gotta stick with my boys. Demons Raw. It's a Demons Raw sweep today. They're going for the back-to-back championships. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to see Showtime win it. It'd be cool for Huss to win his first Nassau season. But unfortunately, Showtime very cringe to play against, and I don't like playing against that team. Demons Raw also is cringe to play against when they play like Showtime. But anyways, go Demons Raw. I think they're gonna win.
I think I'm gonna
Voice
give
changer.
the
Hey, Bob,
first
voice changer
series.
back
Yeah,
on.
voice changer. Whoa. I think I'm gonna give winners finals to Demons Raw. I think they'll have the answer first. We'll see whether or not Showtime can respond. Folks, don't go anywhere. We will take an intentional break this time as we step away for some ads, but don't go anywhere. Winners finals will kick off Nassel Season 5 Finals Day on the other side of this short break.
And welcome back, Nassel fans, to the final day of Nassel Season 5. Day 2 of the playoffs. I'm Lego Mage, back again with Sloth to bring you the winner's final matchup, Showtime and Bozo Bunch, two of the most fun teams to watch. Oh, Demon's Raw, my bad. I don't know why I said Bozo Bunch. I am thinking totally wrong. Showtime and Demon's Raw, it's the rematch from last season's grand finals. So even more fun, really. But we've got the character draft already up and ready. Sloth, take us through what we're looking at in this very exciting series.
Oh, we're looking at a lot of things, and more specifically for the Taiko Temple game, we're looking at the side of Showtime running that lovely Asher goalie, denying that pick off to the side of Demon's Raw as well, and for playing an Amy and a Zentaro into, might I add, a very damage-heavy game. The starting awakenings are a heavy impact and super surge. That's a bit crazy. That's going to be enabling that Amy and that Zentaro a lot. The answer from Demon's Raw obviously being that Atlas now to keep yourself alive now, also being a very high value pick as well, and wrapping it up with a lethal X up front. Just really, like, I feel like two very dominant team comps, and very much two team comps that will enable KO gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. It has the potential with that heavy impact start. It's good on pretty much everyone here, so it's going to be interesting to see these picks come out. It will be Snake actually going for the Super Surge. Let that X fly everyone else on the heavy impacts. We see Mag Souls, of course, all around. But we were talking in the pre-show earlier about some of these picks, and you know, we see the Zentaro actually come out from the Joker here, which is something that a lot of people wanted to see. It's not a character we see a lot in this meta. It's going to be really interesting to see the matchup between that and the Atlas, which is traditionally pretty strong. But right now, seeing the Brawlers trading a few blows early on in this point.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, again, like, the KOs. Like, Snake's already been taken off once, is about to get taken off again, but damage is being traded back and forth. That heavy impact is really coming into play. You have Joker also down to stagger now. So, very much a lethal game on our hands here. As Kainub is now trying to run up with the flip, maybe gets a barrier, almost gets taken out actually, but does stay alive.
Are doing a good job holding that corner defense. Now Joker, the flip available, but it's the flip from Kainub that picks up the KO instead. A big move there. Now the power play for Demon's Raw. Xianzhu has to burn the flip defensively, running out of health and energy as the pressure getting mounted by the forwards of Demon's Raw. Nice glitch pop though, slings it right around Kainub, and Gumi's not back in the net. What an angle from Xianzhu there to steal that point away in the power play, and Showtime will be first on the board.
One of the few times where that aggressive positioning from Demon's Raw does get punished. A nice angle to be found around Kainub and Gumi there. But that is just at 1 point. There's still 2 more to be found before Showtime can find a first set here. As of now, starting off this next point as well, a barrier being taken on the side of Demon's Raw. Very much the attack still alive, but it doesn't really look very lethal as of right now.
Another early barrier here, but another early KO to Trey. Demon's Raw are taking names as the Joker taking off the field yet again, but they'll trade Gumi for it. Pushed up a bit too far and getting taken out there. The 2v2 for the point. Kind of going to get a nice angle on that top barrier, though, so Demons will come out on top so far, but they got to survive a few more seconds without a goalie. The Joker managing to open up the barrier there, and now receiving a pass from Xianzhu. A simple strike war will do it, and Showtime will bring it to set point. And, I mean, like you said, this has already started off to be a little bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, and I fear it's not going to change anytime soon. Even with more awakenings in future sets, right, more damage will be found. The saving grace is that the side of Demon's Raw has a lot of survivability with that now and that Atlas pick. A lot that they can use to scale and maybe counteract that pure damage output, because I do feel like Showtime's team comp in this early game will be favored.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that. Raw have a lot more scaling potential here. Losing 1 set might not be the worst in the world for them. Right now, pushing up this barrier. Joker with the flip finds the KO, and now it's a power play for Showtime. They've got a lot of damage onto Snake. The healing aura's got to come out from Gumi. Keep the Brawler alive here. So far, doing some nice defense on this barrier. The Joker able to get around on the top corner. Looking for strike 4 here. The Oni's blade comes out, but Kainub with a timely respawn will manage to hold it down and convert it back to Showtime's side, where Snake is trying to look for something. Kainub Coming up right behind him, the X Maximus pop. That's one barrier down. They're looking for more, but a nice strike war from Barcode buys a bit more time. Kainu trying to sling it back in there. The Joker able to get it back. The pass splitter timing out now. Barcode still trapped in this corner as we head into overtime. Another nice glitch pop here from Xianzhu. Gumi ready for that one, though. Gets sent back to the midfield. Kainu trying to work some magic up the field. Core flip here from Barcode. And gets stalled out. They try and look for a way past Snake. A nice passing play from Xianzhu and Barcode to clear that one out. And now they'll get it back to the Joker, looking for the bottom side. The Expanse blocks that one. A nice strike from Gumi. Will hold it down. Still 2 flips available for Demon's Raw. One on the side of Showtime. But they still got to get through a barrier here. Showtime have the open goal. But Joker's taking quite a bit of damage up in Demon's Raw's goal box. They're on a little bit of a timer to score this potentially. Core flip here from Kainu brings down the second barrier, and finally both sides will be opened up. Joker trying to stay alive. Core flip here from Snake off the center to Kainu. Snake looking for the strike war against Barcode, but Barcode gets it out. Snake another opportunity, but Joker's going down. And here's the power play Demons want. They're trying to force something in this corner. Pass up to Kainu, but drone to the top side. They're pushing in, closing in closer. Barcode holding strong on the goal line, though. Making the saves, being patient, and the Joker back online. Xianzhu burns the flip here, looking for the shot right to the bottom. It's a dime, and Showtime will survive and take set 1.
Really convincing play from Showtime. I really liked as well. Even though they've been very aggressive in terms of KOs, they showed a lot of patience as well. All of their strike wars just had so much more power behind them by just being incredibly smart about it. And going into this draft, we have a lot of awakenings as well that will just amplify this KO playstyle and amplify the added control. There's a lot of things to be pointed out here, though. Extra Special finding its way onto Xianzhu means a Monumentalist is now on Kainu. And that is not only a Monumentalist on its own, it's a Monumentalist with a heavy impact on that now. So even now, it's starting to just be a damage dealer at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways they can get chip damage. We saw here as well. Joker picked up the ad rush. Looked like mostly as a deny against Snake. Explosive entrance was on the table, but if Snake got ad rush, that might have been GG right there. So I think a smart move from the Joker to just forego the dash range and just continue on. I like what Showtime's picked up here in their draft. I think they kind of came out a bit on top there, but at least in this point, it's Demon's Raw tearing down everything. The damage is, of course, like you said, still there. And Demon's Raw capitalizing huge on their first point of the game right there. Snake just laying waste to Showtime's defense.
Yeah, and I feel like Snake almost a little bit surprised by that Super Surge value with that flip coming out a bit late. So very much kills still being found. Snake does not have any evades to his name right now, though, so he does need to be a bit careful. Meanwhile, though, Showtime, again, just being so suffocating in their positioning. Barcode walking up there even and assisting in taking that barrier as they're now in an attacking position again. Joker a flip in front of the net has to get answered by Kainu. But the core back into sort of neutral play. Joker will be taken out here by Snake. Really strong power play for the side of Demon's Raw now, but they do need to find these barriers.
Speaking of barriers, Snake pick up one here. Kainu can go for a second. A nice pass to Snake. The strike war will get it, and now they're pressuring for the point. Xianzhu's got to drop the firewall sentry. The Joker now back online here. Slice and dice to the bottom, and Gumi not quite quick enough to get down there in time. Will mean Showtime able to recover and score yet another point here. They've been very efficient in coming back from points where it looks like Demon's Raw has the advantage, and they just have all the momentum on this map. It feels like Taiko Temple has definitely kind of been one of their stronger maps.
Yeah, most definitely. You can just see it in play, and there's always these like small little advantages that they can find. Even there, that tight angle through the defense from Demon's Raw will get a barrier and now try to get an attack going for a second one, but immediately gets answered actually by a KO from Snake. Joker also very low, needs to be incredibly careful here to not have a 1v3 situation be brought into the play, as Joker almost gets taken out. Also, actually, with that dash, interrupts that attack perfectly. Is now finally finding the edge of the map, but Showtime has stabilized a little bit. Barcode does have a flip, needs to use it here, can't save the barrier in time though. But Demon's Raw, again, such suffocating positioning, so much pressure with Gumi walking up, using that Atlas to basically maximum efficiency here, using that expense, not allowing anything to go through. Meanwhile, Snake doing what X does best as well on the attacking line. Showtime trying to get an attack going. Turret does come out, but does not find the barrier. Kainu now jumping up front with the now as well, making use of that mobility in that ultimate. but not quite able to get it past Barcode. As again, clean strike wars from the side of Showtime. Get that second barrier. Can they find the goal in the end as well or not? No, they can't, but Barcode again, clean pass up to Shionzu. Joker with an even better strike war, and they will bury this core in the goal.
Joker strike wars this game have been very on point. Showtime came to play, and they've been looking locked in all match right now. On set point yet again here. They've got some energy coming up to work with. Big kickoff there doesn't result in too many barriers as Demon's Raw just going to be able to push right back. Barcode earns a flip a bit early, and they will lose a barrier off of it, but Joker able to trade 1 for 1 on the return, and now Shionzu with a flip available. Fortunately, Showtime not quite able to get up to the core. Snake just pushing them back there with the X Maximus. Might have an opportunity in the midfield here. Kainoob and Gumi both pushing up, though, to keep it held down. So push into this corner. A nice clear from Barcode. Sneaks it past the bell ringer here. Now a core flip from Kainoob is blocked by the firewall sentry. The core makes its way down to Joker on the bottom side, looking for the dash. That's the second barrier gone. And now Shionzu pushing up here as well. Needs to survive against Snake, but Joker here with the flip. Going to get blocked by the Astral Projection. Has another chance. Goes to the top side. Doesn't quite get the angle. Might have another opportunity here with the Oni's Blade in the goal. Box is cleared out by Kainoob. And now Barcode on the defensive yet again. So getting it back down to the bottom side here with Joker. Core flip though from Snake. Gets it around Barcode. And now Showtime's opened up as we head right into overtime. Kainoob and Snake looking to pressure this top corner. The pass splitter in the way, and now the firewall sentry. Joker is pretty hurt, though. They might be looking for the KO, but a bad angle on the Astral Projection from Gumi. Looked to be a routine clear, but just couldn't quite find it. And it'll be Showtime taking set 2.
Yeah, what an unfortunate goal to be tanking there, because you're giving Showtime another draft. You're giving them another set. They're just one away from taking this first game now. And again, in these Awakenings, you have a perfect form here. That's just so good for so many of these players. So I do wonder who's going to opt for what. Speed being taken up by both the midfielders makes sense in that perfect form of X. Definitely a strong pick for himself. Also a great pick to deny off of the Centauro here.
Yeah, will be Size going over the Joker. And missile prop here for Barcode. Glass Cannon picked up by Gumi is a pretty solid Awakening as well. Speed has definitely been a little bit killer, especially in that overtime, so that will help out quite a bit. I think it's another really good draft here from Showtime, but that peak performance on Kainoob, I think is something we're really going to have to look out for.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of damage being put out by Demon's Raw now, actually. That peak performance is going to keep Kainoob alive, while that perfect form is going to enable Snake so much more as they take the second barrier as well. And they take Shionzu off the map. Barcode now, the next target of Snake. Will he drop? Not quite yet, but again, the core, it does stay up front, and it cleanly gets translated into a goal for the point lead in the set so far for Demon's Raw.
And then striking first here again. But Showtime, it seems like when they're able to get a lot of damage onto Barcode, Demons are able to make things happen. But that's not an easy task, especially on Pauldron's Asher here with Catalyst. So we'll see if they're able to keep it up. I mean, they've got some damage here onto Joker, forcing him back as Kainoob and Snake are working the pressure in the top corner. And another Super Surge KO here from Snake. Barcode's got a flip. They'll get a barrier on that one. But a barrier falls in return, and Snake's looking for a second. The Super Surge is coming in huge, and now Gumi pushing up. A bounce off the center, and it's right to Snake, who sinks it in. Demon's Raw now online and bringing it to set point.
And they're really showcasing the weakness of the Centauro pick, being that low stat HP, right? The Centauro still is very much a very killable character, and if you do have the power of an X and power of a Monumentalist, heavy impact now, and honestly even an Atlas who has great base damage together with a Glass Cannon 1-2 punch, it just can take out Joker so consistently. As you can again see, Joker is basically down to no HP, but so is Shionzu. So Showtime now having a really rough time staying alive as even Gumi gets involved and gets the KO.
And a flip for that one, but this is another power play where Demon's Raw live and thrive. Gumi pressuring this top side. Snake will bring down that barrier. Now it's an open goal for Showtime, just as Joker respawns here. Kainoob and Snake pushing up. They have the X Maximus, but Joker looking for a little breakaway play here. Gumi making the clear. Oni's Blade in the midfield, but Shionzu is way too hurt to do anything. Joker stuck in the 1v3, cannot get it done against the barrier. Now it's Joker getting staggered and launched around the world. Gumi almost finds a strike shot KO, but Kainoob wants this point. A pass here to Snake, looking for the top side. A nice mix-up against Barcode. And Demon's Raw, now they'll take a set of their own, 3-0, and this could be getting scary.
Demon's Raw have started to scale, and you can see it now. This X character doing a little bit of damage, and he's gonna do even more as we have stuff like specialized training in this draft. I do wonder if Snake's gonna go for it or if he's just gonna opt for the size. He will take it. Fight or Flight, also high value awakening in this draft. So is Hotshot. Fight or Flight being picked up by Kainoob here. You need to be a little bit worried, actually, if you're Showtime now. There's a lot of strong awakenings being found by the side of Demon's Raw here. Obviously, Gumi with a Spark is the least of your worries, and the best you can get for Showtime here actually is that extra special Timeless, which can change the tide quite a bit, but Kainoob just picks up even more speed than he already had. And now Snake, with that big fish, is going to have so much more range as well to make use of that ultimate.
Yeah, those forward duo for Demon Raw is looking pretty scary with the builds that they've got right now. Showtime definitely have their word cut out for them, and we're seeing right now the damage getting done, but Xianzhu actually able to find the KO on Snake with a glitch pop on the wall to bring down one barrier here in the power play. They're looking for a second one, though. A pass into Joker, trying to line up the slice and dice, but Gumi holding it down, not letting him get that second barrier. Joker now having to fall back on low HP as Snake coming back online, immediately getting back into the fray, looking for the KO on Joker. A nice dodge against the punch, but another bell ringer might do it if he gets the angle on it. Firewall Sentry coming out defensively, but both the forwards for Showtime are looking really hurt. They gotta go get the orbs as the pressure is mounting on Barcode, still holding the barrier. Burns a flip here, gets it out, a nice pass to Joker, and Barcode holds it down. Kainoob able to flip and return. A flip pass from Snake is blocked by Xianzhu, but Kainoob able to get the core eventually up in the corner, and Kainoob goes down, but Snake makes it an even trade. Dashes through the center now. It's a 2v2. Demon's Raw trying to hold onto this barrier. Xianzhu not going to quite have the momentum to get it without a forward. Might just be a stalling moment until the forwards come back online as we head back toward the neutral, but Demon's Raw immediately getting the pressure back on, trying to force this barrier.
And that barrier they will find, as now there's an open net on the side of Showtime. Gumi walks up, uses the flip, but immediately gets stopped by Joker here. But Snake just being such a nuisance to Barcode in the net. Barcode not being given the chance to defend properly, position properly to react to this attack, and it does go in. Demon's Raw find the first goal. And I feel like you can kind of see it as well now, the kind of ways that the teams want to kill. Showtime very much likes KOing through stagger, and that's just slowly not being possible anymore. The survivability on the side of Demon's Raw has just grown exponentially. So now they need to kind of move over to edge KOs, which Xianzhu was very much looking for with those Amy cyber swipes, but hasn't been able to find as consistently as they need to.
Xianzhu definitely been adapting there, but it's easy for Demon's Raw to just avoid that by not standing on the edge, and the survivability is definitely becoming more and more of an issue as this goes on. We see Joker with a flip available, but no health to back it up, and Snake is just hunting him down. Look at this. Core flip burnt early here. Use it or lose it, but it won't get very far as Gumi able to block that one away. Now Xianzhu, the one trying to push up into the box, but immediately getting burnt down. Demon's Raw now pushing right back. Faced with a pass splitter here, Xianzhu, a nice cyber swipe, sets up the sentry, looking for the point before they die. But the expanse from Gumi shuts down the play. A pass here to Joker on the bottom side. Astral Projection will block that one. Get it right back around to the forwards of Demon's Raw as they hunt for their final barrier. Kainoob up to the top side. Snake a nice dash into a punch will bring down the barrier. It's an open goal and Snake is hunting for it. Pops the X Maximus, blocked by the barrier beam, but gets the core flip in return. And Joker is once again just fighting for his life. Kainoob going for the center will get blocked here, but now Snake, the one injured. Joker fighting back and off the center. It's a KO, a power play for Showtime, and a flip available. They might be able to find this point if Barcode can get it past Kainoob. Xianzhu down to Joker, looking for the bottom. Core flip by Gumi, saves it away, but they'll have another chance. Possibly Snake coming back online just in time. And it's back to 3v3 where Snake able to pop the X Maximus, and the point goes to Demon's Raw.
That extra size on that X Maximus is just really making the difference there to get that strike, to just get it past the defense of Showtime so cleanly. As Demon's Raw is now 1 point away of taking another set here, but Showtime has 2 flips available to their name, and they want to make sure that they put them into good use. Because if you keep holding on to them for long, you might just be taken out, just like Snake did there, actually. Xianzu used the flip for that, but power play now in favor of Showtime. Can they find a barrier? No, Gumi and Kainub just playing it so smartly, patiently as well. Not accelerating the play any more than they have to. They are fine with dropping a barrier because they immediately return one of their own.
Showtime still trying to get as much pressure as they can while Snake is not involved, but as soon as this guy comes back, I mean, we see the health bars just dropping so quickly, and Joker not able to get an orb there. Just running around for his life yet again, just evading whenever he's on the wall as well, expecting that Snake is going to do something. But we're about to have 2 flips up on the side of Demon's Raw, and this barrier might not be long for this world, and Oni's played here in the midfield. Kainub first to burn the flip, and barrier will fall, but Joker goes down for it. Power play for Demon's Raw as they try and hunt for the second one yet again. Flip here from Snake, a bounce off the top wall. Barcode was ready for that one. A nice block here. Xianzu also going to flip. It's blocked by Kainub, though. Joker back online. 3v3 yet again. A nice pass from Gumi over to Snake, trying to find an angle, but in the 1v2 right now. Kainub pushing up to make it the odds even. Another core flip from Barcode will clear that one out to the bottom side, but Kainub and Snake still holding on to the core, trying to get it past. A nice flip from Snake will pick up the KO on Xianzu, and yet another power play for Demon's Raw. Snake brings down the barrier, a dribble off the corner. They're looking for the shot to the top. It'll be good, and another set from Demon's Raw will be going to a set 5.
And now looking back at these last 2 sets, it's starting to looking more increasingly more difficult for the side of Showtime to really find a winning avenue here, because we're going into yet another draft and we're letting the side of Demon's Raw scale yet again. Even now, there's Awakenings that hold so much value, especially in a kill-heavy game like this. The Stagger Swagger is absolutely an insane pickup for Kainub here, giving more speed and giving, again, more survivability. So at this point, if you're Showtime, you need to find some different way of attacking. Maybe try to get a really good Amy turret going, but even then, it's so difficult to then make use of that Amy turret properly. If in the end, you have a Gumi in net on the other half, that can just put down an Expanse on Atlas and just be a solid wall.
Got a second spark here on Joker for a bit more stagger to stay alive, but it might be too little too late. Demon's Raw kind of just got everything they wanted. More damage on Snake. Gumi got speed and gave size to Snake, and Kainub just got even faster. It's looking really scary here if you're Showtime, because it feels like the answers no longer lie in the Awakening draft, and this being the last set, this is all that they're going to get. They're just going to have to find a way to play better, and with Snake dealing as much damage as he is, and Kainub running as fast as he is, it seems like a very tall order indeed.
An incredibly tall order, and again, we're back in the corner of Showtime. A flip being used by Snake there. Doesn't find anything. Kainub has a flip to his name as well. Will use it to find a KO. Xianzu now down to being staggered as well. Can't really get involved anymore. Does try to walk in, gets saved by the drum, but Gumi takes him out in the end. As now 1v3, Kainub and Snake. Borderline toying around with Barcode in front of the net there. Just Demon's Raw back in full form and just showing why they're such a strong team.
And Demon's Raw fully online in this set 5. They have scaled immaculately, and they are showing it. Showtime trying to make something off of this kickoff. They'll get one barrier here, but Snake and Kainub, I mean, they're going to punish them for every inch of this. I look at the health bars yet again. It's Joker is just almost dead, and there's no damage on Demon's Raw at all with the double healing. And now they just convert back. They say, we'll lose one barrier. Well, we'll just kill you and then take both of yours here as they look to capitalize on this power play. Kainub and Snake on the top side. They've got the flip to work with, and Gumi covering the out clear here. X-Mac is getting popped. A crazy save there from Barcode, but the barrier falls regardless, and Xianzu now traded out yet again. It's a permanent power play for Demon's Raw. Gumi coming up into the net, looking to get in there. Just needs a pass to one of the forwards. Goes to Kainub, who wasn't quite ready for it, but just brings it right back to Snake. There's the flip, looking for the bull rush. The pass splitter in the way, but they get Joker on respawn. And now another power play for Demon's Raw as they just keep the pressure up, and finally Snake able to sink it in. Oh my, match point from Demon's Raw.
This X character and this Now character are quite something if you give them the right awakenings and the time to scale. Demon's Raw now 1 point away, and it doesn't really look like it's gonna go any other way than the past 8 points have been. A barrier has been dropped again. Snake and Kainub both have a flip to their name. Snake uses it here for some more damage. Shionzu down to no HP, and both barriers down. Barcode has a flip, but even if you do flip, what can you do? Kainub immediately jumps on top of you as well. As Demon's Raw, with a full reverse sweep, will take the victory in game 1.
Yeah, looked a little bit shaky there, but in the beginning, but Demon's Raw, they knew that they can scale, and they absolutely did, and totally took over this match. You mentioned it before, and we saw it a little bit on the pre-show. Zentaro is a weaker character right now, and we see right here why. It's very easy to KO him. Characters like Asher and even X can just really abuse this guy. And he has struggles immensely against the melee goalies, especially Atlas, who is pretty prevalent right now. And while it was a very strong showing from Showtime in the first half, Demon's Raw just have the scaling to keep it up. 339 redirects from Kainub, normal Kainub things, but 120 saves here from Barcode, who was just absolutely playing his heart out, but there's only so much you can do against an X and a Now that are built like that. So that's game 1 going to Demon's Raw.
Yeah, also really quick, I want to point out 73,000 damage by Snake. That is not nothing. And if you're met with something like that, how do you position? How do you play against it? It seems pretty difficult to find a proper angle. So in the end, it feels like the draft from the side of Demon's Raw just was a little bit more consistent, but great showing from both teams, obviously. And the game 1 does go to Demons. That was a show's map pick as well. Next up, we're gonna go into Night Market, which is Demon's Raw's map pick. So I'm curious to see how that one is gonna go. Maybe this time we're gonna have a little bit less KO heavy awakening. So really, really excited to see what kind of comps they're gonna pull out this time.
Yeah, the Super Surge Heavy Impact is definitely a polarizing option there, and Snake made huge use of the Super Surge. But yeah, I mean, Taiko Temple is Showtime's map. Like, they kind of own that map. So to see Demon's Raw bring out the win there is a bit scary, especially considering we're moving over to Night Market, which is traditionally Demon's Raw's map. Like, this is kind of their map. They're sort of known for playing quite a lot of scary things here. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Showtime has to adapt here. I imagine we're gonna have to see some sort of play around the brawlers and changing up that aspect for it, because I don't think you can't run the Zentaro again, because Demon's Raw is just going to do the same thing. And looks like we got our Awakenings here among Titans, built different, so playing a lot with size. This will be an interesting one.
Yeah, we're going from one damage heavy game to the fastest game you could possibly imagine. Not only do we have likely going to be a triple among Titans for both teams, you're also going to play it on Night Market with a Speed Gate in the middle. So I feel like we're looking at decently similar picks, but for different reasons now. Definitely, again, this now going to be so big in priority. And you can see in the draft as well, the Malko would have been a massive priority as well. Being taken away, though, not giving Barcode one of his strongest picks there. Do wonder what the first pick's going to be like. I almost want to believe it is now, although it could be a brawler priority.
Another character that's immediately coming to my mind is Atlas, and actually there it is, yeah, because that's kind of Barcode's like Barcode can play all the melee goalies, but that's like the character that Barcode made his name on. And Gumi got it last time, and I saw the Among Titans. It's like that's really nice here. So it is. We do see that first pick. There's the Now and the Asher coming out for Demon's Raw. I don't know if that's going to be goalie or brawler. We'll have to see. But yeah, the midfield picks now. Showtime's going to go for the Kai here on Shionzu. So this might be a double Among Titans here. And then they're going to just giga size their brawler, which is an option. It could be interesting. We'll have to see what the pick ends up being. If Joker bust out to the Kazan or something crazy, it could be really interesting. They have the X available. They're going to go the Zentaro again. Okay, a very squishy comp, but they have the Atlas. We'll see. This is surprising from Showtime.
Yeah, they do have the Atlas, and I will be surprised to see if they do want to go for some kind of size shenanigans. I feel like the side, just Among Titans as a baseline, just going to accelerate everything. And I kind of feel like picking that Zentaro is also another sign that Showtime will opt to go for that triple Among Titans just to get that speed. Zentaro not necessarily known for getting any kind of advantage off of being big, as the Amy lock-in happens for Demon's Raw. So this will likely be an Asher in forward.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, no, I mean, it's got to be, because Kainoob is on the now. So, yeah, Gumi, Aimi, goalie, against the Zentaro. So this is a little bit better matchup for Zentaro than having to play into Atlas, but it's still a lot of damage from Demon's Raw that you're having to contend with. And Xianzhu is also not in much better situation. Kai has one of the lowest stagger pools in the game, so if they cannot get that speed built up, it's going to be a rough day. The peak performance is really high on the priority list for Showtime here. If they lose that Awakening, it can be really rough really quickly. I'm gonna be interested to see how they go playing around with this among Titans. I think Demons very well might just go full Titans and just get the speed boost. But if anyone does end up taking Built Different and just trying to go Giga size, it could shake things up for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. We will see though, as we're now getting into the game. Honestly, I'm not sure what I should be expecting. I'm just at this point a little bit. You can't really say scared, but it's a Now Asher combination. We've seen how much damage Now and Asher do in both ways. In ways of just being able to win the game, control the game so consistently and so well, and also just doing actual in-game damage by just passively being everywhere and having so many AoE attacks as well that control the core and hit the enemy at the same time. So we'll see how heavy that will go into it, and you can see speed is the name of the game. 6 among Titans, 4 max souls. The only difference is Gumi on eject button compared to Barcode on strike shot. Gonna be a fast game ahead of us.
Yeah, speed is the name of the game here. But also, I mean, stagger is still the name of the game at the end of the day here when you have Zentaro Kai. So we'll have to see if Showtime are able to... I mean, right now, Joker's gone. Bye. That's unfortunate. But this is kind of what you expect when you lock in Zentaro. So they're going to really have to look for those mobility awakenings. A dash enhancer would be nice. Like I said, peak performance, maybe some sparks, is very well might be the difference between Showtime winning this match and it just being a repeat of last match where Demons just scale some damage and have them permanently KO'd.
Yeah, most definitely. But as it stands right now, Showtime is a little bit better off. They are working with an open goal already. Side of Demon's Raw, though, defending that excellently as Joker again being put down onto Stagger. So much damage just coming out. But a very well-timed strike, actually, will just mix up Gumi there.
Yeah, nice evade there from Joker at the perfect time to find it into the goal. But, I mean, this is what Showtime, like, excel at, right? We saw it last game. They were getting those early points early on when there weren't too many Awakenings to deal with. Things just fell apart as soon as Demons were able to start scaling. And we're already seeing that a little bit right now, where, I mean, Xianzhu is staggered, Joker already got KO'd, but Showtime are still managing to score. The question will be, can they keep it up and end this game as quickly as possible, or will Demons have the chance to come back? And right now, a nice blink up from Gumi will take that point away. The story is kind of starting to write itself, I think. Demons might have a better team composition just from the outset.
Yeah, Demon's just having a really good showing on this first series of the day, right? And the thing that Showtime has going for them is the fact that there is an Amy in that net. If you can get the core up front, if you can get a good force situation, Amy is going to struggle to deal with it properly. Something like the Atlas the Atlas will be able to hold it a lot better. As you can see here as well, core is in front of net, and then Amy, she needs to kind of time her strike, have a glitch pop to clear the way. If she doesn't have that, it's just so much easier to put in. If that's a Mako or an Atlas or an Asher in that net on Gumi, there's just like, you press an ability and the core gets stopped. So that's what Showtime has going for them, and that's what they need to take advantage of, is that defensive fragility of that Amy pick.
Yeah, it's almost like two teams both playing very aggressively against each other. Whoever's able to get enough momentum is able to win it. Demons relying a little bit more on damage, and Showtime having to rely a little bit more on the core control. But a double barrier here for Showtime, as Joker looking to get up into position here. Running out of health, unfortunately, again. He's got to go down to get the orb. Meanwhile, Xianzhu doing some nice core control to buy some time. And now Joker back mostly alive. The Atlas Heel coming out, pressuring this bottom corner. There's the Oni's Blaze, but all 3 members of Demons will be able to push it out there. And now once again, Joker just trying to survive, but also stay in a position where he can do something if the core does come his way. Burning so much energy on these evades. Core flip here from Xianzhu. A pass to Joker. What a mix-up. And he was ready for it. The coordination from Showtime coming in huge there as Joker, running for his life, got to the perfect spot to sink it in. Xianzhu, the MVP, as Showtime takes set 1. And hovering stacks on stacks. A greedy pickup for sure. But it could pay dividends.
Greedy pickup, but my god, is this Xianzhu, is this Kai character going to be fast? Heavy impact being picked up by Kainu will assist in a little bit more of that damage output though, as the extra special is being denied off of Gumi. Hotshot finding its way into Amy though, very solid pickup. Prime time for Snake, and lastly Siege Machine for Barcode. I do feel like there's a lot of awakenings that have gone out here, which people are mostly happy with. There are some deny picks. I'm just really looking at, again, heavy impact now. We saw it last game how much it can do, and I'm worried we might see something similar again if the aim goes on for too long.
Yeah, Demons definitely got a lot of pretty good awakenings for their characters, and we mentioned Xianzhu, go the greedy pickup of the stacks. If he gets KO'd, he loses all of that speed, but if he keeps it, boy will he be zooming. And while the Happy Star was a deny, it does give Joker a little bit more survivability because you can just go elusive more often. So it's, you know, it's actually not bad in this situation at all. We'll have to see how he utilizes that. And if it ends up coming in big, we got some damage coming here onto Kainu, and Joker's actually able to pick up the KO, dumping the whole kit, and doesn't even need to burn the flip. We'll have to dodge a glitch pop there. But Showtime looking to be in a solid position. Xianzhu going to walk up with the barrage. They'll take the point here, and once again, starting off strong here in game 2.
Yeah, most definitely. That barrage so difficult to deal with on a defensive end again if you're not an ultra lockdown character. But Gumi on that Amy has a lot of other bonus points, like that damage, like that forward aggression as well. But Showtime doing such a good job as it stands right now to just get that core onto onto Demon's Raw defensive side, forcing them to kind of figure out situations. Right now, though, almost as I'm cursing it, Demon's Raw on the attack gets both barriers, will try to get an attack going to take the goal in the end, and you can see that Amy cyber swipe with the flip will be enough to get the goal for Demon's Raw.
Every time Demons have that pressure up, Gumi kind of feels like he's got the free reign to push up to that midfield and just get into a spot to make it, you know, a 3v2 or a 3v3, whatever he needs to do. And it can just be so dangerous every time with this Imi goalie. I see some core flips coming up, but Kainoob burning his aggressively to get the KO on Joker. Absolutely huge, and now Xianzhu is staggered. Gumi with the cyber swipe brings down the second barrier. Demons dismantling everything Showtime has right now, and a double KO coming out. That will bring in the second point here for Demons Raw. They'll bring him to set point, and all of Xianzhu's pancakes are unfortunately gone.
And that is not something you'd like to see. I also do want to point out really quick, Barcode found an excellent clear to hold on to that second barrier, but Gumi was just immediately there. Again, Amy with that eject presence, really showing why this pick is not to be underestimated. As again, a barrier is down on the side of Showtime here. Demons Raw trying to set up another attack, can't quite find something that will stick though, and a huge Giga from Xianzhu will actually find the KO on Snake, as we're now in a power play in favor of Showtime, but Kainu not giving them a single inch of space to work with, as the others are trying to get an attack going again. Again, not a single barrier has fallen though, and Snake is back on the field.
Kainu, I think, just racked up about 50 redirects right here. I mean, look at this guy. He is getting all the possession, the magnetized soul, the passive speed from Titans, playing in huge there, just getting exactly where he needs to be to hit the core. Joker able to bring down one here with the passive. Did burn the flip a little bit early, unfortunately, but trades Gumi's flip for it. Now Xianzhu and Kainu, both the flips available. Xianzhu core flip pass to Joker in the perfect spot, brings down the second barrier, and Kainu flips it right back though, but in overtime, Showtime are looking for this point. A little bit of healing coming here onto Joker. He's looking to get into position, but Xianzhu actually able to find the point. Gumi couldn't eject button back in time. And Showtime able to sneak one out and tie up the set here, 2-2.
2-2, one more to the side to set. Showtime very much looking to take this point as well to get another 2-0 set lead here. They get a barrier as well. Xianzhu starting to stack up these stacks on stacks again, is on 140 roughly, so basically at full. So if he's able to stay alive, that's going to come into play as well. Both teams now one barrier down, but again, a clean shot gets it past Gumi, as now Demon's Raw is on an open net. Shianzu tries to carry up the core, but is immediately interrupted by Snake. That Asher just being such a force to be dealing with. Flip coming out in front of the goal now. Amy turret dropping as well, making it even more annoying, as Shianzu is now taken off ultimate, not there in time. Joker will be able to recover some of the HP there to be back in play, but again, it is a power play in favor of Demon's Raw, but Showtime can't defend it properly.
Shianzu coming back online now. Barcode holding it down. They're looking to try and bring this point back, but there's still 2 flips available here for Demon's Raw. What a clear around Snake, by the way. That was really risky, but he did not want to go for the cross net where Kainub could be. And now a core flip here from Kainub. Shianzu in the way. A nice strike war from Barcode. Gets it away from Snake, but they got to get it back on the other side of the field now. Shianzu on the bottom. Joker on the top. A nice pass up. Joker's got the flip available. Burns it here. Goes to the top side. Gumi flips in response. And now Cyber Swipe up the field, but Shianzu with a barrage brings it back down, forces it through Kainub. And Joker there to get the last hit as they sink it to the bottom side. Showtime gonna steal away yet another set here. Shianzu the MVP yet again. They get closer and closer every time, but Fight or Flight showing up. That might be what Showtime need to stay in this and live through the damage.
I'm seeing flashbacks of the last game because that's going to be a Monu now or a perfect form. It's a Monu now with heavy impact. It's going to, again, be so difficult to deal with. Perfect form onto Snake here as well. Just giving these cooldowns back all the time. Still, very solid pickups for everyone. Everyone is so happy with it. But again, that power that now pick now will have in this game is not to be underestimated. Showtime, I feel like, need to find this set if they want to force a game 3, because if they're going to a set 4, it's not going to look great for them.
Yeah, they got to end it here. I think they got the tools that they need to be able to do that. I think right now is the most build advantage that they're going to have for the rest of this game. If this goes on any longer, Demon's Raw are going to probably carry it out to set 5 and win. So they just got to seal the deal right now where they have the opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, it's an open goal inside of Demons, and the big pressure coming out. Look how fast Shianzu is. And Joker's just always right there to follow up. As Showtime, they'll seal that point away, and they might be able to just 3-0 this game.
At a very important point, and they need to continue on with that momentum. We also have Joker has a flip to his name soon. Might be wanting to use that to secure a second barrier, as he's likely to get the first one here. Gets a second one as well with a smart strike. As Demon's Raw now on an open goal again. Barcode early interrupt will set up Showtime again to get an attack going. And Demon's Raw now on the back foot. Very much need to play carefully. Need to not like these strike wars are just so crucial for them to win, because if you're every single little bit of space that you're giving to Showtime is space that is just dangerous for you to deal with. That's space you do not want to give. So the core goes back and forth. Demon's Raw does have 2 flips to their name and a lot of damage on the side of Showtime as well.
Shianzu, though, able to beat Snake in literally any given foot race. A nice flip, though, from Kainu, brings down the second barrier, and Shianzu has to get out of there to avoid death. Luckily, he's got the speed to avoid a lot of this. Gumi pushing up here into the midfield. Joker trying to get into the mix to cut a lot of passes. Core flip here from Gumi, but Shianzu just runs up and intercepts it, launches the barrage to the bottom. Gumi makes the clear, though. Cycles back around. Joker with the Oni's play, going to the core flip to the top side. A big play from Joker to bring it to match point now. Showtime managing to score still. They've got the speed to back it up. And, I mean, just watch. I swear, Snake picked up the speed gate and Shianzu is still running faster than him.
Yeah, very much so. Shianzu did lose all of the stacks, though, at the end of that point, so very much a nerf on that speed department for the Kai, but baseline's still very fast with all of these awakenings. As now the second barrier drops actually on the side of Showtime. Demon's Raw not done with this game just yet, are looking to find this goal, but can't quite right now. As Kainu will try to run up a huge KO from Snake. That's another stacks reset on Shianzu here. And they need to continue to find these KOs to just continue to scale this, as another one is being found on Barcode, and Demon's Raw take the first goal of this set for themselves.
Yeah, that's really big, because now Shianzu is going to be slowed down quite a bit for this next point at least. And they still have the flip available on Kainub. Demon's Raw, the longer they can drag this out, the more sets that they can get here, the more chance that they're going to have of winning this. But Joker, a nice dash up, will get the first barrier. Snake looking to respond, but it won't have an angle there. Bring it back up into this Firewall Sentry. Kainoob covering this top end. That's one barrier gone. But Xianzhu looking to recover it back over to Joker here. They battle through the midfield, trying to find a way past these forwards. But Kainoob also moves pretty darn fast. A nice barrage, though, from Xianzhu. Manages to get it around the now. A pass here to Joker. Brings out the Oni's Blade. Xianzhu backing him up. Core flip comes out from Snake. Core flip comes out from Kainoob just around Barcode. That's a barrier gone, but core flip here from Joker right through the uprights to the top. What a shot. Joker saw the opportunity, and that will be the game. Showtime and Demon's Raw will move on to Game 3.
Showtime this time around, they take their chance. They close off the game 3-0, and they did not let this game go on for too long. Did not let Demon's Raw scale. So very much a great showing for them this time around. And if I am Demon's Raw, I'm going to have to start looking at maybe that Atlas pick again for a Game 3, because Barcode was doing so well. Even when the core did get to the defensive side of Showtime, there was just little to no crumbling from his end. Meanwhile, Gumi obviously on that Amy pick, having a little bit more of a rough time. And as much as I like seeing an aggressive goalie pick, it's just really not the same level of consistency as a defensive goalie pick will bring to the table. And again, if you look at the stats really quick as well, Xianzhu just having a masterclass in that midfield position, controlling the game so much, almost doubling the redirects of his forward and his goalie as well. Just so much core control coming out from that guy.
Yeah, I mean, the midfielders kind of made this the name of the game. They were both doing so much and putting in so much work, but ultimately Xianzhu moved faster. And I mean, we can talk about like Joker was taking so much damage, but managed to stay alive at some of the most crucial moments and just get to a spot where he was open and able to receive the core, and then just made shots that were so impactful and so efficient. The guy is pretty incredible, and the synergy that they've got with Xianzhu it's really, really impressive, that forward duo that Showtime have right there. And we saw it on full display where it looked like they had every disadvantage. They got it done. And now moving on to Game 3, Clarion Test Chamber. Feels like it's one of the most classic common Game 3 maps where it can kind of go any way. Everything is allowed to be played pretty much, and I don't think there's a team that's particularly bad on it. So it'll be interesting to see how they change it up. The Zentaro has gone poorly for Showtime. It's gone well for Showtime. But either way, it's taken quite a lot of damage. So we see the Glass Cannon Ad Rush come out here. The big ticket question, will they pick Zentaro again?
I personally would be a bit surprised to see it again, but hey, never say never, right? You have a Glass Cannon start and you have an Adrenaline Rush start. Again, another Awakening set that can allow for KO favored gameplay, but it doesn't have to be, right? It doesn't have to be. And I feel like on a map like Clarion as well, with all of these different maps that come into play, you really just want a team comp that can do well on most of them, right? And a fully KO game team comp would be having a more of a rough time on certain maps, I feel like, compared to others. So I am curious. I still expect, though, Atlas immediately take it off, by the way, from Demon's Draw, not dealing with Barcode Atlas anymore. But I'm expecting a Now pick, and again, an Asher pick, because, you know, it's just strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, there it is from Showtime. They'll pick it up. There's the Mako from Demon's Raw. So far, all the characters, no big surprises. All this stuff has been meta for a while now. And it will be the X going over to Demon's Raw as well. And they'll actually be the ones to pick up the Kai here for Kainoob. They didn't like what Xianzhu was cooking. They said, we'll try that one this time. And with the Glass Cannon start, that's definitely going to be solid. So need a goalie pick here for Showtime. The Mako and the Atlas both off the board, and the Asher as well. The pool pinched just a bit, unless they choose to rotate the Asher to goalie and go for a brawler here. It's going to be interesting. They'll go for the Rasmus. Okay, so that's most likely Joker, Brawler, Rasmus, and they'll leave the Asher for Barcode. Now, Rasmus, I think, is a good forward duo for this map. Controversial, maybe? No, it's not controversial. I'm joking, but we have a miniature kitten comp on the side of Demon's Raw. I mean, the Mako buffing Kai and X to make them go faster is scary. She's a good character. She has Glass Cannon, and that's an Ad Rush start. So Snake is going to be looking for those KOs, but I think it's a smart move by Showtime to ditch the Zentaro, go for the now, go for the survivability, and go for a goalie as well, who just won't die.
Yeah, most definitely. And I also feel like the Rasmus pick for Showtime here is kind of goes along the line of like Barcode has a tried and true method of playing the defense, being those three characters, being that Atlas, Mako, and that Asher. So I don't think if you're in the last game of a best of 3 series in winter finals, you're really going to be trying out too much experimental stuff. But definitely a solid team comes, I think, from both ends. Personally, I'm very curious to see who's going to pick up the Glass Cannon and who's going to pick up the Adren Rush.
Yeah, I think we can sort of guess, but looking at it here, okay, so Joker actually did go for Glass. Everyone on Showtime went for Glass Cannon. It was only Snake who went for Ad Rush. I thought Joker might actually go for the Ad Rush, as some of those Rasmus hooks can be kind of scary here, but they're going to pick up the speed and the power instead. Once again, it's Mag Souls all around except for the goalies. So, I mean, it's just the gear that's really good right now. And starting off, it's Showtime, who will open up a quick goal.
They will open up the goal, but they need to find and translate it in the end. Snake does take a lot of damage here. Needs to be careful a bit because the damage is being dumped, not really allowing the Sex to play on a map like this, which is very much going to go into Showtime's favor here as they're trying to get the core into an offensive position. Joker gets a shot off, but Gumi strike shots it away just in time, as now the core is again being passed around in midfield. Snake is taking a lot of passive damage though. This X is really going to have a difficult time staying on the map in these early sets.
Yeah, early on, it's definitely going to be a challenge for the X, especially against the you got the now Asher and Raz, but I think are 3 characters that can play against X pretty darn well. And Joker can always come back to confirm a kill really easily with the hook. And now that they got the hook available, you might have to look out every time Snake is staggered, because I know that Showtime are going to be hunting for it. We just see X Maximus here. And there it is! Joker with the death touch brings Snake off the map. It's a power play, and they got a flip available. Yumi with a nice red core in overtime there does clear it past to buy a few seconds. The snare drum's coming out to trap Joker, buys even more time. The Snake will come back online now as Kainoob still working to get this final barrier. A Barcode holds it down on the Asher. Kainoob bringing it back up to Snake. Xianzhu intercepts the pass to Joker, who hooks it back. Doesn't quite get it a second shot there. Continues to go back and forth, but another KO here onto Snake. I don't even know. I think it was a pendulum swing. What a clear from Gumi on the line to clear it back, but a core flip here from Xianzhu might be going in. A pass up to Joker. Kainoob wins the strike war, though, but another power play for Showtime as they continue to put pressure on the net. Kainoob, though, in the right position to hold it down. The Snake will come back online. Whiplash up for Joker, but once again, can't get an angle on the goal. And Demon's Raw still working to bring down this barrier. Barcode clears it past, and Gumi caught with the drums. Won't be able to make the save. Showtime will take point 1.
A long point it was as well, though, which could be an indicator that we're looking at a little bit more of a drawn-out game here. But Demon's Raw is back on the attack now. Kainoob has a flip to his name as well. Will he use it anytime soon, or is he going to try to hold it for maybe an orb confirm? No, that would have been a little bit too much, but he's big now. He has that power on the Cat. These barrages will hurt a bit more. The strikes will be a bit easier as they're getting an attack going yet again, but Barcode holding excellently, making use of this Asher so well here. And the damage actually comes out from Demon's Raw yet again. Luckily, you have a Now on your team. You have a Now that can ultimate and help with that, as Joker with a smart death touch there will deny Gumi that defense as the first barrier drops at this point.
Joker bringing down the second one, but Xianzhu getting taken out for it. And Joker might be getting taken out for a Snake going big mode, popping the X Maximus as well as the Orb. Both barriers are gone, and now dashing in Barcode trying to hold, but it's just too much in the 1v3. Demon's Raw immediately striking back in a much shorter point there to tie the game 1-1. As Demon's Raw, I mean, they're going to show that they still absolutely can KO people when they have the opportunity, and that Ad Rush just makes every KO that they get so impactful.
What will you do when a big orb ulted X with will come for you? There's nothing you can do other than pray, as again, KOs have been found. The barrier is down though on the side of Demon's Raw here, but they are controlling this core so well. They're not really giving any unnecessary core control to the side of Showtime here. as they're playing around that middle orb so well, or the expanse. They do get a barrier up top here. Shionzu is down HP as well, has to use the ultimate to stay alive, but again, the Strike Wars are just consistently being found by Demon's Raw here, as they're taking a second barrier as well, and they're not looking to score. Gumi has a flip on the defensive end if necessary, but I do not think he needs to use it yet. Clean strike timings will completely diffuse that situation.
Here from Gumi is blocked by Joker, and they'll lose a barrier for that one as both sides can be opened up. Core flip here from Snake, shut down by the pass splitter, and goes for the shot again, but Barcode keeps it held down. Giga Blast from Kainoob was a bit wide here, but Snake getting taken off the field. A core flip from Kainoob, blocked by Barcode, who rushes there in time. But the power play here for Showtime, they need to make something happen. Trying to force it past Kainoob. The now primary will do it as Joker with the flip available. Burns it here, looking for a shot. Gumi with the secondary available, but Shionzu on the rebound is able to get through Snake. The bell ringer not coming out in time. And Showtime will bring it to set point.
One more point to find the awakenings that they probably want. This time around, the now, again, is probably going to look for something like a Monumentalist. And being able to pick something like that would be so massive. But something else that is really massive here is the damage on the Joker. It gets taken out almost immediately, but the now will keep him alive. As now Demon's Raw is down again, has an open goal on their end as well. Again, that's Showtime. We'll try to get an attack going. Snake takes a lot of damage here. Needs to be a bit careful around those KO zones. On a map like this, damage will fall fast, and if you do find yourself inside of those zones, it's going to be difficult to get out of them.
Yeah, careful standing near the walls here as well. There's a lot of damage on the Demon's Raw forward, but Shionzu just running up against Kainoob. Knows they got no abilities and will just take the Strike War for the set. The Showtime winning set 1 in every single game so far, and Shionzu going to be the MVP here. Peak, Catalyst, Titan, Stagger Swagger all showing up on the board. A lot of really good options. We'll see how this draft goes.
Yeah, I am going to be curious what the pickup for Shionzu will be here. Among is really good, but Stagger also really great to keep yourself alive. Peak, again, a great survivability pickup here. Extra special finding its way onto Barcode, making sure that that path splitter is going to be even more annoying. I think more importantly, though, we have an Among Titans on Gumi, enabling a lot more movement speed and a lot of that aggressive play that he can play so well. And an extra special on Snake will make it even easier to get those Adren Rush procs.
Yeah, that's a scary build for sure. I mean, no surprise here, Stagger Swagger and Peak Performance went off the board first. And you gotta love what Demon's Raw were able to pick up in that draft. Showtime got quite a bit there as well. But this game seems to be a lot more dead even than the previous two. So we'll see how these are going to influence what these teams are doing. But right now, it's Demon's Raw off to a quick start with both barriers down. And looking to set up for a point, though. Showtime will be responding with a barrier of their own, trying to get past this center. But Snake is pounding away on the center orb. Might be able to get it. Yes, he does. He's going to go big mode. Pops the X-Maximus as well, just wailing away on the defense here. Showtime try and keep the core away from him. Kainoob looking to send it back in, but Joker winning some Strike Wars. Gonna get it past Snake with a dribble up to the top side. Kainoob looking to get up there to recover. A pass back down to Snake. Shionzu trying to block everything as the pass splitter comes out. And it'll just go back to the midfield here as a core flip burnt by Joker. Doesn't get the angle on the barrier, though. And we head into overtime. There's one barrier remaining for Demon's Raw. No barriers remaining for Demon's Raw as Joker with a quick Strike War brings that down.
Open goals on both ends now. Joker, no evades, no HP, though. So very much a target on the side of Showtime here. A great strike shot will hold on to this point as well. Barcode has a flip on the defensive end, but doesn't even need to use it because Joker and Shionzu are just setting themselves up so nicely to secure this goal for this set. And again, Showtime just really showing convincing play in the first few sets. It's just about, are they going to be able to keep up this performance, or is Demon's Raw going to be able to get, like they did in the first game, some kind of second win?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Showtime seem to be the ones who just want to close that out as quickly as possible, and Demons want to drag it on and scale up pretty consistently. But a big KO from Shionzu with the flip takes Snake off the board. And now it's a power play yet again for Showtime. Joker brings down the second barrier as Barcode pushes up to the midfield. Core flip here, shot to the top. It's perfect, right past the Mako primary, and Showtime will bring it to set point.
one more point to take another 2-0 set lead in this series in favor of Showtime. We are on the bouncy map, so there's going to be a lot of chaos, but I feel like a pick like now is going to be able to control that quite well. Joker, though, taking so much damage off of that Mako ultimate, off of that X, has to run back to get some HP. Joker has a flip as well if he does want to use it to confirm some kind of barrier or goal here. Will use it, gets one barrier, tries to set up for the second one, isn't able to find that though. As again, Snake is just dumping so much damage, this time onto Xianzhu, but that damage kind of goes to waste. Xianzhu does have that Stagger Swagger pickup and is back to being full HP.
Now 2 flips available here for Demon's Raw that bring down one barrier. Snake will burn the flip, trying to get the pass up to Kainoob. Bounce House makes these rotations pretty interesting as they go around the world quite a bit here. Xianzhu able to recover the core though, but Kainoob with the flip sends it right back in, and Snake able to win the strike war for that second barrier. Up in the X Maximus, just dumping some damage in Showtime's back line right now, but Kainoob trying to find the point. Xianzhu shutting that down, but Kainoob now with a little breakaway to the bottom side. A pass up to Snake and for the Bell Ringer to get it past, but Xianzhu holding it down, blocking this top side off quite well. Snake though wins the strike war, and Kainoob racing after the core. Snake also trying to get up there, but Joker falling back just in time. Be able to cook the core back up. Snake brings it down to the bottom side. Barcode makes the block. Kainoob sending it back in. Barcode with a little bit early on the barrier beam. Wasn't quite able to actually stop the core with it. Might be an Asher moment as Demon's Raw able to pick up the point there. 1-2 now to go on to Invisibility Lane map.
1-2, but Showtime has almost 3 flips to their name, and a massive flip from Joker will be able to find both barriers, and a second flip by Xianzhu will find the goal. Really quick point, 11 seconds in this one, as Showtime will take the second set of this deciding game.
Xianzhu the MVP here yet again. Monu and Heavy Impact both showing up, both big awakenings for now throughout this entire series. See what the pick is going to be. Xianzhu waiting just a moment here. We'll allow aerials to go over to Kainoob. He's going to go for the Heavy Impact. As 1-2 punch goes to Barcode for even more red cores. We've been seeing it with the Powerhouse Pauldrons already, and this is going to help out quite a bit. Big Fish, though, falling to Snake is scary, as Explosive Entrance just picked up by Joker, and Gumi going for the Siege Machine on the Mako. Big pickup there for Xianzhu, and a big pickup for Snake. I think those are the 2 biggest things. The aerials is definitely helping out Kainoob quite a bit as well to run fast. But Snake should be able to live a lot more, and Xianzhu is going to be just using a lot more abilities. I think those are the things that we're really looking at here.
Yeah, most definitely. Arion very, very happy with their pickups. I just feel like on a map like Clarion, that Heavy Impact now is going to do so much work, because a lot of these maps are very close in the way they're built. So you can hit quite often you can hit a lot of people with your abilities, and those cooldowns are going to drop dramatically. As this time around, though, Demon's Raw is holding up the pressure. Can't get any barrier in the end, though. We're seeing a lot of abilities and a lot of strikes being exchanged, but no one's really dying, no one's really taking any barriers. It starts off with Snake with a flip, taking the first barrier. The second one drops as well with Gumi with a smart walk up there. Kainoob able to recover that core in time, as now Demon's Raw is sitting in front of an open goal. Kainoob uses the flip, waits out the flip from Barcode, but still is not able to translate it. As a nice pendulum swing from Joker will be able to find one barrier on the side of Demon's Raw, but again, defensively active the side of Showtime here, as the core does switch sides, but immediately gets answered. Snake is rather low, but not in any dangerous position as of right now. He does put himself into one, though, dashing in. But again, no barrier has dropped just yet.
Snake taking quite a bit of damage here, but continuing to keep the pressure on. Finally has to fall back in fear of getting KO'd there. Kainoob looking for the shot, but Barcode able to block that one away. Gumi still holding on to this barrier and this flip. Barcode up to Xianzhu. Flip here from Gumi. A pass down to Snake. Burnout flip now of his own. Looking for an angle. Doesn't find anything, but a KO from Gumi from across the map onto Barcode. It's a goalie power play for Demon's Raw. Forwards in the net for Showtime, and they just can't hold against the pressure. Snake dash it in and sending it home. Demon's Raw take the point now, scoring first and trying to mount the reverse sweep that they need to stay in this.
Yeah, and they do find themselves on the damage map here, which can work in their favor, because they do have pretty strong lethal force here. One barrier is down on the side of Demon's Rod, trying to get an attack going to take one off of Showtime, but Barcode being there preemptively, using that Asher excellently to just immediately defuse that situation before it gets too dangerous. As Showtime now runs up, Joker has a flip, does try to use it, but doesn't hit the core with it. Strikes not finding their targets though, as one barrier drops now on the side of Showtime as well. 1-1 for each. Huge KO from Joker with that pendulum swing. Power play in favor of Showtime now. As they get the second barrier, can Joker secure the goal? No. Great strike shot from Gumi will hold on to this point, as Kainu will come back in just a few seconds. The goal has not been found yet, and a lot of damage will be pumped into Showtime here. Now can heal up. It is actually diffused here. Kainu down low to low HP again, but the side of Demon's Rod just can't really find an attack that is threatening to the barrier. Showtime again walking up, trying to get something going here, but Demon's Rod defending it so well.
Snake on last legs of life here, trying to steal the orb. Won't be able to find it though, but does get the flip out of Barcode. Flip here from Joker, shot on top, another great strike shot from Gumi. On point with this game, but Xianzhu pushing up a nice pass to Joker, who's finally able to get it past. And Showtime able to score the point, tied up now 1-1 in the set. They still have the flip available here on Xianzhu as we head over to the Bounce House map.
The Bounce House map, again, it's gonna be chaotic, but if you do have that flip, you can make work with it, and you can also find a KO with it. Now power play in favor of Showtime, but they actually end up losing the barrier, as Kainub is being so aggressive there, not letting them get an attack going here, as now Snake back on the field, actually a negative power play for Showtime there, as another attack is mounting. Barco being bounced away, and Snake just forcing it through with that X-Pick. One goal away from taking the first set for Demon's Rod.
Big X Maximus there. Now on set point, this is where Demons make their comeback time and time again when they decide to play for real. And this might be their moment, as we are on the orb map here, the anomaly map, I forget what it's called, but kind of able to pick it up and go big mode here, trying to get the core back up to Snake as they got one barrier. They're looking for a second one though. Joker pushing back up the field, forcing Kainu to burn the flip early to get it out of there, but trapped in the jail, sent by the Giga Blast. Snake picking up the KO with the flip, and now a power play here for Demons. So the pass up to Kainu here, back down to Snake, who's in the perfect spot, and that's the barrier gone off the Ad Rush power play, and now they're pushing in. Core flip's got to be burnt here by Barcode, but Gumi's in the midfield to not make it go very far. Snake looking to get this orb yet again. It'll be stolen here by Xianzhu though. And now a little bit of a chance possibly for Showtime to do something, but Snake almost with the Bellringer gets it through, but Barcode will win the strike war and hold it down. Now in a sticky situation yet again as Kainu and Snake pressuring this top side. All three members of Showtime got to come in to try and get it past this Kai as we head into overtime. The pass splitter comes out. Xianzhu trying to force it back through the midfield, teleporting up with the barrage, sends it back through. Barcode with the dash, able to make the save on the goal line as Joker looking for the barrier, but Gumi allows nothing. A strike shot sends it back across, and a Giga Blast from Kainu brings Xianzhu off the map. A power play for Demon's Rod. Kainu looking to force it in. The barrier beam holds up, but pass up to Snake, back down to Kainu, back up to Snake to the top side. It's blocked, but back to Kainu to the center, blocked again. Barcode holding it down in the face of it all, and now Xianzhu back online.
Oh, Xianzhu's back online, but Snake has been taken out. Power play for Showtime now. They get the barrier. They want to get at the goal as well here. Put the set into a 2-2 to put them one goal away from taking this entire series. But they can't really get an attack going. Snake back on the field now. Orb on Joker. Size is so great for the Rasmus, but can't really make use of it. Barcode has a flip. So does Gumi. They can use it defensively if they feel like they need to. As an attack again is mounting. Flip on Kainub as well now. Might be used to get a forward momentum here. Doesn't have to just yet. The Giga will do the same thing, but a pass splitter from Barcode just immediately shutting down any kind of core play going towards the defensive side of Showtime here. As again, the strike wars are just trying to be found. They're just trying to get a good position here. A Snake will pick up the orb, will go absolutely big with damage, and will put Joker down to stagger. Joker does have a flip. Can he use it to get an attack going? No, not yet, because the core doesn't connect to it. Kind of almost secures the KO there as well. Doesn't find it though. As now Demon's Rod on the attack. Flip from Snake, and great patience as Snake just shoots it calmly past the flip and the dash from Barcode. Demon's Rod will take the set.
Great patience there from Snake. Barcode burnt everything, expecting that core to come, and Snake waited it all out. And now a big reward for Demon's Rod. Not only do they get the first pick, but they get to stay in the series here. Stacks on stacks going over to Kainoob. We saw Xianzhu with that on Kai earlier in game 2, and it absolutely can pay itself off. Twin Drive going over to Barcode. Good deny away from Gumi, who will go for the Super Surge instead. Size getting picked up by the Joker on Rasmus, a much-needed Size Awakening for the Brawler. As Might of the Colossus will be denied away here by Xianzhu, and it'll just be a Spark here for Snake, settling for the Spark of Agility. An interesting draft here, but Demon's Raw are definitely a lot more locked in than they were earlier on, so we'll see if Showtime are able to close out the game and get it done, or if Demon's Raw will get it, or will make the comeback. With that Size on Joker, which I think definitely going to be really helpful here.
That Size is gonna help, but there's just so much more speed now in the team comp of Demon's Raw as well. That Super Surge making that Mako even more strong with that extra speed. So the side of Showtime will need to try to be in position to cancel that whenever they can. And obviously Stacks for Kainoob will do so much work as well. As the barrier now drops, open goal versus open goal. Kainoob tries to get it past the Path Splitter, but can't quite. As now Kainoob is being put to low HP as well. Not really in any danger of dying just yet though. Meanwhile, Xianzhu almost taken off, but the evade will come out just in time.
We'll hear from Barcode. Gumi's projectiles go so far with the Strike Shot Siege Machine. And just sends it right back in that corner now as we see a lot of damage onto both of the midfielders here. Kainoob getting it back up to Snake, but Xianzhu going to cut the pass, clear over to Joker. Gumi going to burn the flip before Joker can. And now Kainoob pushing up in this bottom corner. The pass player's got to come out here from Barcode. Kainoob bounce off the center, a little reverse dribble there. Now pushing up with the Barrage Core flip from the Joker to clear that one out. Snake taking a lot of damage as the core gets back around to Kainoob. A Giga Blast blocked by Barcode, who just keeps rotating around the top side. That is the weak side with just Snake up there. It's really hurt, but they pick up a KO, and now the ad rush is online. And the power play is here. Kainoob down to Snake. Back up to Kainoob on the goal line with the flip. Sinks it to the top through everything. And Demon's Raw striking first here in set 4. They are mounting the reverse sweep, and they want this series.
They will not give in at any point, as again, just convincing play from them coming out now. We are on the bouncy map. Again, it's going to be chaotic, but both teams have tools to deal with it. Damage onto Joker is being found, but it's being healed up by Xianzhu as well, as Demon's Raw will hold on to their barrier. Snake now being that threat of that X, just pumping damage into Joker as well. Really difficult to deal with that as they're trying to get the second barrier, but great strike wars from Xianzhu and Barcode will completely shut that down. Joker now getting a barrier and still staying alive, more importantly. I feel like if Joker is being taken off this map, that power play might be a little bit too much for Showtime to handle. But he is staying alive, he's staying on the map. Gumi on the defense now. Flip coming out from Joker. Flip coming out from Gumi here, as the attacks will continue to be rained down on the defense of Demon's Raw. Second barrier being found now as well. Showtime not wanting this game to go any longer than it has to, as Gumi is playing on the goalie line and completely misses a strike.
Oh no! A crippling error for Demon's Raw. It was a great sword angle too. That's the crazy part. It was, if he just struck it the second time and got it out of there, it would have been a really good save. But Gumi moment, I guess, as Showtime will get the point there. And I mean, that's really dangerous though for Demon's Raw. You don't want to give Showtime any points at all, because if they just win one set, they take the whole series. You got to go down to loser's bracket here. And Showtime, they're capitalizing off this momentum. They're immediately getting 2 barriers. A flip from Xianzhu as well. Gets it up to Joker, who just strikes it through 2 of them and the cage. And now just like that, Showtime are on match point.
Oh, Showtime taking over this momentum so excellently. Sorry, I'm still processing what just happened. As we're now going into potentially the last point of the series. Now Showtime getting an attack rolling. Joker has a flip up front as well. Will not have to use it. Gets a barrier, gets a second barrier. Showtime now 1 goal away on an open goal. Trying to get this last point going, but power play in favor of Demon's Raw. Barcode holding on defensively just fine as of right now. Kainoob and Snake will have flipped both of them, as now the 1 barrier does drop. The second one will try to be set up. Xianzhu's back on the field though. We're back to 3v3 play as Kainoob now runs up, uses the flip, cannot get it past Barcode. Joker takes a lot of damage in the end as well and gets taken out by Snake. Power play for Demon's Raw again. Flip coming out, but the barrier does not drop just yet, as the attack will not be slowed down. Another KO. 3v1. Can Demon's Raw find this goal or not? They will find the barrier. They will try to set up. They will almost find the goal, but Barcode holds on.
Barcode, the GOAT with the dash. Now Joker back online. They're still waiting for Xianzhu. Here he is, and now it's 3v3 with an open goal. And Barcode's got to get the core out of his net right now. The barrage coming in. Some nice patience there defensively, and they'll clear it back to the midfield now. But Xianzhu and Joker got to find a way to take over. There's so much damage coming on to Joker, though, as Demon's Raw continue to put the pressure on. A nice pendulum swing from Joker, but Gumi's drum and bass able to push it out. Now Xianzhu, a pass to Joker. A strike shot gets it wide, though, back to Snake. A shot to the bottom is good. What a dribble off the bell ringer at Demon's Raw. They'll tie it up 2-2. Match point for Showtime. Set point for Demon's Raw to stay in it.
What a point. We do have a lot of energy in rotation here as well. Gumi has a flip if he does need to use it. Meanwhile, on the side of Showtime, though, a lot of flips being built as well. No berry being dropped yet. Never mind that. First one going down on the side of Showtime as Demon's Raw is trying to set up another suffocating attack here. Making use of that Kai pick, making use of those barrages. Trying to just force it through Barcode. Barcode is forced to flip here as well. Will get it out, but Kainoob again just controlling this midfield so well, immediately getting the core back into this bottom section here. Making it so difficult for the side of Showtime to play.
Yeah, now Orphalus is about to be coming up all around. Xianzhu able to claim the center orb and get that extra size increase. Snake trying to get past a nice secondary from Xianzhu. Steals away from Snake and brings down that second barrier off Demon's side, as now Barcode looks to hold the final barrier of his own. Still 2 flips on the forwards of Showtime. They don't want to burn until they know they can. Xianzhu burns it here, but the pass gets cut by Kainoob. And the pressure's still staying on right now. Kainoob finally able to get it back out as the fight over the center orb is doing once again. Snake comes out on top. It's got the power on the X. He's hunting for a KO on Showtime. Doesn't quite able to find it. Looks like it'll just time out with nothing too eventful happening. Nice clear from Barcode, who sends it through the center, and the barrier goes down as Demon's Raw's goal is open now. Showtime with an opportunity to end it all right here. Xianzhu trying to get it past for the forwards of Demon's Raw, not allowing it to come off of Showtime side of the field. X-Max was getting popped. Snake brings down the barrier here. As now Gumi with the core, the pendulum swing from the Joker. Xianzhu through the middle. Snake trying to cut the pass desperately to get it away from here, but Snake's got a flip available as it floats back over to Barcode's possession. Kainoob versus Xianzhu in the pass splitter. Snake goes big off the center orb here. Xianzhu trying to prevent the core from getting it to him. Trying to pass it up to Joker. Dribble off the top bumper. Dribble off the top wall. But all 3 members of Demon's Raw going to shut that one down. As Snake now with the core in the top side brings it down to the bottom where Kainoob is waiting. Barcode able to clear it back. And now Snake once again with possession. Barcode's got a flip to clear that one out. Gumi and Kainoob, though, with flips of their own on the way. But the Joker's just hovering, waiting for his opportunity. Flip here from Kainoob. Doesn't get too far, though, but Kainoob now recovering on the bottom side. They're pushing the corner hard. Flip from the Joker's blocking. Gets back up to Snake, who goes to the center. And we're going to set 5 again.
Oh, man. A Game 3, set 5 for an absolute crazy series here. Going into this last draft here, is there anything that can be gotten? A fight or flight for Kainoob is definitely an incredible pickup. Other than that, we have more size awakenings in the Demolitionist. Perfect form, really strong awakening for both Asher, X, and the Now. Being denied here off the X, actually, going towards Barcode here. X picking up a second Spark, giving that a little bit of extra survivability and that little bit of extra speed, considering he already has Spark of Agility. Primetime going to allow Xianzhu to be much more dangerous in that midfield as well, having more of those cooldowns. Same goes for the Joker, who was able to pick up a Rapid Fire.
Yeah, looking at Kainoob's build here, he has got the Speed Exodia, especially with that Mako buff. It's going to be scary. Snake as well has basically double-size Ad Rush spec training and 2 Sparks. It's a really scary team over on the side of Demon's Raw, but Showtime are absolutely staying in this and making them fight for every inch and every point that they can get. We'll see who prevails here for a chance to go to the Grand Finals. Right now, Demon's Raw side opened up. Showtime still have both their barriers for now. Is the Joker versus Kainoob in the box. Kainoob able to win the strike war and get it back out. Snake bring down one barrier, but trades his life for it. It's a power play for Showtime as they look to try and get the first point here. Kainoob, though, cutting the pass, good positioning, and moving upfield. This Kai is just so fast and can be everywhere he needs to be to get this one out, and Snake will come back online.
Kainoob just doing such a great job, just shutting down any kind of attack play for the side of Showtime here, making use of that speed. Has a flip as well if he does want to use it. He's going to try to push it up here. Can't go too deep there, though, because the pendulum swing is a threat. That KO is still a threat. As the core now goes back, a huge KO being found by the side of Xianzhu here. Flip comes out from Kainoob. Another power play in favor of Showtime, but they need to be able to get something going with this. Joker now walking up, trying to get a shot there. Doesn't quite find its target, though, as Gumi cleanly just continues to clear it into that small pocket at the bottom. Really difficult to get a good attack going for Showtime here. As Joker with flip in front of the net now. Will try to maybe get a kill here. Doesn't find it. Flip comes out by Gumi as well to hold on to this point. Snake now dealing damage to the side of Showtime as well. This X just being so lethal with that extra special and that ultimate. As now Gumi will hold on to the point. Almost goes in. The whip almost gets it in, but never mind. Demon's Raw just holding on to this point.
And Barcode now pressuring the speed lane. Joker almost the pendulum swing to the center here, but Demon's Raw still holding on. Shianzu putting the pressure on the top corner, sends the primary in, is able to push it through the drum and bass, and the first point will go to Showtime. Striking first here in set 5. But what a point that was. As we move over to the base drop map, I imagine every point might just be a slugfest like that. With how far this series has come, an immediate KO onto Kainoob though. That's a new one. All the pancakes are gone, and Showtime's got 2 flips to work with. We'll see if they can bring down the second barrier and bring in a second point early on.
But those stacks being gone is going to be such a difference maker as well. Kainoob is still incredibly fast, but you can notice that difference. You can notice a difference in control from the side of Demon's Raw. As the attack will grow again, another barrier being found by Showtime here. Joker will be able to find it. Open goal now on the side of Demon's Raw, as Demon's Raw will try to get the second barrier here, taking a lot of damage while playing for this core control. Shianzu in front of the net now. Gumi steals it with a flip, has to steal it as Barcode will use the flip as well to hold on to this point. Shianzu in front of the net will just put it away, and Showtime is 1 goal away from making grand finals.
Both flips burnt for that point. But now they are knocking on the door. And Demon's Raw, though, they are not going to make this easy. See if they're able to... We've seen them reverse sweep sets before, but there's the damage, the perfect positioning. However, Shianzu able to clear it back up with that now ultimate. Just restore all of that. And Joker, though, able to find the edge KO onto Kainoob yet again. A huge opportunity for Showtime. They can just get the core away from Snake. It'll be Shianzu bringing it to the top corner. Snake having to fall back to retreat. Joker going for the bottom, but Gumi with the strike shot will hold on to both barriers as Kainoob respawns. Barcode pushing up the top side, drops the pass splitter here. Snake trying to push back, but Joker with the death touch. The core away from Kainoob, as now Shianzu and Joker both looking to set up. A bit of a misclear from Gumi. Will lose 1 barrier, but still holding on to that final one is Snake and Kainoob just working some magic, dumping the damage, and Shianzu is gone. Now Snake dashing in, brings down the second barrier, and a strike war won by Snake against Joker. In the goal box, Demon's Raw will take the point and hold on for just a bit longer.
Showtime opting to use neither of their flips. They're probably trying to make use of them here to just close out this series. Can they get the value in them, though? As almost Giga will take out Shianzu, but they do hold on. 1 barrier down, flip from Joker gone now. Barcode has a flip defensively and will likely have to use it as Demon's Raw is now mounting pressure on him, getting an attack going, but Shianzu there to clear out the play just in time. Kainoob again being a bit low, needs to be worried to not be taken out again, because each time he dies, each time he will lose those stacks, and that's just more speed and more control lost for the side of Demon's Raw. Kainoob has a flip soon, will probably try to use it once he gets the opportunity. 3 flips on the side of Demon's Raw now. Snake will use his, not get a barrier with it though. Showtime holding on to this point as of right now, as the core is bouncing back and forth. Flip comes out from Kainoob, but gets answered by Barcode, as Shianzu has a flip now as well.
Not a lot of health though. Has to burn it on the wall to stay alive, and now we'll heal back up, but the energy slowly shifting back toward Demons. It's only going to be Joker who's got a flip here for Showtime, as we see Kainoob grab the center orb, trying to get it off their side of the field. Shianzu taking a lot of damage yet again. Doesn't quite have the ultimate available. Just has to run around and survive. The Stagger Swagger is going to heal him back up just fine, though. Now in overtime. Both sides relegated to 1 barrier. Fighting for scraps so you can get it. Core flip here from Joker. Burns Gumi's core flip as well, but the barrier will stand for now. Joker might have another opportunity, but Kainoob going to clear it out. Shianzu, though, owning this midfield against Snake, just keeps sending it back over to Demon's side of the field. Kainoob finally able to push up to match him. And now sends the barrage. A pass over to Snake, who pops the X Maximus, looking for the shot to the barrier, able to find it on the 3rd strike. And now the pressure is really mounting. Snake with an opportunity. Barcode wins the strike war, though. Gets it back over to Joker. A nice death touch. Brings down the second barrier. And it's both sides opened up. Kainoob got a flip available and is pushing up to the bottom side, but it rotates back to Shianzu in the top corner. Shianzu burns the flip, gets Kainoob flip, goes to the top side, but Gumi makes the clear all the way around. And now Snake pressuring Barcode. Has the bell ringer, has the flip available. Just going to get it right through the pass splitter, though. It's set 5.5. What a game so far.
We are on the last point of the series, and it's gonna be on the Obscura variant. Snake does have a flip, wants to probably use this to get the second barrier, tries to get an attack going here. A great Mako ultimate will get the play going, but never mind a KO on Kainoob there. Power play for Showtime here, as they can find one barrier, trying to find the second one, but well defended by the side of Demon's Raw. As now Gumi does get played around, the killer is in front of the goal. They are in an open net, and Joker will find the goal. Showtime will find the win, 2-0, and move on to Grand Finals.
I mean, what can we say but absolute cinema? This is Showtime, after all, we're talking about. And welcome back to the Grand Finals, where they will hold their spot. Demon's Raw gonna have to be relegated to the losers bracket for a game against Bozo Bunch. And let's take a look at these stats. I mean, so people in the chat were saying Kainoob was gonna get 500 redirects, and this guy got 520 redirects, as compared to Xianzu's 391. That is absolutely insane. But still, Showtime coming out on top. An insane series and an insane final match to end that one. Holy. 91,000 damage on Snake. 256 redirects on X. Wow, I mean, these numbers are kind of crazy.
These numbers are just insane. Not a single player in this lobby had less than 220 redirects. Not a single player in this lobby had less than 25k damage. KOs coming out all around. Barcode with 180 saves, just holding down that defense, and it gets rewarded in the end with Showtime finding this victory and finding their way into Grand Finals. An absolute great showing for them, and confirming themselves a top 2 position in this season.
Yeah, and that the 520 redirects might be the Nassel redirect record, actually. So Kainoob may have just set that here today, which is pretty insane. But we'll get to see plenty more Demon's Raw, as they'll have to battle their way back to the Grand Finals. But for the revenge match from last season, Showtime absolutely came to play. If you don't remember, last season, Showtime made it a game 3 and then almost got the bracket reset, I think, before Demons was able to win it out on a Gates of Obscura map where they were able to just KO them constantly. But Showtime able to pull it out here today, and Demon's Raw might have another chance here. We're going to be cutting to a bit of a break here, and when we come back, Demon's Raw versus Bozo Bunch in the losers bracket. Well, they will fight for a chance to face Showtime in the Grand Finals and determine possibly a new Nassel champion, or if the Kings will remain on their throne. So that'll be coming up in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Well, that was a match that I'm pretty sure can only be described as absolute cinema. Welcome back, everybody, to the desk. We are now joined by Yoshi64, rather than Borg. But Vaughn, I'll go to you first. How do you process what we just watched? Is that
Hey.
possible?
Do the best teams ever grace the Court Strike fields, just slugging it out? A little bit of a blip on the radar when the Maka one-trick locked in Amy on Night Market. But those other two games were absolute bangers. I thought that especially Barcode was just the absolute model of consistency. My God, that guy he just doesn't really make mistakes. There was one little oopsie in one game on one point where like the ball, he like missed his strike timing, but I will say I don't think there's ever been a more consistent player in like the history of the game. I literally can't ever think from literally May 2023 when that guy hosted the CECC bag, his only S tier win. I don't think I've ever seen him play badly ever. So shout out to Barcode, and then the absolute midfield slobber knocker between kind of and Chionzi was just awesome. So good series.
Really good series, 3Z. Just give me your unfiltered reactions.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, like Vaughn said, Barcode locked it down. I thought Joker played extremely well to win that
Yeah.
last set. He KO'd kind of 3 times, 3-setted stack. Each KO was really, really crucial. He played really well in terms of converting offensively. Yeah, I mean, great job from both brawlers. Snake made a few mistakes defensively, but offensively he was really dominant. Kind of the whole series, putting a lot of KO pressure on Shionzu, and then just scoring through Barcode when he had his chances. Yeah, and then obviously, kind of dropping 520 redirects. That's a bit crazy. To lose on 0.5, that's got to be a bit tough. But hey, they've got losers now. If they're able to beat the Bozo Bunch, that's a good little mental reset for them going into what could be even more of a slobber knocker in Grands here, with a potential reset on the horizon.
So you mentioned Kainoob's 525 redirects. That is a North American Strikers League record for single game. The previous record was also Kainoob getting 424 redirects in Season 5, Week 8 versus your team, Vaughn. Sad boys. That guy does a thing or two with the core.
Yeah, bit of ball hog. Almost a competitive record too. 3 redirects short, or 4, and he would have had the overall record, which also was just set in the Nasty Grands. So lots of milestones being crossed in these last couple weeks, K-Bot.
Absolutely. So Yoshi, where do we go from here? Showtime barely wins versus Demon's Raw. Demon's Raw now gets to go down and play against Bozo Bunch. This feels oddly familiar for those of us that have been around the competitive Omega Strikers space for some time.
Yeah, I wanna walk everyone back to, was it October 2023, the Lord's Year of, where Bozo Bunch was on a generational run in the Africa Invitational and faced off against Demon's Raw in Grands, and if you could guess, they did not win. But
It was close.
today dawns a new day. It was close last time, and Bozo Bunch looked phenomenal last week. So, and Demon's Raw, I don't know, is hot off a loss in Showtime, a very, very close loss. So, if there was ever a time for Bozo Bunch to strike, it's right now.
But I feel like 3Z, knowing that it's the time to strike and being able to strike are two different skills. What is going through these players' minds right now? Is the Bozo Bunch coming off of just watching that series in the background, probably while they were warming up? Now they've got to go up against one of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, watching Kainoob drop 520 redirects is a little scary. But I mean, you just have to be confident, right? Like that's it. If you're not confident, you can't win anything. Confidence is like the most important thing in OS. You have to have a good mental, and confidence is a really big part of that. You have to be confident in yourself and your team to be able to perform. You have to be confident in your game plan, like in your drafts. So if Bozo Bunch approach this series intelligently in their drafts, and they're confident in their execution, and they perform like it, they should have a shot at winning. We'll just have to see kind of what demeanor they set the stage with in their first game. It'll be pretty decisive, right? If it's close, it's going to be a good series. But if they let Demons kind of set the tempo of the series, kind of set the what's the word? Kind of take control, basically, of the match, then it should be pretty favored for Demons. How they get, stacking KO, stacking damage, stacking pressure early on in those sets. You saw against Showtime, they weren't really winning a lot of those early sets, right? Showtime kind of took control of those early sets and were able to close it out in a couple games. So we'll see how dominant Demons can be, and that'll be the factor decide if Bozo Bunch can win.
So keep the mental up and try to be the tempo setters at the end of the day. Vaughn, if you had to give a key to the game for Demons Raw, what is it beyond just don't troll?
Well, I think this upcoming match is quite interesting because the obscure breads guy, I would be shocked if he picked any of the characters that Barcode just picked. And Demons always gets pushed to the limit versus Showtime because it feels like they can't figure out how to break it, so they just try to play it. And that's literally Showtime's thing. Demons is definitely the more flexible team, but that's Showtime's domain. That's where they're comfy. That's where they're strongest. So I think Demons is going to look much more comfortable into Bozo because Bozo isn't afraid to get a little down and dirty with some damage, get a little like rough and tumble in the mud and the weeds. So we'll see. I mean, that's not to say Bozo is a damage team, but I think that Demons Raw, if they respect the most explosive pick on Bozo, which I would say is the Octavia, I could very easily see this going into like a slugfest in damage. And I would favor Demons. That they've historically been the best damage executing team of all time. So we'll see what happens. But I'm curious about how the forward pair of Demons, Snake and Kainu, will fare into Bread's champ pool, because those two, we're talking about kind of a lot. This Snake guy was an absolute efficiency machine, goat, glizzy gobbler in that series. He played like a beast.
Yep.
And I was kind of shocked at how well he was playing, but obviously, the spotlight is hard to shine on him. And I think if that forward pair plays as well into Breads, I don't think the characters that Breads is going to pick can physically hold that offense. So that's the break point of the game.
I mean, it felt like a lot of the game in the last one we watch, especially like games 1 and games 2, were Snake versus Barcode. And it was just who's going to be able to actually score the core. Or is Barcode going to be able to actually get it away? A lot of back and forth felt like it was happening exactly there. But Yoshi, I want to send it to you now. If there's one player who you're looking out for that you think is going to take the spotlight here in the next series, who is that and why?
I think it's got to be Gret. That guy's kind of the star of the Bozo Bunch. Always puts up numbers. Had 2 phenomenal seasons back to back. At the top of his game, etc. And if that guy picks Octavia, that's like, that's the Bozo Bunch classic. He takes over the game. GG. The team will be banning Octavia or picking it next game, that kind of thing. But I feel like he's grown a lot as a player ever since, as we talked about earlier, Afrika, and can pull that kind of single-handed carry gameplay into a lot of other characters, and it's just kind of ingrained in everything that he does. And my eyes are going to be on him, especially when you're matching into Kainu, historically the greatest midfielder. You've got to have some sort of plan, be ready for that, and we're going to have to see if he is or not,
Perennial league MVP is never going to be fun to go up against. With Kainu having that role now 3 times in the league's history. 3Z to you now. Where's your mind thinking this one's going to go? If you had to be looking out for particular strikers that are going to be most impactful. We know Kaidoob's going to be on the now. We know, other things. But is there one or two more niche picks that you're really hoping get pulled out here that could swing this tide one way or the other?
Niche picks. It's interesting. So we saw now being picked, I think, in every game. Last series, and that's a pick that Bozo will pick, and they'll flex. We kind of talked about it before, where either Muncher, Brett will play it, or Reds will play it in the goal. So I think now for Bozo and for Demons, obviously they're not afraid to pick it. They enjoy, trialing that pick. It'll be pretty high, probably pick ban. Same thing this series. As far as niche picks go, I mean, yeah, you have potential for a Finney, you have potential for Erasmus on Breads. Those are two picks that not a lot of other goalies play. Dropletto mainly has been playing X and Asher. Those are kind of his bread and butter two picks. So if he's forced to play something else, it'll be probably Juliet, Zentaro, maybe Erasmus. We saw Joker pull out the Erasmus in Game 3, able to get it done on that. So maybe taking one out of Huss's hat there. But yeah, I don't know really what we'll see. The Finney probably could make or break a game if it's kind of a damage battle. Finney does some of the highest damage like as a goalie in the game. Also, it doesn't show up on the stat sheet, right? The debuff kind of just one shot someone, right? If you have one of those high damage brawlers. Amy as well. We didn't see it all last series, and I have a feeling we could see it this series because both Brett and Kanye like to play me. And if we're playing damage, then Amy's great at damage. So
we'll see what styles the teams end up playing, and that's going to be a large deciding role in who ends up coming out on top. And now that is the question I present to the panel. Yoshi, I'll start with you. Who have you got here? Demons Raw versus the Bozo Bunch.
So I'm giving it all my energy, everything to the Bozo Bunch. I want to see those guys clock in a huge win against the previous season champions. Underdog, buff, etc. Everything. It would be so exciting. I'm a huge Demons Raw fan. Let's make one thing clear. But I wouldn't mind seeing a next level, never before seen Showtime Bozo Bunch Grand Finals. You know how crazy that would be? Two teams that have, Showtime was in Grands, but two teams who have never won Nassau, duking it out for the spot. That would warm my disgusting little heart, this wonderful Nassau Season 5 final day of playoffs.
3Z, to you now. Who do you think?
Well, the odds favor Demons Raw. I play the odds. But let's just say that there's a piece of my heart out there for Bozo Bunch. The underdog is always fun to root for. But I'm going to play the odds and go Demons Raw here.
Vaughn, who you got?
I think it'd be cool. There's a potential for Grands to be two teams that have never won an S tier, and I don't think that's ever happened ever. That's sick. I would be down, and I just lost all my channel points because of Yumi. So I'm down for Bozo to win. I'm down. Also, if they win, it's if you lose to Bozo, then you lost to the champs. So I mean, I think any team that lost to Bozo Bunch automatically is second place. So
if I lost to Demons and Sad Boys who lost to Bozo Bunch, that's pretty
well,
chill.
you lost to Frogs. I lost to the real
my
team.
Bad.
So,
my bad.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So I think it might be a Bozo Bunch sweep. Why not?
Okay, well, I will agree with 3Z because I like playing the odds as best I can. But we'll see where this goes. If the last series was any indication, the rest of the matches today will certainly be matches that you want to stay tuned for. So don't go anywhere. Demons Raw is up against the Bozo Bunch when we return.
Hello everyone, I accidentally set my mic to 0 volume, but we're back now. I'm here with Envy New York City. We're both in New York City. What a coincidence. And it's kind of hot with these suits on, but we had to get dressed up for the Bozo Bunch here in top 3, a historic moment. But speaking of history, history does repeat itself. The last time they were in an S tier top 3 was in the Africa Invitational, and the team they fell to was Demons Raw, when they were so close. Here again, this is a stronger Bozo Bunch, the strongest we've ever seen, but the question is, will they be able to overcome the demons that have shut down so many up-and-coming stars?
Bro, that is definitely the question today. They have the work cut out for them here. I mean, Demons Raw are on kind of a loss here right now, though, after just playing against Showtime in a really crazy close set, bringing that one to game 3. Last set, last hit, last stock, whatever you want to call it, man. Last point. It was actually an incredible situation here, but we're getting on in here. Bozo Bunch, hopefully you guys have been warming up, checking out Demons Raw as they were playing, and we are just about to get into a nice big one here, starting off on to Atlas Lab, which is Demons Raw. First pick here. Things are getting a little intense now, as as we had mentioned a little bit earlier, if Bozo Bunch make it to Showtime here, these are going to be two teams that have never won an S tier or a national before here. So it's like, wow, the stakes are high. You're trying to finally make yourself so known. I mean, man, these teams are damn known, but known. You want to get that little star next to your name to make sure the victory is set. And we see here, starting off with Twin Drive and Built Different here. A couple of mixed choices, except for Magnetized Souls is not a mixed choice. It's going to be your fan favorite #1 pick here. All the forwards taking that one. Now we're finally starting off here. What's it going to be? Oh my gosh. So the picks, actually, Gumi got the Mako. We actually had the same, not the same bands. We had a Juno band, which was actually static in the last series as well, but we do have an Octavia band, mostly for Gret Eye, to keep them off that one here. Kind of grabbing the Kai again, who had just got an insane amount of 500 plus redirects there. Snake grabbing the Asher as well. So it's actually just a great pick here. I now actually did take the Now away from Kainub, and it's just a good pick in general. Obscurebread's going with that Rasmus 2 and Dropletto, the classic X. So everyone's kind of on a pretty comfort pick here. Nothing too crazy as far as I can tell, but boy, lots of action on the way.
Yeah, very, very comfort, but crazy for every other team in this current meta is Obscurebread's Rasmus goalie, right? We live in a melee goalie world, and the only rebel is Obscurebread's, who's done it all the way to top 3 of Nassel. But this first set, not really going to plan, but as we saw in the previous series with Snake on the X, right? You can still lose the first few sets. The X is weak early on. It's all about that scaling. It's all about getting there. And if you pick up the first set, that's only a bonus, as the Bozo Bunch are still in this first point.
Absolutely. X is like the Reggie Gigas of Omega Strikers, man. Slow to start, but incredible right when you start getting going there. And if X does take the first set or two, it's going to be kind of catastrophic for the opposing team, but Dropletto does actually grab the first point there. Or sorry, Snake gets the first point there, stealing it away from Dropletto, is what I'm trying to say, and grabs the first point here for Demons Raw. Starting out pretty nice, because we're going to get... Oh, okay, first barrier goes down there, kind of the Atlas Lab circle. Actually, Snake takes a whole lot of damage right off the bat. Gumi's going to try to get it onto Kainub there. Really nice split on right through the both forwards there, getting onto this top side. Kainub's going to try to reinforce Snake here from the top side, but Obscurebread's not having too much trouble to get it through there. Lots of energy coming on to the side of the Bozo Bunch there. They're going to spend some of it. Kainub's going to react as well and grab the barrier with their own flip there, and it's going to be Dropletto getting a kill for the side of Bozo Bunch. Now they got a power play. If they can just get some of these barriers here from Demons Raw. Gumi has a flip as well, can stall for quite some time. Snake is already back now. Obscurebread's also has a flip to see if they can make an offensive play when that situation comes up here. I now soloing the bottom side, can't get it through that drum and bass with Kainub on the front side either. Dropletto looking a little weak, in fact so weak that they're off the map, and now we have Demons Raw here with this power play, and they could make this a 2-0 in the first set.
They definitely could. Obscurebread's doing well to play proactively, and Gret cutting the pass, but it's overwhelming the barrage into the barrier beam. Snake forces it in, and as expected from a matchup like this with these characters being picked, it is favoring Demons Raw early on, but I kind of want to go a little bit more on that Kainub Kai, right? We saw so many redirects, 520 of them in the previous game, and a lot of that was the Kai being enabled. We see the Mako again, so Kainoob's gonna be able to run freely here. But different in this game is the brawler choice, right? This X is going to be a menace in terms of the damage department later on, and if Dropletto can endure, find some Stagger Awakening, survive, like that's going to be really difficult to deal with later on.
Absolutely. It really is all about stopping X from scaling. He's one of the best scaling characters that's ever existed in this game, only rivaled by maybe Kazan. Actually, Size Kazan, things like Size Kazan are pretty crazy, but we don't see that in this game right now. Dropletto trying to make their way in, but getting kind of hit quite a bit there. Really, this is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Demon's Raw. You just want to hit X, not let them play the game, don't let them get experience, can't let them scale. It's going to be another barrier going down for Demon's Raw, though. Nice from Gret. Wow, stuns Gumi and sends it in with the flip. The primary was so perfect to send that one out fourth, and that was a really good play there from Bozo Bunch. A well-deserved point on the board now.
Incredibly well played. I didn't expect that point, and now the Bozo Bunch getting to a roaring start here. First barrier already down, and this is the Doomsday scenario for Demon's Raw, right? It's not even close to being there yet. They can still score the point, get it over with. They have another chance as well. But if this Bozo Bunch team somehow manages to get this first set, the Demons are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it is really all on Demon's Raw here to try their best to make sure that Bozo Bunch certainly does not take this first set, or Dropletto is going to be the one getting out of hand. Even Rasmus, honestly, if Obscurebreds also just happens to grab some size, that'll make even the offense for Rasmus so much more difficult to deal with. And Snake looking really weak right now. Dropletto trying to get a kill here. Gets the S-Maximus, knocks him into the Death's Touch, which actually was a little bit unorthodox there and did not result in a kill. Snake getting kind of knocked around, but absorbing a lot of abilities from the side of Bozo Bunch there, and is really just stalling out here as Gumi's going to grab the ball, knock it into the center here. Everyone here on the defense now for Demon's Raw to make sure that this barrier does not go down. Possible flip. Okay, actually a flip from Dropletto, and it's going to miss, but they're still kind of working on taking Snake out of here, though, as Gret's going to be the one to hold the ball, and now he finally gets the barrier here. Obscurebreds can try to just get that ball one more time to Eye. Gumi is going to probably have to flip here to stall it out. Yeah, really good position there from Bozo Bunch to force that flip. Can't risk getting stunned in that situation, and now the power play is over with. Demon's Raw has a chance to grab this final barrier and keep themselves, actually, in fact, take this first set.
Yeah, but right now the Bozo Bunch doing very well in terms of maintaining possession. It goes again to Gret, who's got to be careful of Snake and the Ensnare drums. Really good lifeline, though. Gets them out of there. And now Dropletto on the top side. Obscurebreds has got to be careful, though. If it gets into Snake's hands, that is Doomsday, but barely getting the strike back just on time. The Rasmus goalie continuing to do what must be done. And the pendulum swing just reaching past everybody. The shot gets past Gumi as well. I didn't expect that. It was a great clear past Snake, because the best way to get past Asher is to not even let Asher touch the core in the first place. But even past Gumi and some lore drop, Gumi is the #1 Rasmus goalie doubter whenever it's picked on stream and he's not playing, or even when he is playing, he's in chat saying Rasmus goalie, GG. But now Rasmus goalies has just scored on him like that.
Yeah, also right before Ray had that Rasmus score, I did a really incredible dribble there with the primary to actually make it so Kainoob was not in range with their own flip to get that ball. Just overall a great line of play there from Bozo Bunch, and now it's going to be a good line of play from Demon's Raw. Demon's Raw here, as Snake is going to be the one to grab a power play. It's going to be really tough here with Eye off the board, and yeah, it's going to be another barrier down here. Kainoob holding the ball as long as they can, waiting for some cooldowns as well. We finally have Eye back up here to come in, play, help those Bozo Bunch out here. Obscurebreds holding as much as they can with this little Rasmus, but honestly, the Rasmus is doing pretty well for just being kind of an obscure pick here for Obscurebreds. Possible pun intended. You can take that as any way you'd like here, but we're going to have Snake pushing up pretty tough here with the drum and bass. We're going to make things really difficult. Dropletto does get flipped from this situation. Could finally get a push. Okay, uses flip a little bit far, possibly trying to stay alive or kill Snake, but neither of those are going to commence here, though. Gumi also has flip as well, can stall for quite some time, gonna spend it there. Dropletto gets on in there, but a really good flip angle from Gumi is gonna keep that barrier alive even longer. Overtime has been sitting here for about 5 or 10 seconds now, and it's just, well, this is their chance. Honestly, this is Bozo Bunch's chance. They got the flip out of Gumi, and maybe Obscurebreds can make a play with it.
They got Snake really low. Has to go back to heal, but this time it's an angle from the other side. Kainoob, at the last possible moment, sends the core flying, and that's Demon's Raw, thankfully for them, getting the set win avoiding the doomsday scenario. And now in this draft, there's so many possibilities, but my eyes are on the 2 survivability awakenings. Peak performance, stagger swagger, going to be the main priorities. And of course, a spark with no other sparks on the board is nice too. Those are going to be the focus of this draft, and Gret, when allowed, immediately picking up the peak performance. And of course, the stagger swagger being dropped down to the brawler here, really trying to prevent the Rasmus from getting size, is Kainoob. And I think Dropleto's pretty happy with that spark of agility, especially for next first set. 1 spark on the board, like that's nice things for the future.
I do agree with that. I like everyone's pick there. I'm a little curious here on the Kainoob pick. Now, I know they're definitely trying to deny size. I mean, maybe I just don't value like 12% size and a little bit of power as much as like I should, but it seemed like Primetime would have been a really nice pick there for Kai as well, just to like really give the ball to Snake as much as they possibly could. But I'm not going to sit here and question their picks because they are Nassau champions, to be completely honest, as they're going to be fighting once more here. Both barriers, one barrier down for each team. Snake really low here. X Maximus comes out here. Snake trying to defend himself as much as possible. The drum and bass keeps Snake alive. Gumi with the awareness to make sure that they keep their teammate up here. And Dropleto's going to be the one to go down instead. Now power play here for Demon's Raw could result in possibly the last barrier going down here for Bozo Bunch, or maybe even more. But really great defense here. Nice strike there from Kainoob as well. Keeps himself alive. Snake right in front is going to win a situation there as well. And yeah, great barrage there from Kainoob to push it right on through Obscure Breads. Rasmus does have kind of a tough time when it's really close quarters there, and he doesn't have the whiplash. So good taking advantage of that, Kainoob.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Like you said, the matchup not too favorable when it's up close, but that's why they're going to try to play the corner so aggressively. The Ensnare Drum shut that off though, and Kainoob and Snake rushing forward. The midfield presence of both these players, especially with the stagger swagger on Snake, is going to let this Asher just keep on fighting in the midst of everybody. And if the Asher's allowed to do that, that's really, really scary. Gret, on the other hand, trying to play around the outskirts of the play, but the core gets loose once again, and the momentum kind of fading for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit difficult here, but we have certainly seen reverse 3-0s happen already, even today, with these X picks here as well. So if Dropleto can, keep themselves in the game, you still got another set to grab another awakening, even if it's not super powerful. X does this crazy scaling thing, even with some of the most minimal awakenings. So we'll see what happens there, but man, Snake unloads the kit right onto Obscure Breads there, and it's going to get it right on through. Once again, Rasmus, it's just a tough time in the melee situations when you get past that whiplash. It's like, if everyone's on top of you, you can't even really death touch either. It just becomes really difficult. So that is definitely going to be their out, and I do like the Asher and Kai pick to really stuff it into that Rasmus face and make sure that they can't do all much about it.
Yeah, the first 2 sets looking a little tough, but Dropleto turning that future around right now. Potentially a comeback here for the Bozo Bunch like last set. They had the hope of something here, but Snake is taking a lot of damage. Stagger Swagger can't proc if you keep hitting, but Snake running away smartly to prevent the regen. Now Obscure Breads pushing forward, but the barrier still stands for Demon's Raw. Gret has meter, but trapped away in the Ensnare Drums, and it's just a tough spot for the Bozos because they just can't get the offense going in the face of the barrage, in the face of the barrier beam, in the face of all the Mako abilities.
Absolutely. They were doing a triple defense situation there right until it seemed like Gumi maybe had the drum and bass come up, and they were like, okay, drum and bass is up. We are now pushing out. We are clearing, and it'll give you the speed to basically catch the ball on this out clear, and they kind of did that pretty perfectly there. Snake, yeah, crushes that barrier there with their own barrier beam as well, as they're going to take that last 1-2. Gumi going to defend quite nicely there, and we do see another power play here. We have Snake just getting on out of there. Bozo Bunch with a power play once again. If Dropleto's just going to cause a lot of distraction here, doing a lot of damage to Kainoob as well, but holds the barrier, man. Actually, just really good positioning there from Demon's Raw to just hold it down. I just can't get it alone. Okay, nice. Dropleto with good positioning there to finally get it. It's going to be a flip, most likely. Absolutely. Oh no, that's going to be a catastrophic moment here until, we are saved by our team. All good. I possibly skipped a timeline there, but we got it. Bozo Bunch back.
In a slightly different timeline, that would be Demon's Raw closing that out because Dropleto had the goal, flipped it just to be sure. Unfortunately, not necessary there, and proved to be quite the obstacle here, and Dropletto might be the target now without any meter available. Flip by Kainoob, immediately deflected by Breadstone. A perfect hook getting away from the Asher, but they're just funneling it into the corner. Kainoob constantly just keeping the possession in the hands of Demon's Raw, and now Snake pushing forward. Obscure Bread's barely getting the save, but the flip's built up again. Demon's Raw rotating abilities, rotating strikes so well in this corner. Dropletto helps out though. The bell ringer is massive, but now Gumi has flip. The resources never stop for Demon's Raw.
They truly don't, especially Drum and Bass, just giving all of the teammates so much speed, just basically an extra resource there, but it's going to be Dropletto winning a situation with that X Maximus to grab that final barrier, but a strike win there from Kainoob is going to make things a little bit awkward here. Does have flip, going to spend it there, possibly give it to Dropletto, but the barrier beam is going to last long enough to totally stuff that flip. Obscure Breads does have their flip here as well if they want to make something happen. They're actually going to do a really... It felt a little greedy there to not flip, but all good. Quantify the situation way better than I could, but it didn't flip on the... I'm a little freaking out here for Bozo Bunches. That bell ringer almost had me crapping my pants, but all good. Once again, the power play here for Bozo Bunch. They could make it happen. If we just get a little bit more offensive pressure here, though. Dropletto does have basically 1 or 2 strikes away from a flip. Nice whiplash there to keep them alive, and at this point, it's going to go on for just a little bit longer.
Obscure Breads is defending so well, but every single interaction is so anxiety-inducing because it's so close. Another flip comes out, this time deflected by Gred. Obscure Bread still not pulling the trigger on the flip. Oh, Gred, what a blink forward, a perfect lifeline at the perfect moment. Gumi not reacting with the flip either. And the Bozo Bunch, another chance at changing the timeline. If they win a set here, that would be huge.
And they have a really good chance of doing it here. They have a ton of energy here. Flip on Obscure Breads, flip on Drop. I is about to get it as well as one barrier goes down. They have a lot of offensive pressure here, but boy, they're losing a whole lot of health as they get Giga'd, they get primaried left and right. But they are quite regenerating right now, as they of course have now on their team as well. 3 players with flip. First flip spent. Gonna spend the last one there to try to get the barrier. Okay, Obscure Breads' turn to get on in there. Spends the flip once again. Flips and dips this time. Notices the situation just is not favorable enough to make it work. And, well, they do a lot of damage with 3 flips, but they did not even get that last barrier. And that's kind of a heartbreaker here if you're Bozo Bunch. Oh, Dropletto going for a ride in these ensnare gems here. Not enjoying any music that's playing right now. As they're going to spin that bell ringer. Almost gets Kainoob, but really great evade in that situation. And now it's a little bit of a reset here as we don't have all that much energy.
Yeah, it's tough too because they got a lot of chip damage on Demon's Raw, but they burned their abilities too quickly, I think. Burned all their resources to the point where they couldn't continue the chip damage, couldn't continue to push. But now, forcing out Gumi's flip and Dropletto stays alive despite the Giga Blast. Big opportunity for the Bozo Bunch as Gret stuffs it forward. Kainoob stops it for now, but that's a lot of cooldowns down. They can keep up this corner offense. The Bozo Bunch might just have this final barrier.
Definitely might be. Wow, Dropletto does a nice job of regenerating there, staying away from the enemies, but maybe being the target of the kill here. Yes, Snake spends the flip to try to kill Dropletto, but a nice lifeline here from is going to keep Dropletto alive, and even a little orb there is going to help him stay alive if they have a time to grab it, which they don't. Snake is actually going to be the one to steal it there. Still 1 barrier up for both teams. Really tough situation as this overtime has been going on for a little bit longer here. About to be the next one with flip, and it's going to be a big play. Actually, they do grab the barrier there. Spends the flip, gets a crazy angle with the help of Dropletto just being a distraction, and they take it. Finally, grab that first set there, and again, if X takes one of the first 2 sets, it's real tough for the enemy team, even though we do have as the MVP. X being 3rd pick, also quite good.
Yeah, and we're seeing the start of some crazy scaling here. So many good awakenings for X. That guy is undeniable at the moment. Among Titans, though, a huge pickup for Kainoob, going to make the Asher a lot bigger here. And Dropletto picking the Spark. 2 Sparks with 1 more to come here. And if Drop can land that triple spark, that would be devastating. Also, a notable pick is the 1-2 punch on Obscure Breads. The core speed, really impactful on Rasmus, especially if you strike it out of the corner and primary it. That is game-changing.
Yeah, quite good. Yeah, Snake also grabbing some size there as well. Kainoob getting speed and size for Snake. Really great picks here. A lot of good awakenings have gone out. And yeah, like you said there, Dropletto grabbing the 2nd spark. The 3rd one is gone, but the 4th one, possibly the most important one, is actually still up. Because they're going to grab one of these barriers here. Kainoob looking a little bit low, but the drum and bass is just so powerful. Has a really good push on the bottom there, but had to play a little bit safe. They could have died pretty easily there. Dropletto going to do a whole lot of damage to the enemy team. Yeah, did get Spark of Strength as that next one, so is becoming that powerhouse that we know X to be, and just slowly scaling away. And nothing says scaling more like Sparks in this game. Still 2 barriers up, though, for Dropletto's team here. Or Bozo Bunch. It is Dropletto's team. Bozo Bunch. as I'm losing my mind while commentating here. I does grab the final barrier. Gumi still sitting on that flip. Kainoob has one as well. They're going to probably try to get a forward play to get a double on these barriers, but Dropletto also has their flip, but again, going to play a little bit defensively. I actually do like that play. They could make a play here, though, with this flip.
One barrier down, Dropletto going to the bottom side. They kind of want to score here or get a KO, but they get neither so far. Gret now trying to mix up the timing. Snake sent into the net, but not KO'd, still staying alive at the moment as the healing's coming through. Snake bounced around the world. The secondary sending it forward from Gret. Another chance at the bottom side, but the strikes aren't quite there. Finally goes to Dropletto, who's being chipped away at the moment. So much healing, and Snake regenning as well as the barrier's taken down. Bozo Bunch, you're letting this point get away from you.
Yeah, just things get a little bit awkward there when you're like focusing on what Snake is about to do, and then Gumi hits the drum and bass, and wow, great flip from Snake onto the top side. Look at all those abilities that were just too slow. The flip's crazy. Flip is a crazy move, and usually there aren't any projectiles that'll actually like beat something like a flip, like maybe Rose Warp or something, just because the projectile flies so insanely fast. But
yeah, Obscurebred's hook almost got there, but
Almost,
not quite.
absolutely.
It's so hard to beat that at that core speed. But Bozo Bunch starting this point off on the right foot, right? They already got one barrier down. They're looking for two here, and if they can find one more connection, it feels like it's inevitable.
Yeah, flip on the bottom side here from I with Dropletto defended though, but Gumi always has a flip in response, but Dropletto does not falter there. Gets it on in, but takes a lot of damage though, gets staggered right there, but healed up once again, now being such a value pick in all of these games. Like the lifeline and the healing has been so insane, as well as just the primaries helping to push the ball on in there, but a double defense from Kainoob and Gumi. The goalie players are going to keep that one alive there from Dropletto. They have one more push here though. Snake gets in the way. Boy, does Snake get in the way. Takes the ball, but Dropletto finds a kill with that bell ringer there. Gets it in, and the drum and bass cannot make it happen. And it's going to be Bozo Bunch evening this whole game up right here, 1-1.
It's getting pretty close here. I think most people projected Demon's Raw to be pretty dominant in this series, right? But as a Bozo Bunch believer, I knew this one was always going to be close. Maybe I'm calling it too soon. There's still a lot of game left to play. But especially with an X in this position, it's looking quite nice. Snake brought low, but the Stagger Swagger doing a lot for the brawler of Demon's Raw. Dropletto, no such luxury on the other side. Could be KO'd in an instant if Snake decides to combo. But right now, Dropletto allowed to regen as well, sending the core to the top side. Gumi with a good flip out. And it goes around Snake as well. Obscurebred's not flinching.
Absolutely, though. Steals that orb there. Snake keeps himself alive. Dropletto looking a little weak here. Another flip there from IU. I really do like that maneuver. It didn't seem to work out, though, but really tricky. But they do end up finally getting it there. Dropletto staying in as much as they can. Snake winning a couple strike wars, but cannot seem to get it past Obscurebreds right now. Dropletto really had a crazy situation there with that bull rush. Wow, nice kill, nice play. Such a good play from Dropletto there, making that one happen as much as it could. Spends the flip when it needs to happen, and takes their first advantage here in this set.
A big lead here for the Bozo Bunch. They need to convert into a set win to truly bring this game spiraling out of control, but Snake says no, rushes forward for one barrier, and with flip available, that's a scary proposition with the multi-hits from Kainoob, and the barrier falling, the flip cashed out. The Bozo Bunch on the back foot in this one, but the core speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, a little bit of RNG there, it feels like. It could have been an easy double, but sometimes God is in your favor there. A flip from Gumi's going to be a little too late, as Dropletto's going to be the one to grab that barrier here. We're looking really good for Bozo Bunch, as another resource has been spent there. Gumi just does not have that available anymore, as Obscurebreds does have their flip. I, again, working on just another one here. Dropletto looking a little bit weak, but gets healed once again now. Insane amounts of value. Self-dribble there from I. Almost makes it happen. Great strike shot. Nice position there. Again from Kainoob as well, who's working on a flip by themselves. Dropletto dueling Snake at the top side there, though, but we do have a drum and bass, but wow, gets stunned by Gret into the bell ringer there. Nice. Jeez, there's actually such great reaction there from Obscurebreds to keep this one alive as well, and this power play could result in this whole set.
Oh, but now Obscurebred's in a bad spot, but the 1-2 punch doing a lot on the strikes. So much core speed to work with the hook now. And a perfect hook from Obscurebred's, a panic strike, but it doesn't matter. It still saves the day. And now Gret has possession. A miracle save by Obscurebred's. Dropletto to Gret looking for one more opportunity to close out this set. Dropletto in the midst of everybody, but they can't cash out. And now the core speed's getting a little bit overwhelming. Kainoob incredibly low, but they can't find the KO. And Snake burning so many cooldowns, trying to find the return and flip available now. It's do or die for the Bozo bunch at this point. But Obscure Bread still continuing to save another shot. And this time, Gumi sends it past Obscure Bread's primary right on time. We're tied right back up at 2 points to 2.
Oh my goodness, that was crazy there. I understand that Obscure Breads might have had to use that primary to get the right timing because Snake was definitely going to go in there for a stun combo. And it was going to be really difficult there. And so we got Demon's Ra making it happen there with a good combo as well. But pushing onto the bottom side here, though, Bozo Bunch almost had it there, but just really not making it happen, except for that one's going to work out. Not going to be a double, though. They got the X Maximus there, almost makes it happen as well. I can't find a situation to get that flip. Okay, Obscure Breads with the patience there. Holy, was that? Oh, okay. I got a little visual glitch. I thought he got that behind the barrier and actually kept it one, but all good here. Bozo Bunch do end up losing that barrier, no problem, though. They still have one more left, one for each team as well. This next set kind of huge right now as, of course, X is not stopped scaling here. Demon's Rock kind of has to win this, or we might see X just get out of control in the next couple of sets.
Especially with those sparks, but right now Kainoob's looking for an opportunity. You could see him. There's blood in the water right now, but oh, the flip goes wide, but the barrage is good. It's the Bozo Bunch truly on the back foot. Snake almost dead, but still surviving. One hit away, but that last hit's so difficult. As Dropletto and Gret trying to find an opportunity, but it's all Kainoob right now in the midfield, stalling out the regen. Snake all the way back to full, sending it around the world now. A Pat Splitter, and Obscure Bread's almost a miracle hook. Not quite enough as Demon's Ra pull the game back into their control.
Absolutely. They kind of needed it to keep themselves away from this X scaling that could have actually happened. Let's see. Yes, Spark of Resilience did show up. Okay, looks like second in command, though, was I, so it was probably still going to be X third pick unless another miracle happened there, possibly getting a goal, and they're going to certainly steal that spark away there, though. But a lot of really nice stuff here on the board. Stacks on stacks, hotshot. Going explosive entrance. I here notices that they might have to support this X just a little bit more, as they probably are going to be the carry here. Rapid fire for a little bit more bell ringer action. The stacks do end up falling onto Snake. Super happy about that. Gumi a little bit extra cooldown and core speed there with the hotshot. And some good speed. Okay, I noticed Obscure Breads has just been really slow. Pretty big, but really slow in general with these defenses. Just movement speed. So Glass Cannon is going to be great to help that one out. And just a lot of good awakenings here. No one gets scuffed in this draft. Maybe Kainoob a little bit, but it's going to be in the mix all the time against this X. So honestly, having the stagger is no problem.
Yeah, and the important explosive entrance take from Gret was mainly to deny away from Gumi. You can't let Mako have those dash awakenings or else the team will get out of control. One good thing about the Glass Cannon, though, is that it gives Obscure Breads that extra bit of power that much closer to getting Red Core on the primary without the hotshot, which was denied away by Gumi. It's a series of denies in that draft here. But it's the Bozo Bunch who are finding themselves low more often than not, kind of rushing the edge as well. And these Ensnare drums constantly being a problem. Demon's Ra, I feel like they have the control and they could close out this game pretty soon.
I do agree with that, and they are on the same page right there as we don't have a double flip. Gumi's going to be the one to spend that flip, which is actually just straight up optimal. You want the forwards to have the flip to make so they can make these offensive plays either way. So they're going to hold that final barrier there as well. As we're going to have Dropletto pushing from the top side here. Ai's going to support from the mid lane, basically. Going down to the bottom side, see if they can make it happen with that primary. But Kainoob and Gumi are playing defense, but it's going to be a kill. Snake falls down. Okay, the giant strike there from Obscure Breads to keep themselves alive, but Kainoob has the ball again. The barrage is not going to do all that much in that situation. The Bellringer is not also going to assist Bozo Bunch as well, as they basically waste all their time of that power play, but find a miracle there to get that one on the top side, grab the final barrier here, and it's going to be just an open goal here with overtime.
A flip available. Gret trying to cash out, but barely not getting it. Defended away by Kainoob yet again, like so many other points. But Dropletto! Find yourself a brawler that could win Strike Wars. There's not many of them in the world, but Drop is indeed one of them. The only brawler to ever hit rank 1 in solo queue for a reason.
Look at that. Dropletto making it happen there, and they certainly have to, as they are down a set here, though. They have to win this next one to bring this one back, or Demon's Ra are going to find themselves a 1-0 in this series. Dropletto playing really hard right now, about to get a flip as well. I grabs that bottom barrier there with a really great situation. Again, Dropletto with a great strike. Just good positioning there of X Maximus in, and he does not even need the flip. Could have most likely KO'd Gumi with that flip had they thought they needed it, but the X Maximus does stun you, not too long, but it does end up stunning you, so you cannot use things. So really great from Dropletto to keep that resource as well, and boy, you might need it.
Yeah, Demons Raw, do not let these goals go in too easily. That flip's going to be very useful here. Obscure Breads with the hook as well to maintain both barriers alive for the Bozo Bunch. Kainoob and Gumi building up flips, so that's a scary situation to be in, especially Kainoob. The flips from Kainoob in particular have been so accurate, but Snake goes down to the black hole, and this time it isn't because of his teammates. Kainoob with no flip available, though, means a huge lead for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, big lead right now, but Kainoob is doing a great job of holding the line here with that extra speed they got from the Among Titans, but they do end up losing it there with the perseverance of Dropletto, who wins it. Dropletto does get that flip win, but it's not going to result in a goal just yet. They just need one more point here to even up this set, and that could be X getting another crazy good awakening for them. They're looking pretty good right now, as Obscure Bread still has a barrier to work with and a flip as well. Some extra speed here is doing a great job. Good positioning, but gets the the top part of that wall. Does not go in exactly. I like that strike there from Snake, but it's not going to be good enough. Whoa, crazy angle from Obscure Breads, but I love that one. Actually went straight to Dropletto, who puts it straight through Gumi and Kainoob with perhaps a little bit extra power and the overtime, and it's going to be Bozo Bunch getting that. Oh my god, X MVP. I mean, no spark left, but what else do we got?
Oh, there's so much here for the X. Almost too much, honestly. Like, you're spoiled for choice at this point. I think it might be a fight or flight angle, though, because Kainoob is next, and that Kai will take over the game, and Dropletto does seem to agree. Extra dribbling power and making sure the MVP of the North American Strikers League, the guy that's gotten the most MVP awards in the history of the North American Strikers League, Kainoob is not getting that extra speed, and of course you'll always take a size pickup on that Rasmus goalie. But perfect form falling all the way to the last pick. I think Demons Raw have a bit of a win condition here too.
That is true. Snake still does have that stack, and I get a bunch of extra cooldown as well from this perfect form. And now we're going to move on to this next point here. This is a big one here, as this series could possibly rely on, and especially this first game is going to be big to take this advantage. Either way, we're going to go down to the night market, but wow, currently in this game, we have just about a double situation there from the Bozo Bunch. Man, Dropletto just non-stop pressure from this guy with the assistance of I. With that extra speed is just really unstoppable in that situation, and possibly the fight or flight getting them where they need to go, and that's just could be curtains, as fight or flight is so powerful.
It's a speed overload. Gret has Cast at last, which you don't usually see on now because it's not that great, but pairing it with aerials and explosive entrance, Dropletto just gets to Dropletto's in creative mode.
Oh my gosh. Actually sick. But either way, we have Snake. Okay, really great barrier beam flip combo there from Snake is going to make it power play here, sending I right off the map. This could be pretty easy point, though. No flip for the side of Bozo Bunch just yet. Dropletto does make one, can possibly stall here if they feel like they need to. Okay, they actually don't spend the flip, which is a little clutch there to keep that one alive, but that barrier is also not going to go down there. Kind of sending it on over there, but Dropletto does get a little interception. Obscure Bridge holding on for their dear life here. Path Splitter does not land. Kainoob has flip, but actually dies with flip. Gumi cannot keep that barrier alive, though. Is it going to be a power play here for Bozo Bunch instead now?
They're in the corner. They're looking. The classic Bozo Bunch corner offense, a term coined so many games ago. They're finally here in top 3 of North American Strikers League on finals day. Not something that many players can say in the history of this game, but they still need to close this game out. Demons Raw, they are the dream killers for a reason. And once again, they push forward, and you can't let up on the gas.
You cannot. I mean, this is it. This is finals day. Champions will be crowned today, and it could be one of these two teams, as we have a tough situation here for the Bozo Bunch. They do not have a barrier to work with here. Gumi spending the ult does not seem to land anywhere, though. The Giga Blast is going to send the ball kind of into nowhere right now. Dropletto, if had X Maximus, could probably have gotten that barrier there, but no resource to be found. Looks for the pass, yells at the teammate. Obvious misclick there, as Dropletto's going to go down just about nothing. Gets healed up again, though. Now is being so valuable, but stuns Obscure Breads and gets the ball on through with Barrier Beam. Snake, with the extra size, really has double size there, and extra speed from that stacks. It's kind of a demon right now, and it's basically sort of matching Dropletto's pressure.
Yeah, the energy situation is also very, very good for both teams here. It's a scary point to be in if you're the goalie, and Kainoob playing goalie for Demons Raw right now. Has to burn the flip on the defense. They maintain 2 barriers. Purebreds turns that defensive flip into an offensive one, looking for another, stuffed away by Snake. Dropletto in the midst of everybody, and it'll be Gret who disrupts it with the secondary. Both barriers down now. The Bozo bunch still pushing forward, finding a passing plate to the bottom side, an infinite possession because Gret is everywhere with that lifeline. There's so many angles of attack for the Bozo bunch, but they can't find the last pass to close it out, and Demons Raw stay alive for the moment.
For the moment, indeed, but how long will this moment last, though? They have so much pressure here. They don't have any flips, though, to work with. They finally are going to get the ball past the midfield, but once again, right back into the hands of Dropletto, who finds, gives the ball right to Gumi, though. Again, this triangulation of a ball, it just keeps finding its way all around, but Snake is going to be the one to go down here, though, with the X Maximus. So much power onto Dropletto right now, and a lot of positioning here. Possibly if Screwbreds could find themselves moving up here, though, the extra strike from the primary is good to get the ball right to Dropletto and just uses the strike resources of Demons Raw up. And Bozo Bunch now looking at their first win of this game in this series.
I think usually the Demons don't really feel too pressured, right? They're the veteran team after all. I think they're feeling the heat a little bit because that was a really uncharacteristic misclear from Gumi right into the face of Dropletto there. Of course, a lot of it is that Dropletto is gliding across the map at 3 million speed thanks to the fighter flight and the speed coming in from Gret. Speaking of the speed, speaking of gliding, right now the top corner is the Bozo Bunches, and they'll keep it there permanently. Snake taking so much damage in the process. The Bozo Bunch corner offense, not just a joke here, as Snake is on death's door.
Absolutely, that store X Maximus popped, but trying to get the ball on through it instead of killing Snake was pretty far across the board right now. Double flip here for Bozo Bunch, but it's going to be the Ensnare Drum that holds it. Gumi does spend the flip, though, even kind of after winning that situation. It's kind of hard to react to. The bomb is going to, the hole is going to explode there and actually going to interrupt Obscurebred's offensive chance there. Snake gets that Path Splitter and is going to split Dropletto into 2 pieces as they're going to fall off that map, and now we have 2 flips for the side of, okay, Demons are really going to have to spend one of those defensively with a kind of a strange clear there, but no problem as the power play is going to end. A flip there from Snake is going to result in just about nothing, but the barrier, it's going to go down. The ball went behind there. It's kind of awkward situation, and now we actually still have a barrier up for Demons Raw. Dropletto going to try to push it in with the X Maximus one more time on the top side. Resources are down, but we have double goalie, and it's really tough for Dropletto and I to get it on through.
Yeah, they got the main goalie Kainoob and the secondary goalie Gumi right now as Dropletto rushes in. So much speed, but so many cooldowns for Demons still. And they're trying to keep it away from Snake. If it gets to the Asher, it's a tough spot. If it gets to the Asher in front of the Rasmus, it's doom here. But the missed shot by Snake gives them a little bit of leeway right now. But the meter's being built up. Snake's health bar is being dropped down. And the core speed's getting a little ridiculous. One missed reaction from either of these goalies, and the goal will go in.
Absolutely. I can see that some of the plan here from Bozo Bunch might just be to kill Snake. Like, he actually is super demon right now here with that full stacks on stacks and the extra size and the drum and bass. There's like no way to stop this Asher. You have to deal damage to get her out of here, and that's exactly what they've done. Now there's the greatest chance to get this ball line in here, though. Going to be an initiative flip here from Gumi. We got a save there from Obscurebreds. Finally, the flip from I and Dropletto make it on through here, though. The power play, the extra speed, the fighter flight, the secondary, the mine. Like you were saying, insane speed given to Dropletto from I is going to be just good enough to get that ball in there. And it's going to be Bozo Bunch taking the first game in this series with some damn good, incredible gameplay.
You better get those apology forms ready because the Bozo Bunch has already defied expectations here. People were predicting this one to be a showdown of Demons and Showtime, but the Bozo Bunch with one game take here, it's already getting pretty interesting. And with how they played that, with how confidently they played their own style, picking Rasmus goalie against the #1 hater in Gumi. I mean, Gumi's already got to write the apology form. It's over.
He might have to there, as we do see a win from Bozo Bunch. Man, 36-minute game. Insane amounts of redirects. Man, 2 players almost rivaling what we just saw from Kainoob's 500 redirects. I mean, we have just about 500 here from Kainoob again, and I both just dummy amounts of core control. And I mean, we do see the X going absolutely ballistic, over 20,000 damage, more than the next player, Snake. And it's like X just be scaling. X just takes whatever he can get, and it's usually just like multiplied because just the way that X works and the way that X is supported by a character like Now makes all those awakenings almost double value, and that's just some really great teamwork there, some good picks from the side of Bozo Bunch. But, you know, honestly, Demon's Raw had it right down to the wire there. A couple of misclears and just a little bit of awkward situations there is going to result in possible, you know, loss of barriers there. And it's tough. It really is tough when you are just in the finals of playoffs here. I mean, you're trying to take it, and the opposing team is putting up quite a fight, especially with X scaling kind of out of control as he do. And so, next game we got Night Market, insane classic map. See it every damn time. Night Market has been, I mean, you could say solved in a way, just because people played on it so much. But really, this game is so hard that, like, what is really solved about this game?
Yeah, and speaking of the game, this is an interesting map in the history of this matchup because Night Market was a crucial map in the series versus the Bozo Bunch and Demon's Raw in that Afrika tournament, where the Bozo Bunch, I think, were 1 goal away from making the grand finals, fell just short. And a large part of it was due to Era Double Brawler on this particular map. Demon's Raw were overwhelming them with that particular composition. And Demons, I think, could lock it in. They might not. They might. Who knows? It's a very different meta. It's a very different world we live in. But one thing remains certain, and it's that the Bozo Bunch have a lead. A full lead of a game.
They do indeed have a full lead. It's really nice to have that extra little wing under your confidence there to keep you afloat with that first game that they had taken there. Yeah, it would be really interesting to see like the classic Era Double Brawler. Like I would personally be a little scared, like a little afraid, a little skeptical about picking something so classic like Aragoli. I'm saying I'm not an Aragoli believer like at all, which is all good because I mean we've seen her do her thing and it's been fine. It's all good. Like you see, being able to send the Maelstroms from the back line is also like really good. In addition to just the speed sometimes being so powerful to just give those both brawlers, especially if it's X. If you see X Era in any situation, it's like okay, well now X is 600 size, has 600 power, and has punched the entire team. So we could see it. It probably still works, but I don't know. Has the meta? Do you think the meta has like changed or evolved, or like maybe this current rotation of Awakenings has maybe made Aragoli with Double Brawler like feel less powerful?
Well, Chrono Boost is definitely off the table, right? Because of the Awakening rotation. So that's definitely a factor, but I don't know. It'll all come down to the picks. I think Demon's Raw have a very good chance of denying the X here. The story's always been Dropletto has enough picks to not be hurt by the X ban. But also, the X is so good that honestly, you might want to take it away anyway as Demon's Raw. Sometimes they select red side, but I think they're taking this one seriously. They're selecting blue side. They want to take at least one power pick away. They're already banning away the Now, knowing that Gret was such a problem on the last game, out redirecting the redirect king Kainoob in the previous game. So no joke there.
Yeah, and Now in general, it's just this like such a high value pick. I mean, so good at strike wars, so good at holding like side lanes and a lot of situations like that. And then in addition to healing the teammate, teleporting around, teleporting to the goalie, helping them when they need it. It's like insane value character right now. And we do see a Rune ban. Rune was not too popular today, but was quite popular in the last couple of weeks of Nassau. We saw a lot of runes showing up here though. And we have Timeless. Okay, X first picked already here from Demon's Raw. Snake most likely getting onto that X. I mean, it could be Kainoob. I have seen Kainoob play X before in a lot of strange situations, which is all good.
But Envy, there's an elephant in the room. When you ban away the Now, you leave open the Octavia, the highest win rate pick in the North American Strikers League. And Gret, has Gret lost on this pick? I don't even know. Maybe not, because it has been that dominant, but also with the banning of the rune, that leaves the Juno open. We'll see if this ex-Juno Mako can deal with the offense of the Octavia Juliet, but the Dropletto Juliet, especially when you saw it against the series, when in the series against the Sad Boys, mixed up my words a little bit, like that Juliet is crazy good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, Juliet is so good at making like single very powerful plays in my opinion, since she has like kind of long cooldowns, but it's like a really good cooldown hitting the dash punch or just even like using the ultimate to like keep that ball in that spot, even if you don't always win the situation. It is just great stalling. Let your other teammate get into position. So she has a lot of value. And we do see that Juno showing up. Man, Juno has been a crazy big ban pick as far as like Nassel has been concerned. I've seen tons of Juno bans, and now we finally get to see it showing up here with that Mako, who's also been kind of a fan favorite ban as well. We have Rasmus once again here from the Bozo bunch, probably going to be Obscure Breads once again. I mean, definitely going to be Obscure Breads once again. They are a Rasmus champion, and they're going to show Gumi why, as this game is just about to get underway here. As we did have Glass Cannon and Timeless, not super powerful awakenings here. Timeless, interesting. Neither of these is like so good. Like, obviously Octavia is going to be looking for speed left and right, but I mean, everyone's going to be trying to kill Octavia, so it's kind of, you got to find a balance between, can I even hit her when she is at 900 speed, and will she survive with that low health pool?
But low key, I think Gret's pretty happy about this particular matchup. As long as the Bozo bunch can keep a comfortable lead, make sure the Juno doesn't get a hot shot or 1-2 punch, then I think the Bozo bunch are very, very comfortable in this match. On the flip side, if Demon's Raw can run away with one set early, get some X scaling, get a core speed awakening on the Juno, then the game turns into a nightmare, and Demon's Raw will probably end up on top. I think a lot of this game will be determined at the very start.
Absolutely could be. I mean, even a couple of I know Hotshot Juno was kind of like this, like, everyone thinks of Hotshot Juno. I mean, the ball just goes too fast. I mean, the best goalie in the world that can't just make themselves have more speed in a lot of situations. So it's like super good, a lot of value on Juno to have some of those like game-breaking awakenings there. But as you were mentioning a minute ago with the Bozo bunch having Octavia, X does do a lot of damage, but still in general, like, doesn't always get around so fast. Like, I feel like in order for X to really catch this Octavia, we're gonna need a drum and bass to make that one happen, to get up there with that bell ringer, or you're gonna need like a fight or flight or something to make it work. Because Octavia could run circles around X, no problem, can kind of avoid Juno's abilities, as well as Juno's not super good at just killing outright. Your opponents step on the slimes and you're like, oh, okay, they're at half. But we'll see. It's all kind of onto Gret here, though. Octavia is the super carry of the game, left or right? She either carries the opponent's team because you have died 17 times, or you are untouchable, you've taken every barrier, and you are just a menace.
Well, we'll see what the future holds in this game. The Bozo bunch one game away from making history, guaranteeing a new winner for the North American Strikers League and potentially continuing the MVP and the first seed curse. On the other hand, Demon's Raw, defending champions, they do not want to fall so early here. They want a repeat of last season's grand finals. We'll see. But that Octavia, all eyes on I.
All eyes on I, indeed. All eyes on Magnetized Souls. I'll bring it up every damn time for Magnetized Souls. Obviously, it is the Magnetized Souls meta, and everyone is taking Glass Cannon. Timeless dropped right back onto the pool. None of these players really gonna look for that one just yet. But we do have I already starting out with that flow state, spending the ult to keep it up as well. Man, I already hit the ball so many times, has ult, which is crazy. First one to hit level 2 already, which does make sense. Octavia do be that character. Now we have Snake looking a little bit low already here. Obscure Breads trying to help deal a little bit of damage too. I also trying to get damage on in there, but there you go. I mean, Snake passing midfield and getting a hit there with this X, and it's just a lot of speed. That's something that X really gets a benefit from, and Julie, right? Those two characters don't have a ton of movement abilities, so this map really helps those two characters when it's trying to get around the board.
Oh, but Dropletto lives, and Gret manages to steal away the top barrier. Big opportunity for the Bozo bunch if Drop can stay alive. Good elusive dare, good movement from Drop. Obscure Breads with a missed strike, but it's okay. And I think the Bozo bunch are stabilizing a little bit here. It was looking bad for a moment, but now we're in overtime, and these slimes are going to be a big problem as Kainoob just dribbles all across the field. Drop steals it away for a moment, but this flow state's going to end as soon as it began. Obscure Breads having a bit of trouble here as well, as Kainoob is controlling the midfield so well at the moment. But a perfect pass by Gret. Doesn't even graze the terrain. Gets past Kainoob somehow, and that's the first point for the Bozo bunch.
Incredible angle there. If they had hit that center thing, it would have gone straight to the opposing goalie, and it would have been basically a nothing play. But with an angle like that, it's going to be everything that you could ever want here for the side of Bozo Bunch. They do a great job there as well. Spend the ult one more time, keep that flow state up. Octavia, just like X, does an insane job of scaling when the game just goes a little bit too long. You know, Octavia, you don't want her to win any of these things or be the MVP, but she usually is. Has a good flip there from Dropletto, is going to grab that last barrier here. Defense from I as well to keep it on through, and simply just throws that sonic boom right at Kainoob, and the ball just kind of goes in. I mean, that's really it. No flip coming out from Kainoob, no abilities left perhaps, and okay, Bozo Bunch taking the second point.
Yeah, and we're starting to see some Bozo Bunch gameplay coming out as Snake goes down, just vaporizes instantly, overplayed the corner a little bit, and that's kind of what happens. We saw the same with Dropletto in the previous game. Set 1X does disappear sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, set 1, it's like crazy because it's both teams have this like insane scaling character, right? If Bozo Bunch win the first set, Octavia goes insane. If Demon's Rod wins the first set, X goes insane. It feels like the first set of this game is going to result in the winner of this series, and that is going to be my prediction.
Very, very possible here. Gret leading the XP race right now. Battered and bruised, though, because Snake is going in, and the barrier falling as well. They got to be careful here. Dropletto with speed, but the Slimes are doing too much chip damage. But Gret survives, lives the Bell Ringer, doesn't get knocked out into the back of the net, and still survives the Slime after that as well. This Octavia is miraculously still living.
Absolutely. Gumi all the way onto the other side of the board here with the defense of Kainoob as well, and they do finally get a kill onto Snake there, though. Now we have Bozo Bunch as this big power play as well. They could take this next set, have Octavia get that MVP. She is ahead by quite a bit right now. Gumi does have flip, though. Dropletto goes for the stun combo, but I does not seem to get the ball exactly where it needs to go just yet there. Snake, level 2, not looking too good. X-Maximus pop, not much going on that front there in general. Obscurebreds, no problem clearing this one away from Snake as well. Going to keep that flip also, the good resource to have. Okay, we have the base drop, keeping the ensnared drums in check there. Gumi getting kind of punched, but really doesn't spend the flip. Now spends the flip, but Snake, okay, keeps it alive. The barrier's up. That's really all that matters.
Yeah, Demon's Raw keeping this barrier up despite the primaries coming out from Gret from range. Now a flip by Dropletto. Jumped at by Kainoob and struck away again. A Snake almost going down, barely surviving, but a flip now will secure the X's fate and the Bozo Bunch. It's been a long point. They need to get this done here. They can't let Demon's Raw come back in this one.
Yeah, it would be pretty big. I mean, Snake is still level 3 right now, has been KO'd a couple times already. Nice dash punch there from Dropletto, the classic Juliet. Yep, using the ult to keep themselves in line. The ball staying on the front side there, though. I looking a little bit weak. X-Maximus pops. She's running for her life, cannot seem to survive that situation, as we have Kainoob spending the Make It Rain ult. Obscurebreds keeps that one alive through the Bell Ringer. Snake tries to get a nice angle off the middle. Does not seem to find it out, though, but Kainoob actually grabs that one and just puts it on the bottom side. Dropletto expecting perhaps a little bit something different there, and it's going to be Demon's Raw keeping themselves alive in this set, and the scaling for these two characters is just it's really scary. I think this first set is going to be just so big.
Yeah, bit of an unfortunate defensive attempt there from Drop. Definitely could have been better, but you know, you can't expect too much from the Brawlers when they're on the opposite side of the field. This time, though, Dropletto in his element, finding a lot of pressure. Snake almost own barriering. A flip available for Dropletto, and passing up to Gret, finds the barrier. The Bozo Bunch, the best teamwork in the business right now.
Yeah, that was really great work there. Good positioning there from I, making sure that they are in position to grab that barrier when that pass comes on in. Dropletto noticed as well, and they are rewarded nicely with that barrier, as we're going to have an offensive push here from Snake, who does that flip, probably wants to save it for some sort of double situation. Yeah, gets the first one, spends the next one, but has nothing, really no support there. Nothing from Kainoob to help out, and Snake has no resources either, so it's going to be kind of a null play there, as the base drop's going to come up here, though. Dropletto, wow, nice punch to stun both players, get the ball in, and I mean, that was so teamwork. It was like, it's like Dropletto saw the base drop come in there, and it's like the chances that they win that situation are just over 50%. So it's like, okay, we're now punching and striking. So that was incredible gameplay.
This draft's a little interesting, though. It's Cast Last and 1-2 Punch appearing, and of course you will take the Cast Last, but Demon's Raw kind of getting saved in this one. The 1-2 Punch is such a powerful awakening on the Juno. That core speed just takes over the game, and Gumi also gets the Twin Drive for uptime on the secondary. everyone on Demon's Raw getting a great awakening. Of course, the same can be said about the Bozo Bunch, but this does not look like a lost draft at all from Demon's Raw. In fact, the power level has gone up for every single member of this game so much that it's unrecognizable. It's a whole new ball game.
Yeah, my only little question on that draft there was Obscure Breads. Snake was last pick there, right? Obscure Breads took the Might of Colossus before Catalyst. I would have imagined that keeping Catalyst away from the enemy team, from the enemy X, from the enemy Brawler, would have been a priority pick there, even if it goes on to the goalie who's like, yeah, Rasmus size, I get it, but like, I mean, am I crazy to think that?
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out here. Snake still pushing forward. Obscure Breads, bit of trouble in the corner, and of course that core speed, the 1-2 punch, has turned this game completely around, unrecognizable from what it was in the previous set.
Yeah, Snake, I mean, maybe got hit, maybe hit a couple guys, maybe it was Catalyst there, got that flip, sent it right, or actually helped it on in there with the good angle as well to keep that one alive. And a lot of pressure already here putting on by Snake. Got a barrier too. Kainub making sure that they are supporting perfectly from the back line there, and man, Snake just wins that situation pretty handily, kind of alone, makes that barrier happen, and it's going to be a push there. Yeah, gonna have to get Obscure Breads to use that Death's Touch already. Kainub sending in a couple of slimes. Everyone not on the same page there, as one of the barriers is going to go down. Dropletto really tries to get in there with that dash punch to take advantage of that mistake, but no problem. They're going to spend the ult almost... Okay, actually, it was a good angle to give to I, and I understand the flip from Kainub, but lose that situation.
Oh, no!
Almost hopeless, but what?
Drop did it again. He had the goal, but he flipped on the goal line. And now Demon's Raw are still surviving here. Of course, it's Bozo Bunch possession, but with this 1-2 punch Juno, anything is possible. You gotta watch out if you're Obscure Breads. A panic flip. Dropletto carrying the core in, getting the Flame Flurry, but staggered away, and Dropletto not a second time here. The Bozo Bunch this time not getting the immediate score afterwards.
Again, kind of a catastrophe here from Bozo Bunch, but I mean, the point has not been claimed just yet, though, as Kainub's going to try to dribble it to themselves here with the help of Goomy. Obscure Breads now has the ball onto the top side, trying to get through all of these blobs here. I does have Castellask, can kind of stall just a little bit, though, but Snake, man, making so much pressure here with that speed gate, and just X being what they are. You jump into that speed gate with the bell ringer. Really scary situation there. I does end up missing the flip, though. Obscure Breads trying to clear it once more to Dropletto, who just can't get into position for this dash punch. If they could just get a little bit more possession here, though. Oh my god, insane bull rush kill from Snake, and now it's going to be a power play here from Demon's Raw. That's going to be big.
Dropletto's gotta defend, and Gumi's kind of making it a little bit too easy for Dropletto, I think. Of course, it's hard to play the lane, but now the core's gone to the other side. Now the respawn's coming. Now the Brawler's gone, and the Bozo Bunch turning it around in an instant. They just have to watch out for the 1-2 punch Juno. Kainub and Gumi on the defense, but it's Gret pushing forward with the flow state, and Dropletto receives, finds the goal. That point was 2 minutes longer than it should have been.
That was padding stats is what it was. They were padding their stats, trying to get more redirects than Kainub. I understand what's going on here. I just trying to keep that ball alive as long as possible, as they're going to lose that first barrier here from a little bit of whiplash action. Okay, everyone's going to keep missing their Snake. Actually kind of pushes Obscure Breads out of position there, and they do end up missing that strike. Wins a strike board there against Snake, though. Huge situation as they keep themselves alive here, though. Still 2 barriers up from Demon's Raw. Dropletto trying to get into position here. Okay, holds the ball there with the flurry, but can't make too much happen right now. I get the speed gate. Going to try to get a self-dribble there, but nothing really comes up from that base drop as well, and it's kind of slow here from Bozo Bunch, as they maybe are just building up some energy. They do have a lot of flips. See if they can make something happen with it.
Yeah, Dropletto tries to dash punch flip Gumi, unsuccessful, but ends up strike warring Kainub afterwards for the barrier, so it's not all bad for the Bozo Bunch, but Demon's Raw, the ones in favor a lot more, and Snake will find an amazing flip through 3 there. Demon's Raw, they could even this up. They can cause some big problems here if they can win the next point.
Yeah, true. Like we mentioned a little bit earlier there. I mean, I did get cast flash, which is pretty incredible there. Now I just really needs like some defense to be immortal, basically. But, you know, this side of Demon's Raw also got some pretty strong awakenings there. Juno really great with Hot Shot and 1-2 punch and got one of them. So it's not like one of the teams got out of control even with that first draft. 1 barrier down for each team, though. Dropletto tries to get a dash punch situation going, but doesn't seem to make it happen, though. I also not in a perfect position there. Loses their flow state. Gets kind of knocked around here from Snake. Just trying to go for a crazy angle on through the speed gate, though. Dropletto can't seem to play on the front side there. Is a little bit weak, but actually dashes right through Snake to grab that orb and keep themselves alive. But Snake is not done with this just yet, as the ball is just hanging out in midfield, but Brawlers are simply brawling.
The Brawling Brawlers, Snake still going at it, but Dropletto getting the better. Flip available and Snare Drums disappearing. A punch attempted, but the full combo will not come through. And now Snake in the 1v1 to get the past Obscure Breads. Bit of an early hook there. And now Gret with the flip available. Might want to use it here. Kainu with the flip as well. Dropletto's got to be careful, but so does Snake. The Brawlers all in danger, but Gret just blocks the flip into midfield. Huge for the Bozo Bunch, and not have to worry about that. But it's overtime, and the Slime Speed's picking up as well. They got to be really careful, but Dropletto looking to finish the kill, but they send the core there. Bit of a mistake from Gret, unfortunately. Keeps Snake alive, and Dropletto's the one falling.
Yep, tough situation here for Bozo Bunch, as we do have Dropletto on out of there here. This 2v3 could be really rough, but Snake kind of weak. I think the Bozo Bunch are out of cooldowns at this point. They're going to try to go for defense there. Do survive that situation and grab a kill onto Snake instead in the combo from Dropletto. And I is going to stun Goomy, get the ball in there, and kind of an insane situation to have Bozo Bunch win that point, but man, that is some determination from this team to keep themselves alive in this set.
Obscure Breads is looking like the best goalie of all time right now. Like, it's single greatest performance mode right now, as Dropletto and Gret, of course, are making the offense happen. I say that, and Breads misses the strike and drops a barrier. You know, it's all good.
But you know what? These things happen. It literally happen to anyone. Everyone misses strikes, and you know what? Even if it's televised to 16,000 people, I mean, what does it matter? Everyone misses strikes, as we're going to get a flip here from Goomy to keep this one alive here. Snake not going to be able to push it right through Obscure Breads there. The drum and bass, not enough just yet. A dash punch here from Dropletto, but man, the defense from Kainoob and Goomy, I really got to say, Kainoob is always just playing second goalie exactly when they need to, and it's right when Bozo Bunch have an offensive situation, and it's like, nullified because just a bunch of extra abilities here from Kainoob, especially with the slime being basically like 3 strikes, right? It's like strike, primary, slime eats it, strike again, so it's so much to go through if you're Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, but Dropletto, oh, another slime eating the flip this time, and this barrier's looking like it is immortal on the side of Demon's Raw. Snakes away, though. Big opportunity for Dropletto on the dribbles, but can't quite catch it with the dash. Dangerous situation now for the Bozo Bunch, because Dropletto's incredibly low. The Flamethrower doesn't connect either. Crazy bounces all over the world, but not in the favor of Bozo's until Dropletto catches it on the hit from Obscure Breads. Now the flip available on the goalie. Dropletto still surviving now, and Gret to the top side. Scary situation. Drop doesn't find it, but another pass. The possession maintained. The flip available now. Looking for the goal. Ooh. Another pass. And the Bozo Bunch, they do not forget. No matter how much they think they can send it through, they will find the pass, they will find the angle, and they will find themselves one set away from Grand Finals.
Absolutely, one set away indeed, and we do have this draft as well. Could be among Titans here for Octavia to get even more speed, but Hot Shot from Juno could make things awkward. Yeah, it's going to be a big deny there, which might just give Kainoob a little too many cooldowns, so they're going to go for it. But among Titans now falls to Kainoob's speed and size for their team. Even more size here for Snake, actually, grabbing the built different here. Explosive entrance for Obscure Breads to make sure that, you know, Mako just doesn't have it, right? That's what we saw last game. You know, deny the Dash Awakenings from Mako, and that's exactly what they're doing. Goomy grabs 1 Spark of Focus, which is, I'd say, one of the better sparks to have by itself, which is all right here. And Dropletto grabs Rapid Fire, which is still a good awakening here. It might not be so great on Juliet, but still pretty good. So no one's super messed up in this draft here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Dropletto's getting messed up in the game, though, taking a lot of damage early on, and this super fast Kainoob's going to be a problem. Stake looking absolutely massive right now, going to be causing big issues over on the Bozo Bunch barrier as Drop gets sniped away. We'll have to pick up an orb, we'll have to retreat, find a way to regen. No now in this game to get that get out of jail free card for the moment. But it's a slow Bozo Bunch defense now. They're taking it slow, they're playing patiently, and with Snake popping the X Maximus, they're burning a lot of cooldowns.
They are. Bozo Bunch is surviving the situation here, though. I just pops the flow state, but ends up losing the barrier in return. But maybe this flow state is exactly what they need to get on out of here, though. I mean, I also doesn't really have much speed to go off either way. I mean, Magnetized Souls, you have to make as much use of that as you can. As we can see them strafing right on through to try to keep that offense's pressure up here, though. Kainoob had a chance to get the ball here. 2 flips for the side of Demon's Raw. Again, open goal from Bozo Bunch. Really tough situation. Dropletto just grabs a flip of their own. See if they can make something happen here, though, as they're about to have a really nice corner push. You're continuing into this corner. This actually could happen here as the base drop comes through. A flip from Goomy's going to keep that one alive. Obscure Bread's fast enough and good enough to keep that one alive as well. And now it's going to be a slow game in overtime.
Overtime comes, and you say a slow game, but the
That's
core
what I
is
say,
moving
slow game.
fast. And when the core is moving fast, it looks like everyone's moving slow. Gret keeping the possession up, though. The strike placement on point for the moment, but the Slime's causing a bit of a problem. Dropletto almost KO'd right now, but barely manages to regen all the way back in this flow state. Everlasting, never ending for Gret at the moment, still keeping it up. So much speed available now with the special out, forcing Snake back as well, and continuing to just run around the field, avoiding the KO, keeping it refreshed. And all it takes is one more opportunity, and Dropletto drifts it all the way between Gumi and Kainoob. 2 points away now. It's a countdown.
This really could be it. 2 points away from taking it. From Demon's Rot and just going on to the grand finals here. Bozo Bunch need this. They want this more than anyone, perhaps. But the game will continue here. We have seen reverse sweeps before, and it could be a heartbreaker. But we're going to continue this game, though. Obscurebread's moving up with this flip. Snake a little bit close to the edge there, but they don't seem to make it happen. Drum and Bass comes up. A flip from Snake. A counter flip of Obscurebread. Dropletto finds the dash punch. Gets the kill onto Snake. A big power play here for Bozo Bunch. This could be the next point that they need, making it second to last point. Now it's finally the last point that they need. This could be Obscurebreads in grand finals with Bozo Bunch. I mean, we used to see, I Forgot Dropletto, Forgot was on this team for such a long time. Obscurebreads, though, an amazing addition to this team, doing such a great job right now.
Yeah, but it's still a dangerous situation. You can't let up against Demon's Rod. They got the core speed. They got the 1-2 punch. Juno, Dropletto with a dash punch goes nowhere, but Gret going places with the flow state. And Dropletto finds his way onto both barriers. A flip is perfect. All it takes is one more shot and drops in position. Not quite there with the Flame Flurry this time. But Obscurebreads and Gret, so much room to work with. Kainoob just desperately trying to keep this offense up, trying to keep the possession in the hands of Demon's Raw, and maybe this flip will do it, and it will take the barrier, but it goes to the other side. Still an opportunity for the Bozo Bunch as they rocket it around the other way. If Kainoob has to use the flip, he does not. Snake will get a point in a crucial situation for Demon's Raw.
And some people will say you only need one to make a big upset here, and hopefully this is not the end of the game here for Bozo Bunch, as 1 point is sometimes just enough to keep the opposing team in the game, but we'll keep working on it, though. We have Demon's Raw with 2 flips. We got a flip on Eye, though. If Dropletto can just get into position, and a nice dash punch would be great to grab that barrier. Eye's going to move up here with that flip. Counter flip from Gumi, though, to try to make that situation not happen, though. Another flip coming out here from Kainoob is going to keep this one alive as well. The base drop comes in, the stun from Dropletto, who's just about at no health there. Flip Snake off the game. This could be literally the last point here for Bozo Bunch. The Splobs come out to try to keep themselves alive. Dropletto looking at just about no health. It could be a dash punch strike from
What
Dropletto.
a flick from Dropletto to close it out. The Bozo Bunch make history. No repeat winners here. It will be the Bozo Bunch versus Showtime in grand finals. I better see all of your apology forms right now.
Chat, apologize. Actually, I think chat were honestly believers for the most part there, though, keeping themselves in this game. Bozo Bunch actually getting to grand finals to play against Showtime for Nassel Season 5 Grand Champions. I mean, this is quite incredible here, though. They have it. They made it. They have it. I mean, that was actually kind of an insane game there. 2-0 series from Bozo Bunch, just playing pretty damn hot the whole time, not letting that X get any scaling situation going on. But Octavia, of course, being a possible infinite win pick here in Nassel. I mean, Octavia, what kind of character is this, as she is just winning every situation that she has seen played here, though. Almost, I mean, I don't know about this 100% win rate, but it really could be like 100% win rate. This character does it all, and actually great work there with Dropletto, Obscurebreads, Infinite. I mean, man, what a well-deserved win here from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, and the Bozo Bunch story has been one of very small differences, right against Demon's Raw in the Africa tournament, where they fell at third. They were 1 point away. This time, to even make it to playoffs, they were 1 point away versus return to form. And that's how close these games are in the North American Strikers League. It's a new era. No sad boys, no demons. Only the Bozo Bunch against Showtime. 2 teams that have never made it all the way before. And the Bozo Bunch are the ultimate new team. I mean, speaking of, like, so many of these players are, like, from the beta, right? Joker is a beta player. Like that guy was on Blackwater Kraken with hook resets and I'm Salas. Barcode has been here for what seems like an eternity. Won that big LAN tournament, CECC, with the Sad Boys. And okay, Shanzu's new. That guy's a Norms demon. But the Bozo Bunch, Dropletto and Gret, they were in the meta chat of the Omega Strikers Discord. Nothing good comes out of that place except for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, that is incredible. Yeah, like you're saying, no Sad Boys, no Demons Raw in this grand finals. And I mean, this is just like, it shows how good these players are, man, when they put their minds to it, when they get those warm-ups, those scrims going there, and they just work out some of those ideas with like this teamwork and that synergy. I mean, Bozo Bunch made it, like the synergy there from I and Dropletto was so good there. Every time that we had a corner flip, it was actually not a push, it was a pass. And that is some of that separates the grades, really. When you have like player get into position when the corner play is happening, and then it's just, you don't have to. You don't have to make all this crazy reads. You don't have to go nuts. You just pass. Pass is God, like everybody. Pass the ball. It's sick. So we are gonna see Bozo Bunch play against Showtime in grand finals of North American Strikers League Season 5 in just a few minutes. Saya, that was such a sick series. I loved it. My mans.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere. We'll have one of those mid shows with K-Bot, and we'll be right back. And whoever requested the Frover emote before this series started, I know who you are.
Nice.
There will be a new champion in the North American Strikers League for Season 5. The Bozo Bunch just knocked off Demons Raw. Yoshi, what can we say? You were right.
Hey, guy known for being right frequently. Let's go. Bozo Bunch clocking in a 2-0. Not even like a super down to the wire game. Bozo Bunch looked phenomenal out there and just crunched Demons Raw. Now going on to face Showtime, who also beat Demons Raw. Tough day for them, but now these two Titans are facing off. One of them will be claiming the title of national champion today. And like you said, a new team will be the one to do it.
So, Vaughn, I think you know this Demons Raw team probably better than anybody. What went wrong in that last series or today as a whole for them?
It is crazy then, K-Bot, if you think back to winners finals, Demons was one single point away from being Winterside Grands. It just shows how all of a sudden it can just change like that. They dropped a really close series, and that's always tough on the mental. I know exactly what it's like to go from close winners finals, drop losers, and then just sayonara. It happened to my team last season. Very difficult to like take a breath and have a bit of like recompense. So I think that was part of it. I think the other thing is also, I think we all kind of historically know how Demons Raw's goalie thinks about Rasmus goalie. As soon as they drop that first game with Breads playing like a demon, I was hesitant to think that Demons was going to win. I know I was in the call with 3Z and he heard my thoughts as soon as game one was lost in that close thing. I said that the series is over. Bozo Bunch just look like they have all the momentum right now. Very impressed with their play. I mean, Breads is such a beast. So shout out to Ian and I getting our prediction right. No biggie. Excited to see Grands. It's gonna be the first time anyone outside Demons and Boys have won since our like big national combination. So this is a big day. I'm excited.
Very big day. And 3Z, it feels like today has been the story of the goalies. We're talking a lot about Barcode in the last game. This game, Breads looked like he really popped off 2 games on the Rasmus here.
Yeah. It's great to see someone from Sunduvu make it into Grands of Nassau. And Breads definitely worked his tail off for this one. Put in a couple shifts on the good old Rasmus goalie. Yeah, there's 5 size awakenings in the pool. He was able to pick up that Might of the Colossus in game 2, I think. Playing really well on the pick. Obviously, it works really well into Mako and kind of some of these more melee goalies who sit in their box, able to push up and put some more pressure on. Also putting a lot of damage pressure on the brawler as well. So looking really good on the pick. I'm excited to see what Bozo Bunch has in store for Showtime.
So as we look ahead, I mean, Vaughn, I think you were kind of talking like Demons Raw, Showtime, probably both teams I want to do relatively similar things when they're paired up against each other. But now it feels like these 2 different teams have 2 different identities as we head into the draft. Who do you think that gives a striker select advantage to, or who's feeling maybe more comfortable heading into striker select, knowing that the other team doesn't really want to touch a lot of the same things, aside from like now?
Well, a lot's changed since then, but if you remember in the North American Strikers League Season 4, this was the last time we saw these teams play in a bracket where it went game 3, and then Showtime had a bit of a dominating performance on Gates of Obscura to tie it all together. And that series completely hinged around now. Last season in the playoffs, I believe correctly, the team that picked now, if it was not banned, won every game. Bozo won game 1 with the now. It was banned game 2. Showtime got it done on Clarion, which is their best map. They've only dropped 1 game on Clarion in the history of their team with their starters. It's an incredible stat. And then the final game on Gates, like I mentioned, they gave Shianzu the now, which I said on previous desk, best character for him. So it really feels like it hinges around this incredibly weak midfield character now. Wow, she's so unpickable, guys. Jeez. So We'll see how that's going to work out. Obviously, both teams have Octavia. Showtime's Octavia is a little bit of a different breed than all the others, but obviously both teams love to use it as well. The real differences is coming down from those goalie stylistic approaches to the game, where we've talked about both of them so many times. So I really just want to focus in on that now. It feels like Xianzhu and Gret have almost identical pools. They love prioritizing the same things. The speed characters, and then a pocket Juno with a little bit of Amy on the side is usually what I see out of these midfielders. It's the things that I associate with them the most. So we'll just see how the chips fall, who can play the speed matchup a bit better. Both these players are super awesome. Voted for both of them for my top 3 midfielders of the season. I'm really glad to see that they're there. Wait, I didn't vote Xianzhu. I lied, but that's because he missed like half the season. So I'm really glad he's having a gamer performance in playoffs because he's absolutely going beast mode, K-Bot.
3Z, I'll send this one to you as well, especially from the brawler perspective here. Joker's been back and forth between a couple different strikers today and last week. We saw him pull up Zentaro. We've seen him on the Rasmus, which could even be a higher priority to pick away from Brad's. Where do you think his mind's at as we head into games here?
Yeah, I mean, don't forget about the Asher as well. That's a heavy prio for Bozo on their brawler, Dropletto as well. So Asher, another potential pick. We'll see if that ends up being forced onto Barcode. That ended up happening in 2 out of 3 games against Demons Raw. So if that's the case, yeah, you'll see him pull out more picks. Like the Rasmus, like the Zentaro. Maybe we'll see some X. Who knows? We might get a Joker Octavia game. That would be something special. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of experience playing against stuff like this Rasmus goalie, these kind of off meta quote unquote picks. So it'll be interesting to see what they choose to pick into it. Yeah, Joker's got a pretty endless pool. The only brawler he doesn't really play is Kazan, so really can pull out anything.
Yoshi, you and I were sitting in the call during the last game, and at one point we had this conversation as more of the fun argument. This past season, the one new thing that was added was some slight thematic elements honoring last season's champion. So, if there were to be a Nassau Season 6, which team would have the more fun theme to play around? Would it be Showtime, or would it be Bozo Bunch with a bunch of frogs?
Well, I think it does come down to preference. It's Bozo Bunch clocking in with a fun frog-themed adventure. That would be awesome. Let's make one thing very clear. Loading up to the Nassau broadcast, and it's Frog Friday on a Saturday would be really cool. That being said, Showtime's whole flow is just wonderful. They've got the movie, the cinema, everything, all of it. The gold, like, it all comes together really nicely, and I can imagine that on a Nassau broadcast, and that would be beautiful. I'm obviously not biased at all, have no leg in this race, but that's just what I think.
All right, well, time to put a leg in this race, Yoshi, because it's predictions time. Remember, Showtime is coming in from the winner's side, meaning that Bozo Bunch will have to win 2 consecutive best of 3s to go out on top here. Vaughn, I'll send it to you first. Who do you have to win the North American Strikers League Season 5?
So last prediction, I went with Bozo, and before that, I had Demons, and they just couldn't get it done in winners finals. I think it's time. I might as well just predict every team today. I think Showtime. I can't remember if it was on air or before when we were talking. I said they looked like the strongest team going into today. I scrimmed a lot of these. Actually, I didn't scrim Bozo, but I scrimmed so many times, so many. And I know scrims aren't everything, but they show you a team's picture, especially when you play these guys for. I think I played Showtime 8 hours over the last 2 weeks in scrims. They look really good. I think Barcode is establishing himself as the most dominant goalie this season. I voted him as the best goalie. He's absolutely put in so much work. It's not the most sexy performance you've ever seen, but by God, it's the most consistent performance I've maybe ever seen in a playoff run. This guy is super locked in. I love him too. You know, I loved teaming with that guy way back in the day. Super glad to see him, and I really want to see Joker get his chip because this guy has always gotten it done with team after team. He's the most journeyed, probably top player. He's made it this far. Like he's gotten so close so many times. Give me Showtime. I need Showtime to win for them. I love those guys so much. So that's my prediction.
The players are ready. So quickly, 3Z, who you got?
Showtime. Yeah, they showed that they could beat Demons Raw. They played their own game. And they're gonna do it here. Organic Grand.
Yoshi?
It's looking a bit like a Showtime sweep. I gave it to Bozo in the last game, but like Vaughn said, Showtime has just been looking like the best team so far out of all of them. I like watching Barco and Xianzhu. Obviously, we know they're great players, but they just looked like a level beyond anything I've ever seen them in that last series they played. So they're looking really good. I wouldn't be surprised if they won it cleanly.
It'll be a Showtime sweep on the desk. I think Bozo Bunch will make this very close, but I don't know if they've got it in them to win 2 consecutive best of 3s. Folks, Grand Finals is right up next. Your casters are Mystic and Borg. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, and it's here. It's time. The Grand Finals for the North American Strikers League. I'm Borg, and I'm joined with Mystic. How you doing, Mystic? Are you excited for this banger of a series?
I'm hyped. The first, I don't know how is this the first Grand Finals without a Demons Raw or Sad Boys in it? I know Showtime's been in here before, but
it is, yes. Spoiler.
This is going to be a wonderful match. We already have all the players are loaded up. They're ready to go in. Let's take a look at quickly what we have drafted here today on the Big Fish Spark. Always a spark start. But we're starting on Clarion Core, which is a map that you typically don't see first right away. It's grown to be like a map that some teams really like, some people don't like, but is this Showtime's map? Because I know they tend to like this a lot. But we see the signature rune ban from Bozo. They got like a 98% ban rate on this rune. Showtime taking away the Octavia from I. And then everything else looking like a standard comp here. Barcode on the Mako, Husk piloting that Asher, and then Xianzhu on a speed character in the midfield. What do you think about the other comp?
I mean, pretty standard, I think, meta on both sides. Both comps have an opportunity to win, and when they're trying to, as Dropleto gets the first KO here in that bottom south gate, and he gets the goal. Dropleto do score already 19 seconds into the first set here. And one other thing to note here, Mystic, is 2 sparks in this game, one on the midfield and one actually on Barcode. Barcode not opting for the size here.
Yeah, not going for the size in general. always kind of want one Spark on your team if you can on these Spark starts. Oh my goodness, double barrier being taken immediately by Joker, piloting that signature Asher. But taking a look at the starting Awakenings, we got 4 Mag Souls, no Slick Kicks, no Siphoning Wands, no Van Braces on any of these characters here. Everyone knows what to do at this point in the meta. And then we have 4 Big Fishes. And oh my goodness, exploded. I don't even know how that happened. Oh, the core hit the middle, the expanse popped out, and then Joker just got sent into the abyss here. And the pressure is coming on from Bozo Bunch. Flip at their net, barrier popped, unable to finish it off, but everyone on Showtime is low. Well, Shianzo and Barcode.
Indeed, Barcode looking really low. Actually gets KO'd here by Dropletto. Shianzo now has to take up the goalie duties for now. Joker doing a really good job at stalling Eye in this midfield. Dropletto now has the core, and Shianzo gives him that top angle, and Dropletto takes it. It's going to be 2-0 in a pretty explosive first 2 maps here, Mystic.
Yeah, and this is coming from a team that against the barrage of Demons Raw managed to hold their own in the net for quite some time, but Joker returning that fire as quickly as possible. Both barriers and a KO for him on the Asher. Point brought back, 11-second point here, going over to Showtime.
Caster basics out of the window, I think, this series here, Mystic. We just got a yapping because they're scoring when we least expect it. It's 2-1, Showtime versus Bozo Bunch, and honestly, I think both teams have a pretty good shot. I thought Bozo Bunch was kind of, with that Rasmus goalie, maybe had a little bit more offensive pressure here, but Barcode with the Mako, and then obviously the heroics from Joker are just paying dividends to how good Showtime is here. But no, Joker actually doesn't even get the flip off, and he goes down immediately off of the mine here. Dropletto not quite able to secure that flip. Shianzo getting denied by Dropletto, but not going to go in for there. Showtime still have a chance on this defense, getting an orb, stabilizing for now, as everything is cool. Shianzo playing midfield, trying to deny Dropletto as much as possible, gets that first barrier. And now Joker trying to get the second one, but Breads is doing a great job at just denying it for now, but he can't do it for long as Shianzo finds the angle again, and now we're evened up here. No barriers to no barriers. Joker has a shot here on the top side, but denied by Breads. It's just so hard though. Shianzo runs in with that barrage. Does not want anything to go in here as Joker actually sneaks it in the bottom corner there.
Managed to live. That's the difference of Big Fish HP, keeping Joker alive, and that difference ended up leading into a point, tying things up 2-2 with the explosive start that Bozo Bunch had. Showtime returned it immediately. Giga Blast comes out from Shianzo. First barrier dropped. Joker with the second barrier immediately. Barcode using that strike shot to keep the ball forward as much as possible. Shianzo has to come back there to heal up a little bit, and we have 1 barrier left here, but that's all Barcode needs, holding it down as the melee goalie god. We just gotta see if they can keep it up for the remainder of this point. Shianzo's looking low, has to be really careful about how they proceed this midfield interaction. Giga comes out, almost gets it, but a good reaction from Breads as Dropletto is being dropped down low as well. Shianzo come almost back up from being staggered. Joker looking for a position here to use that energy burst, but is getting chipped away from the goalie and might get knocked out completely. Death Touch into the primary drone from now sends him into the abyss. No ability to use that energy burst, and now things are looking like they're going in Bozo Bunch's favor.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch taking advantage of this power play off that KO, getting both barriers, but Joker comes back up a perfect time to pepper down Eye on that midfield and also keep core control for now. Shianzo trying to just buy his team a little bit of time as the Rasmus goalie is just so much more aggressive than the Mako here, just causing so much more damage and explosiveness on the defensive side. But Joker, really scary chance there, but denied by Gret. Dropletto now finds the kill and manages to actually get Joker low as well with the flip and gets the goal. Dropletto, do score, do everything. Come on, 3-2. Bozo Bunch take the first set.
Dropletto X showing the prowess of, I mean, this guy is an X prodigy. Coming through, let's take a look at what the draft has here for us. We see more speed, and speed is king, but Spark. Remember, it was Spark start, like you said. And who has Spark on their team? The person who got MVP. That's how it works around here.
Crazy how that works out.
So feeling good about that. I mean, Spark, double Spark already on round 2. Taking a look at everything else, we see Among Titans not picked up. I would say if the Spark didn't go the way of of now, or if things were rearranged here, most likely would have ended up with that stacks on stacks or Among Titans pick. But everything else looking pretty standard. We do just want to keep an eye on Xianzhu. Xianzhu is one of those speed character abusers, knows how to use the Now and the Kai so well, especially when you stack on all these speed from the pancakes over there. And we'll see Xianzhu kind of pop off and fly. But they have to start winning if they want to get a chance to keep going.
Something to keep in mind here as well is this whole game so far, Xianzhu's kind of taken a beating, right? Like, and with the stacks, you know, if Xianzhu can get stacked up and dodge a lot of these abilities, it will be really, really good. But as we're seeing now, Xianzhu looking incredibly low, managing to survive for now, getting the orb, letting Joker do a lot of it, and the perfect secondary into flip from Joker on the Asher actually secures the second barrier there. And now Showtime all of a sudden just flowing the offense only through Asher and working out, but Joker goes down for now. Xianzhu now is going to have to find some heroics with Barcode, hold on the defense, but X is too good for that, managing to get the last barrier with that flip.
Whoa.
But the Giga Blast taking out the Now off the side. That felt a little bit insane there. And now Showtime with the power play, going to be pass splitted on the bottom side there. Breads can't do anything about it, can't even get in range to flip, and Joker with a great play, managing to secure that goal off the Giga Blast KO.
Oh, splitting the path indeed. Send in the air chip because he parted the Red Sea there to make sure there was enough time for Xianzhu, or sorry, enough time, yeah, for Xianzhu to send it up down there and then get that point. But taking a look, 1-0 lead right now. Xianzhu has that energy burst available. KO coming through from Joker as he uses that secondary into primary combo on the Asher. A little bit of reverse dash punch there, and just trying to get these passes back from Xianzhu as a good barrage tries to push it forward, but unable to secure that second barrier here. Barcode still doing his best to hold down both of these barriers as Dropletto returns back, and we see the pressure coming through. Energy burst is available. Joker unable to use it there, but the pressure is still on. Asher has a great stuffing ability, and Breads is doing a wonderful job of holding it down, but it's going to be a matter of time until one of these abilities goes through. I'm surprised Joker is being so reluctant there with the energy burst, but most likely thought that he would get that barrier with that attempt. Finally kind of gave into it, but yeah, barrier dropped.
Barrier down, and he has a goal opportunity here, but I on the Now does have that flip, so I'm not too worried for now. And a Giga Blast almost puts it in, but a great save from Breads, keeping it in for now. Joker now dead on the power play from Bozo Bunch, but it's hard because the Now was incredibly low, has no energy as well, and Xianzhu has the speed here with the stacks and the speed up. The Blazing Space is putting in so much work, just getting every single core, getting every single interception. And now Breads goes down from Joker, and they have the chance to put it in. Xianzhu finds it in the top corner. What a KO from Joker. The Asher strikes again. This guy gets.
Oh, that guy got. And that was kind of a situation there because of the size that Bread's character is, the Rasmus with the pauldrons and the big fish there. And he had to walk around the path splitter, and that caused him to go to the back of the net, which gave Joker, who also has size of his own, to reach fully to the back of the net with that primary there, the barrier beam coming through and allowing him to get that KO, which led to that point. One barrier already dropped here as Joker gets that first one, traded right back as Dropletto coming through, not letting it fall immediately, but Breads walking up a little bit, has to get bailed out slightly from I coming back on the ultimate on the Now. But things have tied up as, look, just taking a look here, but yeah, things have tied up here. Dropletto, the one looking low, might get taken out eventually if that orb does decide how things are going to go. We'll see how things how they pan out from here.
See how they pan out. A lot of it I feel like is going to depend on who gets this middle orb here. Joker looking like he's going to want it and takes it. Now has his abilities refreshed and the size. Not going to be doing too much with the primary there. Flip coming out from I, going to save the day for now. But Joker actually, with the increased size, gets the hit on the last barrier. And the barrage with Xianzhu sprinting forward just had the perfect path to deny that clear from Breads. And Showtime strike right back with the 3-0. And I'm looking at a couple possible awakenings here. Not going to be too much. There is a spark. I think that can be... Well, it needs to be denied by somebody here. But the biggest thing I'm looking at for sure is definitely either that explosive entrance or that perfect form. Well, the hot shot
also, this could be a second size awakening going through, but we're going to see if the spark does get denied by who. And it's going to be Joker taking it up on the Asher. Would love to take some of the other awakenings there, but that is all right. Or I, instead of getting his second or third spark, or instead of getting their second or third spark there, they're going to get Monumentalist instead. Really weak awakening here on the Now, but I should say that it actually is weaker than it used to be on previous patches because of the change to the now secondary, which removed the hit stun when applied, and that was one of the biggest reasons why Monumentalist was such an oppressive awakening on this now. But either way, great awakenings coming through, perfect form on Dropletto, explosive entrance on Obscure Breads, which is going to power up some of those impacts slightly and give him more speed to work around with. But overall, I would say it is Bozo Bunch that came out on top in this draft. Regardless, Showtime still has everything that they need to win.
Yeah, Showtime definitely felt like they had to do a little bit of denying there. Definitely a Bozo favorite draft overall, managing to deny some of the scary ones like Hotshot and that Spark, for example. But now, as we get back into the game, both barriers going down for Showtime. Joker has that flip though, and Dropletto looking a little bit low, so there is a chance for Showtime to come back into this point here. As Joker going low actually does that flip, and Breads did not have a strike ready, so it slow rolls into that barrier. Joker gets Death Touch off the map, and Dropletto, no, actually that was I believe the proximity drone managed to hit that straight into the top corner. So great aim there, and the red core just took Barcode off guard.
Yeah, and we can see a lot of what is being repeated onto Joker in these points is he's trying to position himself in a way where Xianzhu can pass, which is almost the perfect distance for the pendulum swing on the Rasmus to hit. So when Breads is just walking around minding his own business while his forwards keep the ball up, he's just whacking away at Joker, and he has the tools to finish him off just by the nature of Rasmus Goalie having a lot of damage on the pendulum swing and then being able to finish on the back of their own net with that Death Touch, which we saw happen multiple times already.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who played with the Rasmus Goalie player for a long time, I definitely know how strong it can be, how much damage it can put out, and when you have an X on your team that also has the damage, they're going to get finished off one way or another. Joker going down from Dropletto, but a great defense so far from Showtime. Flip out of Barcode, going to clear it for now. The middle and the orb going to go to the now. And now Bozo Bunch not letting up on the pressure whatsoever, managing to keep it forward. They have the energy as well. Looks like Showtime's going to have to battle back on this one. The Giga Blast almost taking out now, but instead Barcode actually loses out on that last barrier. And now Dropletto gets denied by that flip from Xianzhu. Clutch save. Going to keep things stable for now. Joker now getting that orb really, really low and actually managing to almost take it, but no, the now gets it once again. And the flip actually takes Joker out. It feels like Showtime are just getting annihilated this entire point. Core controls are all going to the Bozo Bunch, and Dropletto puts it in. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, and there's so much AoE happening here in the middle of the map. Like I said, the pendulum swings coming through from Obscure Breads. The secondary, because of Breads also being that, I believe is that Whiplash, just being so big in size, means that the secondary also reaches Joker quite a bit. And then on top of that, you have I sitting there with 2 sparks, so 134 power with Monu, just sending these secondaries away. It's not like he's intentionally hitting, or they're intentionally hitting Joker, but when you're constantly just trying to use your abilities in the midfield, Joker is just going to keep getting hit by being around them. And that's causing him to be so low and get put in these situations where one Death Touch just yoinks him off the map, or a pendulum swing.
Putting in some bad situations, and a bad situation is Xianzhu right now. Has the stacks built up, cannot die here. Probably lose the set if they die here anyway. Ooh, almost gets taken out there by the proximity drone, but managing to survive for now. Joker now is the one who looking incredibly low. Xianzhu managing to heal up in time, but Joker doing some heroics on the side, managing to survive for way too long it seems, but it will only be a matter of time before he gets taken out in the end. On life support right now, getting taken out by the X. Dropletto managing to do so much here, breaking Xianzhu as well. They have a power play. Barcode has the flip though. They can do a lot here, but how much can they do? Getting the barrier, Xianzhu with the perfect flip, managing to hold for now. Joker back up as well, getting the flip out of the now, trying to get something done. Can they pull something out of a hat here? Joker, 1v2, what can you show me here? What can we see? As bringing the now incredibly low. They're managing to survive for now. I mean, I don't really know what's going on here, but Dropletto with the flip gonna put it in and end the hopes of this set for Showtime as he shoves them in the net and the core at the same time. That's a 3-0 set, Mystic.
That's a 3-0 set, and guess who's up first again? Will there be another Spark to see? Yes, there will be. Spark of Resilience here for the reward of I. 3 Sparks going their way. Will not be able to get a 4th Sparks, but that is okay, because we have some stagger, but more importantly, we have 3 spark ability with agility, and then 3 spark with strength. Taking a look on the other side, Huss's hat is going on to Xianzhu, not Huss this time around. Spec training with all that size and Might of Colossus and perfect form. That's going to be really hard to deal with for Barcode and anyone else. Just anyone in Dropleto's way is going to get bullied. And unfortunately, looking at the bottom of the draft there, Joker has to take that Castle S. Not the most useless thing. It has its use cases, but it's not the strongest thing on a Brawler Asher. Oh my goodness. Spec training already showing its fangs against Xianzhu.
Xianzhu going down, but at the cost of 2 barriers here. So they're going to have to make a lot on this power play, and a lot they make as they get almost another KO, and they get both barriers here. Joker now needs to score, but gets Death Touch into the back of zone net. There's just too much damage on the side of Bozo Bunch, putting out literally everything in order to kill him over and over again. Xianzhu now, who's been doing great all game, but it feels like is on a timer with this damage from Bozo Bunch. Managing to keep it alive for now. Joker now, on a good little 1v2 here on to Breads in the top corner, and you actually win. They actually make something out of nothing there, and managing to score. And one thing real quick, Mystic, that I want to point out is Breads, with those 2 secondary, or rather 3 secondary awakenings, going to be incredibly fast with that secondary, and also putting out a lot more damage with the explosive entrance with the pauldrons as well. So that's another thing to look out for. It's probably why the damage is so high as well.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I didn't even notice that as 3 secondary awakenings here on Obscure Breads can be a 4th if a Twin Drive makes its way over, but Joker once again brought down to essentially no stagger whatsoever, as Dropleto is running forward, trying to just beat him down as fast as possible. Joker has the energy burst, is going to try to go for the double, doesn't get it, but gets 1 for a consolation prize there. Xianzhu coming through with the barrage. Path Splitter set up, but a good defense clears it out against the, oh my goodness, the spec trading Dropleto coming in and blasting his way through. Huss is taken out for another 10 seconds or 5 more seconds at this point. Flip used, but doesn't connect here as I is trying to look into a proximity drone placement. Isn't able to get it, but does end up finding the barrier here. Dropleto is looking extremely low, but he's in their net. He has the healing behind him thanks to the now, and we know that we can keep going. Just waiting for his ability. The perfect form is going to allow him hit 3 more people, and there it is. The spec training primary, or sort of the ultimate, is back. Xianzhu is looking low and cannot defend without Barcode there. The melee goalie god is out of position because he is not in this map with us, and therefore the point goes to Bozo Bunch, right? Starting on this point 3, Bouncy House is coming through. I mean, this is getting exciting, or this has been exciting.
Yeah, I mean, absolute craziness going in. This might be, ladies and gentlemen, the weakest X build I've ever seen in my life. As actually he goes down, so a great little consolation prize there for Showtime, managing to hopefully get something on the board here. At least they're hoping, as Bozo Bunch defending well for now. They have a flip on the now. They're managing to clear it without it. But they get both the barriers. Joker, not the least healthy I've seen him all game, managing to get this orb as well. So looking incredibly good here. Gets the now flip. Showtime looking to bounce back on this point here, and they actually do with that corner offense on Joker. Breads. The one thing in this matchup that I think Showtime has is that Asher versus Rasmus 1v1 matchup. Really hard for Rasmus if they get into the corner, but the hard part here is they're so low all the time, it's hard for them to get into the corner, right? So Joker managing to get something done.
Oh, and there it is.
Not for long.
Raid Boss X at it again. Joker taken out. I believe he had energy burst as well and wasn't able to use it. And now we're going immediately for a 15-second point going to Bozo Bunch. But no, the defense from Xianzhu and Barcode coming in through. No second barrier dropped on the side of Bozo Bunch. Everything's coming out. The Mako ultimate dropped. All these defenses are gone. Dropleto is trying to make his way forward as I is bringing up the core. Xianzhu still has the energy burst. Barrage comes through. Energy burst popped. Joker low again. Joker just came back and now is most likely going to get taken out again. Only has access to 1 elusive left before it ends up being on death's door. The pendulum swing comes through, drops it, but that is an X using primary on their side of the field, and all my Nassau goalies know what that means. That means your own barrier is being dropped, and let's see if that is enough for Showtime to get this 3rd point.
Time looking for the 3rd point. They managed to get a KO, actually get 2 KOs off a great Giga Blast. Xianzhu looking incredibly good here, forcing the now to flip, trying to stall as long as possible, but this should be a goal if Showtime play it well. But no, the now's doing perfectly good, but not enough. The corner offense is just too much. The barrage from Xianzhu getting it done. And really, that whole point, I feel like Xianzhu had some crazy heroics, staying alive when Joker was dead, playing great defense on death's door multiple times, but managing to survive as well as win so many crucial strike wars, just outplaying the entirety of Bozo Bunch. all set. So well done there from Xianzhu, getting rewarded with that first pick. Probably going to be the fight or flight here, if I had to guess. No, actually going with the peak performance. Wants that speed, wants that stagger, both as one, and fight or flight is going to be dropped down to X. What are you thinking about this draft so far?
I really like the peak performance pick. You definitely don't want it on the X there, who already has the big fish and has a high base stagger pool. And especially the peak performance, if it managed to make its way down to I, would have been horrendous for them. So I like that pickup, allows them to live longer, allows the Huss's hat to get more value there. Taking a look at everything else, Catalyst on Joker, which means more elusives to dodge, which is really important. Regardless of getting more energy bursts there, Joker tends to be taken out either at max energy or at no energy. So he can be at max energy more often, had to pop the elusive there just to stay alive, and we saw that happen quite a bit before, where he died with full energy. So let's see if he manages to stay up a little bit longer. But taking a look at the rest of it, it is Barcode with the extra special, it'll help a little bit more on defense. Breads taking that built different, which is another size awaken. That's 3 with that pauldrons there, and Breads is going to be hitting like a truck. And you can't forget about the heavy impact on the now. Oh my goodness, what just happened?
I don't know, but I think we got to start talking about the game here as Joker just gets absolutely deleted. Dropletto got incredibly low as well. I think we had a battle of the ages going on there for the orb in the middle, but Bozo Bunch end up on top. Not going to matter too much as Xianzhu and Barcode keeping it forward for a good amount of time here. Dropletto trying to set up an offense, but forcing the flip out of Barcode, which actually gets the last barrier. Breads just walked up a little bit too far, and not too worried on the defense, though. They do have 2 flips here, but Xianzhu has flip as well. Puts on the bottom side. Both flips coming from the back line of Bozo Bunch coming in. Now Joker with the flip, putting it to Xianzhu on the top, and gets the rebound with the extra size. Oh my goodness, the core is going crazy, and I don't know what's going on, Mystic.
It is, oh my, getting that middle orb was absolutely massive, literally, for Joker on the Asher there. Had one size awakening already, and these are situations where that cast the last actually does matter, because Joker at the same time had the passive up from Asher, which allows them to kind of tank one hit or to hit the core once from just their passive alone, which meant that he got a free redirect there. Oh my goodness, dodging that death touch there means that they get to stay alive a little bit longer. Joker has the energy to work with, is just hanging back, but they have the double barrier here, so heading back, regroup, get that stagger, and then go for the offense once again. But Dropletto and I are not going to let this opportunity go unwasted. Taking a look, but the amount of pressure coming back now that everyone is max stagger from being level 10 means that they're living a little bit longer. As I say that, Raid Boss takes one more.
Takes another one with him. And Dropletto now with the flip, and the mind behind him might deny this flip, but no, Barcode plays it absolutely perfectly, getting the flip out of Dropletto and saving the barrier. Well done to Barcode here. Bozo Bunch has such strong offense, but has really in the last couple points been struggling to score on Barcode, but Joker not struggling to score at all, putting it in the bottom corner once again. This Asher is looking so strong, even with all the damage coming out, so well done to Bozo Bunch and, Showtime. Bozo Bunch having to turn it on another gear here. They need to win these next 3 sets or they're going to lose. This Dropletto going down already.
Yeah, the size is working against them in that situation there. Was so close to the edge of the map, even though Joker has no size awakenings, and that is going to be it. Xianzhu uses the flip in the top section, and no way to clear it out with Joker just sitting right on top of Obscure Breads. Everything was looking in the way of Dropletto. Raid Boss taking things through, but when you take out Dropletto from the map, you can breathe a little bit. And that means game 1 is going over to Showtime.
1 or 2 crucial mistakes from Bozo Bunch gonna basically cost them that entire game after they were doing so incredibly well. And if we look at the stats here, oh my goodness, the damage from Dropletto, but look at the redirects from Xianzhu here, 40 more than their counterpart I on Bozo Bunch. But the crazy thing is, look how many more redirects Xianzhu has from his entire team. 150 on Joker and 160 on Barcode. Barcode only had 68 saves too, and not like a crazy save game. Xianzhu was just keeping track of that core basically the entire game, giving Showtime that chance to keep going forward, even though Joker was taking so much damage, even though Joker was dying, not even like to his fault. He was surviving for a long time, but just that with the amount of pressure coming in, Xianzhu managing with that core control to keep them in the game for as long as possible. And I think my MVP that game is honestly Stagger Swagger. Give it to Stagger Swagger there, Mystic, because I saw so many times where Xianzhu lived purely just because of that awakening, and also the fact that you could run back to the orbs, Barcode leaving his orb up as well on the back. So well done to Showtime for turning up a little bit of second gear there to take that game 1 against Bozo, and now Bozo Bunch need to regroup here going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they were coming off such a monumental win against Demon's Raw, and they came in strong here. But one of the downsides to the way their composition works is, while it seems super dominant early on, once you kind of hit those later levels and you manage to get all the awakenings up in the game, it means that if you're on the defensive side of these awakenings, you get to live a little bit more. You have the Asher that finally, after getting the Catalyst, having Big Fish, reaching level 10, cannot just blow up after getting hit a few times. And then we saw the way the rotation worked, where Huss was getting a lot of damage put on him, had to walk back. Xianzhu stepped up, had all the speed from the Stagger Swagger, had the speed from the Peak Performance, plus just the extra HP that boosted it even more from that Big Fish. The size on a midfield character, which does matter, right? The difference between having a little bit more size against your midfield counterpart makes it so that some of these strike wars end up being more crucial. It means you win a couple more strikes that you normally couldn't have just by the range of your strike box. And all these small things added up to Showtime winning. And we saw the way the game crept over the sets, how it was so Bozo dominated and then kept going just slightly to the way of Showtime until we finally tipped the scales and they got all the pieces they needed to win.
Managing to find the awakenings they needed, and we're actually going to see a couple changes in bans here. Showtime banning that Octavia, weird to see, but Joker obviously not playing midfield anymore, so does not quite care about the Octavia. Happy to ban that away. Bozo Bunch banning that now away as well, as Showtime do have that first pick. It is Night Market, and it is a Catalyst perfect form start, so I'm looking at these awakenings here, Mystic. We might see some fun characters this time. I mean, I'm a little biased, but I'm smelling a Zentaro.
Oh, actually locking in the Mako this time around. I think they're happy to give either, because Dropletto has both X and Zentaro up, they're just like, yeah, if he takes the X, we'll play the Zentaro. If we give the Zentaro, he'll play the X. There's no real reason for us to first pick it there. I think Showtime's happy playing either one in that situation. They're probably happy if they take Zentaro on Bozo Bunch and get Dropletto off of X, because he was that raid boss in that game 1. Either way, we know how proficient he is on that character. So it is the Aimi locked in plus that X going over to Bozo. And taking a look at the backup picks here, finally, I get to see Xianzhu on the Rune. It isn't banned away. Rune is such a strong pick this time around, or on this patch, being able to abuse the Max Souls. One of the best Max Souls user in the entire game. And at the same time, Xianzhu, who doesn't normally get to play Rune, is actually quite good on Rune. Has a lot of games of Rune under their belt from solo queue and norms in general. And we'll finally get to see it come out. And like you said, it is going to be paired with that Zentaro here, the perfect form and Catalyst start. And then wrapping things up in the back line is going to be Finny going over to Brez, most likely.
Damage versus a little bit of, I'd say, zoning, a little bit of explosiveness. I don't know. I mean, the comp from Showtime is definitely not weird to look at, because it's definitely not an abnormal draft, but it kind of excels in multiple areas, right? The Rune definitely has a lot of space control and has a lot of explosive potential with that banish, as you know for sure there. And then the Zentaro can basically do whatever he wants depending on the awakenings that he gets. Mako obviously is Mako, and then you have Bozo Bunch rather, with basically the full damage comp. You have the Amy, you have the Finny, you have the X with, I assuming, is going to be the perfect form on almost everybody in this game, except maybe Rune might go the Catalyst. I'm not too sure exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
Oh, but Rune loves perfect form.
Oh, Rune. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Rune does love perfect form.
Rune loves perfect form.
Yeah, we might see a 6 perfect form here, if I'm being honest. Catalysts. The days of 6 Catalysts are gone, as we will probably be seeing perfect forms all around the board for the most part. I'm excited, though, to see that Zentaro as usual, and then also to see the Amy X combo work in the side of Bozo Bunch. They've run it quite a lot. I think it's a good little wrinkle to add into this game. They thought, they saw damage was working for them last game, but they just needed to opt into it a little bit more, and that they did with the Finny here for sure. And it is perfect form all the way around, and it is going to be strike shot on both goalies and Mag Souls all the way around. Nothing new here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this game too.
Yep, this is looking like a standard comp here, as Barcode holds the drum and bass immediately as kickoff happens, giving their team a little bit of speed boost, as Joker tries to wait out the strike shot plus the primary, isn't able to catch it there, and we are going for the first barrier being dropped. over on the side of Showtime there. They had to defend the second one, but thankfully the pillar is there to help the defense out a little bit. Barcode looking a little bit low. No one's level 2 yet besides I, who already dropped the firewall sentry here. And taking a look, one barrier dropped thanks to the pillar. Second barrier dropped as well, unable to catch it. And now we're going to see if I can drop a little bit of another barrier. But oh my goodness, blown up there, sent off the map. This is an advantage for Showtime.
Yeah, get absolutely blown up, I believe, by the pillars, plus the Zentaro ultimate there, the Oni's Blade doing a lot of damage in that top side here. But going to be going back already. Joker not quite able to find the cook there with the primary on the Zentaro, but managing to actually get the strike ward. But Breads with the clutch save on the Finny ultimate, managing to keep it out of the net for now. We're still going on this first point. Drepletto now is incredibly low, but managing to actually find that last barrier at the cost of his health bar. But we're still going. Everyone's still alive here. Showtime, honestly, looking a little bit more worse for wear than Bozo Bunch. Joker not quite able to find the KO as Drepletto gets the save yet again, 2 times in a row, not going down. But this is a good attack here from Shianzu with a perfect pillar in the bottom corner, and Breads just cleared right into it. First goal going over to Showtime.
And it is, when I don't want to exaggerate it, but it is literally the perfect pillar because of the way the angles stand. Typically when you put a pillar in that situation, it ends up bouncing off the angled portion of the wall and then just going straight up and not heading back into the goal. But it got sent perfectly here, and a wonderful banish gets the KO, gets Breads out of position as well. One barrier drops as the Finny ultimate comes through. Shianzu's looking really good on the rune right now, has the energy burst available, manages to pick up the secondary speed, is coming in. Joker using the passive plus the secondary there, the dash plus the rush to secure the point onto 2 defenders there between Drepletto and Breads.
Yeah, I mean, with the perfect form of start as well, and the fact that this is a playmaking team, right? With the Rune, with the Zentaro, both characters that can make crazy plays with their abilities here. That perfect form is just giving him so many more chances to do it, right? The cooldowns are basically non-existent for the Zentaro, and the Rune, if he can get a good banish or a good pillar, has infinite pillars as well. Banish, as I say that, not quite going to be hitting there, but it's looking really explosive, looking really entertaining for now as Showtime off to a pretty good start, but it's not over yet. Drepletto has that flip, uses it on Nothing, managing to survive for now. Shianzu actually going to be flipping Drepletto right back, losing the barrier for it. And now it's going to be 0 barriers to none, or to 1 rather. As I say that, I keep Caster Curse and everything, Mystic. As we get no barriers on either side, even game, Joker incredibly low, but the double banish, and now we have a 2-on-1, and Bread's gonna be saving it, clutching up with that top side save on the secondary. But can you stick it for now? Can you do it for now? Yes, they can. Drepletto gets the KO, but Shianzu with the heroics teleports on top of Breads and wins the strike war into the top corner. Well done, Shianzu on the rune.
Oh, and these are the things that when you are Bozo Bunch and you ban Rune for unironic, I think 90+% of the season, that's just been their go-to ban. They don't typically care about what you play besides Rune. I don't know why Rune is their boogeyman, but we just showed it here today. Taking a look here, it's going to be Primetime, not Hotshot going over. Primetime is such a good pickup here when paired with the perfect form, but so is Hot. You're really sad to see this when you're playing the Rune, because you know you want the Hotshot later down the line as well, but you kind of have to pick something. But with Primetime and perfect form, you will have infinite primaries, and that is more valuable than the core going slightly faster. You can still make it go faster with other awakenings like Siege Machine, Heavy Impact, or just power in general.
I do like the Primetime though, because that second pillar just as an option, especially when you have a comp like this with the Zentaro, you do want heavy forward pressure. You do want to keep the core up as long as possible. The speed, not necessarily your friend all the time, so definitely don't disagree with that pick for sure. As Shianzu managing to find that second barrier there with a perfectly timed pillar, and Barcode just chilling in the back. Level 3 does not care at all about what's going on, just giving the Drummond base buff to his forwards and keeping his barriers nice and safe as both barriers are down for Bozo Bunch. Need to find a play here in the corner, maybe with this Amy ult, maybe with this Oni's Blade, I guess, as Joker actually making a little bit of a mistake there, taking the last barrier of his own. Now it's 0 barriers to 0 on the power plays. Bozo Bunch trying to find something here, and not quite able to get anything with that blink here. Xianzhu now looking low. This is an insane point as everyone is just dying left and right. Xianzhu now on the chopping block. And Dropletto, can we finally score? Bozo Bunch, can we get something here? No, Barcode is just shutting everything down. Breads has the flip in the back as well too. So it's not like they're going to get scored on anytime soon. This point is going crazy.
And going crazy it is. Taking a look, Xianzhu back. That means Rune Pillars are up, and this is overtime. A single mistake here, not paying attention to Rune's positioning, means the core is going to go in, but it goes in for Bozo Bunch as Dropletto gets a beautiful strike there, sending it through Xianzhu. Barcode not able to catch it with that strike shot. First point of this set going over their way, but we're already seeing an insane set come through in just that first point. With how everything's going, the KOs coming through, the abilities coming out, finally we're getting something a little bit more exciting than a speed start or a spark start. The perfect form is giving us the entertainment we need. The barrier comes through, or I should say the bandage comes through, the pillar comes following up, but it wasn't enough to get the KO there as one barrier falls. The second barrier is looking mighty low, but no, a good blink plus eye coming in with the Firewall Sentry defends it well. But take a look at the damage coming through Borg, and that's Dropletto. One more KO picked up.
One more KO picked up, 2 more KOs picked up. Barcode now left all alone in his net and not going to be able to save it. Wants to keep his life, I guess it seems. Does not want to go down there. Letting the goal go right back in for the Bozo Bunch, who managed to find a pretty good set this time around, getting 2-0 up already. And I feel like these points are just incredibly snowballing. It feels like whoever gets the first KO, whoever starts to offset the match first, really is the one that ends up winning, and Bozo Bunch have been able to do that twice in a row. Joker, with the Adrenaline Rush, needs to find a KO here off one of these banishes, needs to find a finish of some sort, or else he's just going to get KO'd like that over and over again as Dropletto finds another one, and they get another power play, they get another barrier, and can they get another goal? We'll have to see as the power play comes in through, and Dropletto with the open goal on the bottom side puts it right in. 3-0, Bozo Bunch strike right back.
And like you said, it's so snowballing because of the way the perfect form works. When you manage to get a KO, typically you invest so much into getting the KO, right? Your abilities are on cooldown. That's the trade-off that you make. You're one man up, but you're down abilities. Not in this case. You KO them, your abilities are back up, you're using them on the net, and that snowball continues. And we see perfect form, Timeless Creator going over to Amy there in the midfield. Oh my goodness, this is going to be rough, but Fight or Flight brought back, which is a phenomenal awakening here for Xianzhu. Either way, it looks like everyone's getting pretty much what they want. Even in last pick, Joker manages to get the 1-2 punch, so no one's upset about this. It's just going to be even more chaos.
Watch out for Dropletto as well with that Super Surge and that Spec training. That X Dash Punch is looking a lot more deadly now in this game. As we see right here, Xianzhu almost just dying to it immediately, but a great banish managing to slow things down for now. Joker with that 1-2 punch as well is definitely happy. Has that Adrenaline Rush to keep things, a little bit explosive. Maybe find a kill here or there, and that one kill could win the entire point for his team. But first you gotta live, as Joker and Barcode looking a little bit worse for wear. Both gonna be getting an orb, maybe keeping it good health for now. But no, Amy Blink followed by the Dropletto ultimate. Doesn't even care about the core. He wants a kill as they pass the core around for extra energy, and it goes right in. Getting the goal credit on that one. That's 1-0 for the Bozo Bunch, who is finding their footing in this KO comp.
Yeah, and the snowball is continuing, and we can take a look at the damage coming through. They just can't deal with it right now. There are no defensive awakenings offered, or I shouldn't say, I can't remember if they were offered or not, but there are no defensive awakenings taken. No Huss's hat, no peak performance. It's not looking good, even like Big Fish. So that means that whoever's dishing out the damage first, but there it is. I think that was the perfect pitch coming down from Barcode that got the KO there. A wonderful banish. He manages to get the second barrier. Huss trying to find it with the primary, isn't able to get it. Dashes back in, and Dropletto manages to get the way back through. Oh my goodness, Xianzhu almost completely taken out there as things are getting still chaotic. Everyone is going all over the place. A KO here could mean a massive amount of energy, or I should say energy, a massive amount of EXP for Huss as he gets the KO onto I, but isn't able to find it. The Firewall Sentry comes through. I is looking so low, but I is getting into the fray of things. Gets the health orb and lives. That means no comeback EXP at all going over to Joker. He would have absolutely loved that.
Yeah, Joker almost had the snowball rolling there a bit after that first KO, but not able to get the second one as Breads with the perfect Finny primary across the map, managing to secure that last barrier there for Showtime. So now it's 0 barriers to 0, but the health bars are looking a lot better on Bozo Bunch's side here. I think Showtime need a play. They need to find something in this offense. Score has a banish, gets a double banish for now. It's pretty good, but not going to amount to too much. Barcode bringing the core up, but Joker cannot do the flick as he had his passive up, so no crazy plays there, but a crazy bounce there on the top side. Demon angle. Breads not happy about that one. Had the flip, but just could not react in time. Showtime might have just got what they needed off of that Hail Mary play there with that bounce.
Yeah, Joker's still looking a little bit low in terms of EXP. The lowest one here at level 6, while everyone else is at least level 7, and then 8 in both of the midfielders. Flip comes out from Obscure Breads, trying to just find a way to get a KO or something, picking up some orbs for a little bit more HP and EXP as the wonderful banish comes through, but not the way the pillars you want to set up in that situation there. But a pillar comes back to defend it, gets the rebound there. Huss trying to find it onto the net, isn't able to get the second barrier. Xianzu's looking low, Drop Loto coming through, energy burst available. Xianzu is looking extremely low now, has to kind of be gentle with how they place these pillars and where they end up going. The flip ends up meaning that the fight or flight procs, quite a few members of this game are low and on death's door as the Grim Reaper comes knocking, but no one has dropped yet. We're looking for the first KO, the first snowball to come through, and there it is. Joker getting the EXP, the catch-up EXP, trying to find it. The Oni's Blade comes out. Oh my goodness, every single ability in Zentarro's kit is used in that millisecond, and they manage to get the point.
Breads actually saving all of them plus the pillars, so well done to Breads. I actually think one of them might have gone in, but Joker primaried to stop it, so a little bit counterproductive there, but it's all right. They get the goal in the end and actually get a little bit more XP doing that, so you know what? Worth, I would say for sure, as Joker back in the game here, level 8 with the rest of the crew. And that one KO, like we've been saying, I mean, just that one KO is all you need, and almost gets a goal on that bottom side there, but Breads getting a little bit lucky on that bounce and managing to flip for now, but Xianzu does not even need to hit the core in the flip, finds it on the goal line and just waits it out until he has time to put it in. That's 3-1 set now for Showtime. I mean, this is just so back and forth.
Yep, and I love that in that last play, Xianzu gets the banish on the Drop Loto, had the abilities and the scenario to KO Drop Loto if you go for the push combo, the double barrier combo, or I should say double pillar combo, but instead recognizes the situation, rushes forward, and helps out in the net to get that goal. Taking a look at what we have here, heavy impact going on to Joker. Peak performance, finally a defensive awakening over to Showtime. They can breathe a little bit, but the hat does not make its way onto Huss as Eye on the Amy picks it up. And things might calm down a little bit now that we have slightly more HP on both sides, but honestly, with that catalyst and rapid fire picked up on Bozo's end, I don't know. Things are still probably going to be just as deadly.
Yeah, Joker has that heavy impact, has that 1-2 punch, so it's going to be doing a lot of damage here, and with that more damage on the Zentarro, it's looking a lot scarier for Bozo Bunch to walk around the map as we see Drop Loto going a little bit low. Breads was going low there for a second, but managed to heal up a little bit. One barrier now going down for the side of Showtime. Drop Loto and I doing a great job at keeping that core forward. And a great job actually with that strike on Drop Loto, managing to catch Barcode off guard, and now it's no barriers to none. I feel like these barriers have gone down in record time this game as Joker actually goes down. Drop Loto with that spec training puts him in the back of his own net. And we have only Xianzu and Barcode, only a pillar to keep it going, and keep it going it does. Xianzu managing to stall for Joker to come back online.
Yeah, and thankfully, because of that perfect form plus prime time, you have access to the pillars when you need them, and we can see using the pillar there to get it around Drop Loto, and probably do it again if they need to. Looking for the banish, gets it onto both forwards, but it's not enough as a great clear from Brett sends it up and sends it out. But Joker is not letting this point up through. Will they be able to continue it? The barrage of abilities is coming, and Joker manages to live somehow through all of it. But the overtime core with what is going on, 1-2 punch on Joker, all the damage that is accumulated so far means that one stray core, one moment of relaxation from either goalie, someone just not paying attention means the core is going in.
Core's going in either way, and I mean, Breads tried to go for the 50-50 there, but Joker is all too good at these strike wars and manages to catch Breads lacking, puts it in the back of the net, putting Showtime at 1-0 here, and in their series point already. Keep in mind too, I mean, they're going to win if they get 2 more points here, but it's a long road ahead as they get taken out. Joker already out of the pitch here, and both barriers down. Barcode needs to play safe here. Might even just run out of his own net in order to save his flip for the next point here. Dropletto now flipping and scoring. Barcode flipping for his life, but it didn't matter in the end. Worst case scenario for Showtime, but best case scenario there for Bozo Bunch to get back into this game.
I actually think in that exact situation, Joker using the primary on Dropletto was a incorrect situation, ended up bouncing them into the Mako ultimate and causing the Mako walls to drop completely, which meant that it was an open net for Dropletto to score on. But it's one of those things where you can't really say that in the moment. It's just hard to see it, and in hindsight, it worked out that way. But as I say that, both barriers dropped again, comes in with the secondary, the cyber swipe comes in through, and it is enough to score on 2 people in the net.
Hey, we're seeing the strength of Bozo Bunch's comp here finally start to shine. They have so much area denial in their comp with the Amy turret. They have a big X with all of his AoE abilities. If Breads walks up, he has that, what's it called? The Finny ultimate. I can't remember the name right now.
Yep.
Excuse me. Things are getting crazy as we're already getting started in this point. Who cares what happened in the last point as Dropletto puts Joker in the dirt yet again, and Dropletto again puts Barcode in the dirt and gets the goal. With the goal credit, managing to find such an explosive start, 17-second point, and striking back and forth. We're still going to keep going with this trend as it's been 1-1, 1-1 in sets, and we're going to a set 5 with... Look at some of the awakenings here. We have size, we have stacks, we have extra special. This is going to be big.
Yeah, stacks probably going to be one of the lowest priority things here, just with how quickly everyone is going out. Maybe the goalies take it, but no, Xianzhu betting that they will live and they will try to live as long as possible. But take a look at the Deadeye pickup coming on to the perfect form. Amy with the Timeless Creator, you know that's going to be deadly. And then last pick, you managed to get some size, but size isn't the most amazing thing on Zentaro, but doesn't have much else to take in that situation.
Hey, it's not about the size. That 5% impact damage, baby. Come on, has the
5% impact.
Has the heavy impact as well. That's 25% extra now, so it's definitely not nothing. And the size, not the best on Zen, but that's really just because he has so many good awakenings. Look how big that Oni's blade now is with the size. So definitely really good there. Going to be happy with that pickup as we get 1-to-1 barriers already going off. Already things getting exploded onto the pitch here in this set 5. Joker, no energy. Dropletto full energy. Might get the KO on Dropletto, but no, actually reverse. Dropletto getting almost the KO on Joker, but with the conveyor belt there, with that sentry turret, putting it in the bottom side. I don't think Barcode is ready for that.
Oh, and there it is. And guess what? That sentry turret's going to be up again in a matter of 5 seconds with this kickoff if I jumps in, uses an ability or two. And that's the power of perfect form. Take a look. Banish comes through, isn't able to get it and set up the double barrier KO. That should have been a KO onto Dropletto there. But it doesn't really matter in this situation. Can they find the second barrier? Unable to get it just yet. Joker being taken down to extremely low levels, has to use the elusive, manages to get the second barrier there. Things are looking quite good. Getting into the net, trying to pray for a pass from Xianzhu, and gets a strike in, but it isn't enough. Getting sent right back from the energy burst here as a banish comes through onto I, and things are still as chaotic as they were every single point of the previous set.
Yeah, so many abilities going out, hard to read what's going on, but all you really have to look at, ladies and gentlemen, is the core, as it's on Joker, who has the 1v1, but no, I comes in from the backside, trying to get the cyber swipe onto Joker, deny that play for now, making him go back into his own net. So keeping things steady for now is Bozo Bunch. They need to get something in the corner. They need to set up a play here. Sentry turret coming in through, but Joker and Xianzhu managing to actually find a great denial there off the core, and a great banish. Going to keep things slow for now, as Xianzhu might get put away here. Needs to be careful, but has no fear. Running straight in now, finally goes back, gets that orb, and keeps things safe. But now it's Joker that's on the chopping block. There's nobody safe in this game right now, as Bozo Bunch looking incredibly scary. But Breads, that core's looking really fast now. The Finny's gonna have a much harder time to save this core over and over again. Forces the flip out of the Amy. But Barcode has that flip, has that Mako, is looking so comfy in the back of his net. I'm worried for Bozo Bunch here, Mystic.
Yeah.
As the core goes in, there it is. I mean, Joker finds it at some point. It's 1-to-1 now. I mean, it felt like it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny seeing Barcode in the back with the twin drive, banging the drums. The drum and bass is going as hard as possible here, while honestly, Xianzhu, the MVP of that point, was running back and forth, living on 1 HP. It was kind of similar to the breakdown that you gave of the last game, where Xianzhu manages to always live barely and then keep the core forward somehow. As I say that, both barriers dropped. Bozo Bunch looking really good so far. Flips being traded as the pillar catches one through 3 people. The flip coming through, goes for the banish, tries to get it. But oh my god, and there it is. That's the primetime pillar coming through for the rune to catch it and send it right back into the net. Xianzhu doing a phenomenal job showing us a masterclass on this rune.
I mean, this primetime is doing work, no? I mean, had that pillar
wonderful
for the clutch, and then also had another pillar for the offense there in order to get the goal. Joker just getting everything out of Breads in order for Xianzhu to finish, so well done there on the 4 duo. And now it is series point here, Mystic. We gotta lock in here as both barriers already down. This might just be a goal. This might just be Showtime's point, but no, denied for now. As Sharpletto pops the X-Max, which has the flip, might need to use it for now, but staying calm, trying to wait for his opportunity here. As the double banish comes in, and we might get a KO, but no, nothing quite going on here. But I managing to find a really, really good cyber swipe into the glitch pot, managing to get this last bit. But Joker with the flip on the goal line, is it going to be saved? No, it's thrown away, but no, the KO comes onto Obscure
the sad boys
gets the final goal of the series, and they're your national champions. That just happened.
Oh my goodness, the play at the net. I mean, Xianzhu with the perfect catch, sends it back in. Joker comes in with the Oni's blade, flips, gets the KO onto Breads, shoots it in. I mean, what a wonderful, and there it is. You see MVP Xianzhu. Xianzhu was the MVP of that game, reminding me of Nassel Season 1 with Ginger Pop performing on this. I mean, it's nowhere's no. If you were there for that game, it's bringing me back to similar memories. And what a wonderful performance out of Showtime and even Bozo Bunch. I mean, this was a great, phenomenal series. I'm so happy that we didn't get really boring Awakening start. Everyone went as crazy as possible. KOs coming left and right. 5 KOs for Showtime. Even more for Bozo Bunch. Everyone played great, but it was just the slight differences, the difference in these high pressure situations that made it that Showtime was more comfortable in and managed to get it through. The locking it down in the net, the melee goalie king keeping it down while Joker is fighting for his life, jumping all over the place with the Zentaro, has as many abilities in the world thanks to the perfect form, and then Xianzhu showing us that Rune can win in S tier as well. I mean, Borg, this was such a wonderful series.
Yeah, I mean, we got both extremes too. That first game, a little bit more slower, a little bit more methodical. I think definitely longer, allowed some strategy to come in, started to get a little crazy towards the end, but the second game was just absolutely insane. I mean, I think you felt it as well, but it was hard to keep up even for us.
Yeah.
And we've been playing the game since conception of this game, so it was definitely hard to keep up, but it was fun for sure as we see some of the stats coming in here. Xianzhu has 40 saves and 282 redirects, so definitely deserving of the MVP there for me. I think everybody played well, but man, the extra shift it felt like Xianzhu put in on this entire series, just living on 1 HP, keeping the core forward. Joker just getting bullied the entire time, but managing to survive just long enough in order to get a last barrier. So well done. And then obviously Barcode as well, sitting in the back, doing his job, doing his formula. I said it in the pre-show, right? He does not make mistakes. He literally says, this is going to work. I'm going to do it. Does it until it doesn't work. And then managing to find the success there, managing to find the Nassel win, the S tier win. So congrats really to all these guys, especially Joker and Barcode, my really good friends as well. I said it last season. I said next season is yours. They got second place last season. It felt like only a matter of time. So really, really excited for him there. But that's going to be it for us, Mystic. Any other last words for you?
No, I mean, thank you guys for sticking it through. Nassel Season 5. Season 6 is going to be exciting as well. We'll see if Demons Raw and Sad Boys can return, but right now it is the meta of Showtime.
Showtime.
Oh.
Happy with
Yep.
what's going on here. Happy with this championship, and stick around because we're about to hear from them in a little bit of a post show here, I believe. Maybe an interview, a little bit of a post show as well, as we've been doing all day. So stick around. It's going to be the end for us. Thanks for listening, guys, and that's about it. So we'll go to a quick break, but make sure you stick around for the post show, everybody.
I'm here at the very last time I'll ever say this. Welcome to the North American Strikers League Season 5. And with me today is the forward duo of our Nassau champions. We've got Huss the Joker, and I've got Shiamzu with me as well. Guys, walk me through what you were feeling when that ball finally went in on Night Market to seal the championship title. Huss, let's start with you. Walk me through where you were at emotionally.
I mean, immediately I was like, thank God, because I did a shrug and that stuff better went in, bro. Because if it didn't go in, that would have looked bad. But I mean, I was just euphoric. Like, you've seen me competing every season, like how hard I grind and everything, and just like see the ball going back net, and like I finally got the win, man. It just feels good, especially with these guys. Like they played so well as well. So yeah, I was just euphoric. That's the word I describe.
And Shianzu, I know that a lot of the focus had been on you, especially, there was a lot of series this season that you weren't able to make. I completely understand. I've been there, but going into playoffs, I'm sure that a lot of people. I know you have a lot of huge supporters, but there are also some doubts whether Showtime would be able to pull it out. How do you feel like you played today, and how do you reflect on learning how to become arguably the best player in the world now that you've won Nassau? Like, what's it been like coming from essentially your experiences in the past being with friends and slowly evolving into this absolute menace of a team that is Showtime now? What's your journey been like to get here?
It's been quite the adventure, Vaughn. Like, starting off like with Norms, all the way back to the shop with Asia and Glim. Shout out to them, by the way. Wouldn't have been playing this game without them, honestly. But ever since that first launchpad that I entered in with them, the first person that actually took interest was Oppabug, and with that, it turned into me getting a sub spot on chatting, and for some reason, they decided to start playing me a lot more than Box in the later of the season, the later of the half. Turned out to work out really well. Man, it's it's so much. It went from playing Norms to not qualifying to Launchpad to winning NASA to getting second in Nassau to getting first, all because of this guy Huss. My team, they are the best I could ever ask for. No other forward pair that I could have would play the game like me and Huss do. Like, man, it's too much.
It's been a long journey. I'm so excited that you guys are here, and Sean too. He can't be with us today because he had to dip out. He logged in his 9 to 5 and he had to go. But I'd love to shout out Barcode again. I said this on a pre-show, but he has a legitimate argument being the most consistent goalie I think I've ever seen. Really been impressive to see him. And also, Joker, I talked a bit about Shianzu's history and he discussed his journey to get here. You and Barcode have kind of been in this since Nassau Season 1. What's it like for Barcode to come back in? What's it been like playing with him? You've been on so many different teams. You've captained so many different rosters. What does it feel like to win a finally like the big chip with your literal first teammate from launch? I still remember those finesse days. Talk to me about what it's been like, the work that you put in to get here today.
Oh man, there's a lot I can say like about the journey with Barcode because we all know like we played Season 1 together. I started way back in beta actually in the tournament you hosted, Play Brandmore 2, where Puffy was our captain.
Huba Jobo.
Yeah, Puffy
That's
was
the
our
team
captain,
name.
and he drafted Barcode, and then he drafted me, and then we also got Borg. So that was like our first little encounter with each other, and like we really like vibed and enjoyed playing with each other, like because I remember I thanked you for that as well. I was like, thanks for hosting this because like I generally made like friends off this tournament, like because we vibed so well, and then. From beta to launch, I finally got to play with them for NASL, like full time. Like they chose me as their forward, Buffy and Barcode. And I mean, we've had our battles in the past with you guys, Lights back then, and we played in weeklies and stuff. But it was, dude, launch was hard to win tournaments. It was really hard. We never got to win a tournament together with me and Barcode, and then we lost NASL and. That tournament Audi hosted, forgot. I don't want to remember it anyways, but we lost that tournament too. And Barcode like took a step back, and I still had Puffy, and it was like cool. Shout out to Puffy. We ended up winning tournaments, but my one biggest regret was like, damn, I really wanted to win in Barcode. And after all this time, we finally got like, this is our first. Like, we haven't even won a weekly together. This is the first thing me and Barcode ever won together, and we've been playing with each other since beta. So that's like wild to me. So it's been a wild journey, to say the least. To answer that question.
It is crazy to think back. It's been what 3 years now since you, myself, and Barcode started competing in this dinky little game, and now you're sitting arguably at the pinnacle of competitive OS. It's someone would argue that this is the most impressive S tier of all time. The competition was fierce. And speaking of competition, I want you to talk to me, either of you. We'll start with Xianzu. I'd love for you to talk to me a bit about that grand finals match. There was such a back and forth between Showtime and Bozo. It really felt like the pick ban phase was really skewed around this now. There was a lot of emphasis on banning away the midfield characters, picking certain styles. So Xianzu, let's start with you. What was it like to have to play against Bozo Bunch's Grit? Especially, they were on such a roll. They looked almost unbeatable. Can you walk me through a little bit about how you tried to maneuver your way through that game and what sort of things that you were executing on, either with Barcode or with the Joker, that lets you get your chip today?
From the main thing that we were worried about right off the bat was obviously Muncher. This guy is such a freak of nature at this game when it comes to how he holds the core. Like, get the core in his hands and it's not leaving at all. Like, every time we lost the kickoff, we just immediately lost the point. There's nothing that we could do. We couldn't find the counter for it. So we had to take the guy off speed characters because you know how this meta is. And thankfully, once that happened, we were able to maneuver around towards drop side more often than not whenever we were on defense. And it would... I'm so bad at explaining this. We basically did a lot of unnecessary rotations that ended up leading to better off than not because of the Rasmus goalie pick within the Clarion game. The Night Market game, it just felt like all we had to do was win kickoff and there was nothing else to the game. Like, whoever won kickoff won the game.
I see. I especially think that both these teams were so refined in their offense that once you really grabbed possession of the core, it was difficult for either team to really push it away. But that's not to say Barcode and Obscure Breads had some of the most fascinating, well executed goalie performances I've seen in a while. I was glued to my seat. There is something so just gripping when two goalies refuse absolutely by any means necessary to lose their barriers. So last, I'll throw it off to Joker, and I want to talk a bit about, we've talked more about looking backwards. Let's talk about going forwards now. Obviously, this is huge. As the captain of Showtime, you finally won a North American Strikes League championship. This is the breaking of the curse of first seed. It is the first time ever that it hasn't been Sad Boys or Demons Raw. I'd really like to hear from you. Like, what are you most looking forward to in the future? Like, are you gonna what does it look for Showtime? Talk to me about like your goals after this, because you've kind of crested the summit, and I want to hear what else the Joker's on the prowl for, because I know the grind isn't stopped with you.
Yeah, that's correct. As long as Best Team Slots hosting tournaments, we'll be there. At least until like the just game dies, because I know Best Team Slot has like a good system now for hosting tournaments and stuff, and I'm thankful to them for that. Of course, you already know how much I glaze our tournament organizers. Yeah. So yeah, as long as they keep hosting tournaments, I'll be playing, because like above all, like you know how much I love competing and stuff, but it's just so fun, and the community and the friendships that I've had, like it's just nothing beats this. This has just been such a like good part of my life right now. So yeah, it's something I always look forward to, and I like interacting with people in the community and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna go anywhere. Showtime's not gonna go anywhere. We're planning on playing in Sheb. Hopefully, like the schedules and stuff work out. Yeah. You guys will see me at LAN as well. My teammates don't make that, but looking forward to teaming with Demons Raw for that. My friends as well. So yeah, Showtime's gonna be in next NASL, and Sheb hopefully.
Speaking of all these events, I'd love to transition really quickly. If you are someone who's watched these matches today and you have a competitive itch that you need to scratch, I have wonderful news. It wasn't the last Nassau. We got season 6 coming up, and let me talk to you a little bit about that really quickly with our champions here. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I'd love to hear shoutouts after this, but it's too juicy of a transition. We've got not 2 but 3 launch pads. Can you believe it? We're in 2025 and we're expanding. Bestie and Slot might just be the GOATs. So if you're interested in challenging Showtime for the throne, which they now solely occupy, make sure that you grab a team and consider signing up for one of the 3 launch pads. Our first is March 29th, with subsequent launch pads scheduled each following weekend. There's a bit of a format change going on that you might take notice of. A couple more teams are going to make it through certain rounds. A couple different changes in how relegations might work, but you know what I'm going to say at the end of the day. My good friend 2004 Lexus GX 470, play better, win more. Just win your games. The format won't matter, but we've got those coming up with liftoff shortly after on May 3rd, which will shake up our competitive landscape for our 3 leagues. From Bestie and Slot, really quickly, shout out to the Kazan on the umbrella above the Nasty logo. Those eagle eye fellas in there saw that with me. So I'd once again like to encourage anyone. I've actually never done this, so it looks cool. Consider playing through the quals. It's my favorite competitive time of the whole year. I love covering it. I love watching new teams form, and I know that there's many free agents wandering about. So try to make some waves. Reach out to someone from solo queue. Don't sit there idly hoping for a team. None of these teams that won today were made by people sitting on their hands. So make sure that you tune in. There's so many more teams than you've ever before seen. It might just be the biggest qualifier ever, I think. And we'll have to wait till the numbers are for sure. So really quickly, just wanted to say that. Remember, March 29th is the first. If you're an upcoming player, never even played competitive before, perfect time to get started. So that being said, let's turn it right back over one final time to our victors. And I'd love to start with Xianzhu. Of course, it's time for some shout outs. Obviously, I know your team is fantastic. Your teammates are wonderful. If we can save our teammate shout outs to the end for everyone. Xianzhu, I'd love to hear if you have some words for any listeners out there.
I think the biggest shout out that I can give to anyone today is our subs. The way that they have been playing in our warm-ups has been absolutely insane. Like, if it wasn't for these guys, I don't think that we actually make it this far in playoffs. Shout out to Color Craze. They're a really good midfielder. Shout out Oppabug, of course. Shout out to Frightfully Fresh. Shout out to Liari for actually cheering for me and never losing faith. Shout out to the entirety of Bun Bun, actually. I love that team. Shout out to you, Vaughn. You are my inspiration. You are my inspiration to this game.
Thank you. Oh,
and of course, shout out my team.
Oh,
I love
gosh.
these guys.
Oh my gosh, let's make it about me. Shout out to Sadboy. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. All right. Thank you, Xianzhu. I agree. I think the subs, Showtime, you can really tell like your backbone of support is truly out and about. I think Bozo and Show have such a wonderful like community surrounding them and their players. So I'm really happy to hear that. And then let's hear from you, Joker. Let's hear those shout outs.
Hey man, I agree with Xion, the sub shout out. Twisty as well for subbing in. Like it's a shame that you couldn't get sub of the split or whatever. I mean, Shape won it, and he's a good player as well. But to me, you're my sub of the season because like without you, we don't get first seed and we don't get in a position like this so we can win playoffs. So shout out to Twisty, Fiery as well for subbing in for us. And you guys are technically NASL champions now as well because you played for a game for us. So congrats as well, you guys. I agree. Shout out Vaughn as well. Vaughn's just like somebody I look up to in the community, of course. And and yeah, like I just retweet what Xianzhu just said. Like you were like giving me encouraging words as well. So shout out to you. Shout out to Grimella, especially. That dude is just one of the nicest guys like ever. We can all agree. Everybody in the
room.
Like if Grimella like has like haters, bro, like please find them for me so I can actually I'm not gonna say threats on live, but anyways, yeah, that guy shouldn't have any haters. He's just such a great, awesome dude who just so encouraging and nice dude, man. Shout out to my past teammates too, because like the journey that I had, like playing with you guys, just made me the player I am today. Like shout out all the way in beta, like Hook Resets used to be my teammate. If you guys didn't know, shout out to Hook. Shout out to Puffy of FPS, of course. That's like my brother, bro. Like that's my guy right there. Shout out to Leo Leon, because that player like really taught me how to be like a good teammate. Like he's, if you want to know like who's like a textbook good teammate, just look at Leo Leon. Like that guy is just like, he taught me how to like be a like proper positive teammate. And shout out to Lilybun as well. Same reason as Leo Leon. Just like taught me how to be a good teammate and leader as well. Just very nice people. And shout out to my 2 teammates here, man. Shionzu, that's like my other half, but now, man, like I don't think I could play the game without this guy anymore, honestly. It just feels like irreplaceable of a teammate. So shout out to him, and Barcode as well. Same reason as well. He's like, he feels irreplaceable. Nobody holds it down like that guy, and it just honestly means the world to me now that I finally like was able to win with him, because he's been my friend for like so long now. Like it's crazy. So shout out to him as well, and shout out to Bestie and Slot for hosting as always.
True. Shout out Bestie and Slot. Shout out Showtime, and shout out Barcode. I'm sure if he's here. Hey guys, it's me, Sean. Shout out to Mako and Atlas and Asher sometimes. Shout out to Pattern Recognition. Shout out to my 2 teammates, Shionzu and Joker. Shout out to Melee Goalies, W. There you go. There's our Sean shout out. So, but yeah, truly a wonderful performance out of Showtime. Once again, everyone give them a nice round of applause. Make sure that you check out our upcoming Bestie and Slot, not just events, but merch. Shop.bestieandslot.com for our LAN. That's coming up in just over a month. I got to get my button gear on our Airbnb. And make sure you also check out Launchpad. Remember, March 29th is right around the corner. It's going to creep on you faster than you think, so get a team down. And finally, make sure that you check out Sheb, Sunny Hates Eject Button, a new S tier formed by Cakes. Helped and sponsored and ran like behind the scenes with Bestie and Slot. Collaboration. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Make sure you check that out. That's in 2 weeks, March 1st. And then also don't forget, pick your poison. If you're out there in Twitch chat and you're not necessarily in this Nassel sphere yet, I've got great news. The Tier 2, Tier 3 Invitational is starting soon, hosted by yours truly. Make sure you tune in. That's this coming week. So don't forget to stay tuned for that, because I love watching the Tier 2, like NASA, Nasty players. If you are someone who's up and coming, that's the time to make your mark. New teams are forming. It's going to be an absolute banger. So I'm Vaughn, and on behalf of Asaya, all the other Bestie and Slot admins, as well as the team over here, thank you very much for watching today. It's been a wonderful day 2 of playoffs. We're not going anywhere. Nassel 6 is around the corner, so stay tuned and have a good night. Thanks, everyone.